AITA for refusing to let my sister use our deceased mother's wedding dress after she excluded me from being a bridesmaid. I, 28 million female, lost my mother 3 years ago to cancer. Before she passed, she made it very clear that she wanted her wedding dress preserved for her daughters, me and my sister Vanessa, 31 million female. Mom's dress was a gorgeous vintage 1960s gown that she'd kept in perfect condition. It meant everything to her, and knowing it would be worn by her daughters at their weddings brought her comfort in her final days. Vanessa got engaged 6 months ago to her boyfriend of 4 years, Mark. I was genuinely happy for her. We've had a complicated relationship. She's always been the golden child, while I was more of the black sheep. But I assumed her wedding would be a chance for us to bond as adults. When she started planning, I waited for her to ask me to be a bridesmaid. And waited. And waited. Finally, I asked her directly, "So, what color are the bridesmaid dresses? I want to start looking at shoes." She got uncomfortable. "Actually, I've already chosen my bridesmaids. It's just Mark's 2 sisters and my 3 college roommates. I wanted to keep the bridal party small and choose people I'm closest to." I was hurt, but tried to be understanding. "Okay, well, I can still help with planning and be involved however you need." "That's really sweet, but I have it covered. Mark's mom is helping a lot and my friends are throwing me a shower. I'll make sure you get an invitation to everything, though." That stung, but I accepted it. Then, last week, Vanessa called me. "So, I wanted to talk to you about Mom's wedding dress. I know she wanted both of us to have access to it, but obviously I'm getting married first, so I'd like to wear it for my wedding. You're okay with that, right?" I was taken aback. "I mean, technically it belongs to both of us. Mom left it to her daughters in her will." "Right, but you're not even engaged. Who knows when you'll get married? It seems silly for it to just sit in storage when I could wear it in 6 months." I took a breath. "Vanessa, you didn't include me in your bridal party. You've essentially excluded me from all the wedding planning and celebrations. Now, you want to use Mom's dress that was meant for both of us? Those things aren't related. The dress is about Mom, not about you being petty that I didn't make you a bridesmaid." "I'm not being petty. But if I'm not important enough to stand beside you at your wedding, then I don't feel comfortable letting you use something that's half mine. Mom wanted both her daughters to wear it. Maybe we could both incorporate it somehow, or you could wait until we figure out a fair arrangement." She exploded, called me selfish, cruel, and said I was weaponizing Mom's memory. She told our entire family, and now half of them are calling me an asshole for ruining her wedding over a grudge. My dad thinks I should just let her use it to keep the peace. My best friend says I have every right to say no, especially since Vanessa has made it clear I'm not a priority in her life. Am I the for refusing to let her use the dress? Update. Thanks for all the responses. I need to provide some context that might change perspectives. Several people asked about the will situation. Mom's will specifically stated, "My wedding dress shall be preserved and made available to both my daughters for their weddings." It didn't specify who got to use it first or what happens if we disagree. It's currently stored at my apartment because I'm the one who paid for the preservation and climate-controlled storage for the past 3 years. Vanessa hasn't contributed to storage costs and honestly hadn't mentioned the dress until she got engaged. After reading the comments, I tried to reach a compromise. I called Vanessa and said, "Look, I understand you want to wear Mom's dress. What if we take it to a seamstress together and have them create 2 separate pieces from it? You could have the bodice modified into your dress, and I could eventually use the skirt for mine. That way we both get a piece of Mom at our weddings." She shot it down immediately. "That would destroy the dress. Mom wanted it preserved as a whole gown, not cut apart. You're being ridiculous." "But you want to alter it anyway for your body type. How is that different?" "Alterations can be undone. Cutting it apart is permanent." She had a point, but then she suggested something that made me even more uncomfortable. "Why don't you just let me borrow it for my wedding, and then you can use it when you get married, whenever that happens?" That, whenever that happens, felt condescending. I've been with my boyfriend for 2 years, and while we're not engaged, we've talked about marriage. Her tone suggested she thinks I might never marry. I tried another approach. What if we compromise? You can use the veil and some of Mom's jewelry, and I'll keep the dress for now. That way you still have Mom with you. I don't want the veil. I want the dress. It's a family heirloom, and as the oldest daughter getting married first, I should have priority. Mom never said the oldest had priority. She said it was for both of us. That's when she played her trump card. Fine. I'll just tell everyone at the wedding why I'm not wearing Mom's dress. I'll make sure they all know my sister was too petty and vindictive to let me honor our mother's memory on my special day. I was stunned. You're going to publicly shame me at your wedding? I'm going to tell the truth. You're the one choosing to make this difficult. We haven't spoken since. My dad called yesterday and said I'm being stubborn over fabric, and that Mom would want me to share. But honestly, I think Mom would be heartbroken that Vanessa excluded me from her wedding party and is now demanding access to something we're supposed to share equally. My boyfriend thinks I should stand my ground. He pointed out that if I give in now, Vanessa will have the dress altered for her body, potentially making it unwearable for me since I'm 4 inches shorter and a different size. Plus, who knows what condition it would be in after a full wedding? Dancing, potential spills, wear and tear. Some family members are on my side now after hearing the full story. My aunt, Mom's sister, actually said, "Your mother would be devastated that Vanessa pushed you out of the wedding festivities. The dress was meant to be a symbol of her love for both of you, not a reward for whoever gets married first." But others think I'm being an asshole for holding a grudge and making Vanessa's wedding about me. So, I guess I'm asking again, am I the? Should I just give her the dress to keep family peace, even though she's made it clear I'm not a significant part of her life? Final update. This situation has completely blown up, and I need to share what happened. After my last post, things got worse before they got better. Vanessa started a group chat with extended family members, claiming I was holding Mom's dress hostage and trying to ruin her wedding out of jealousy. She sent screenshots of our text conversations, but conveniently edited out the parts where she excluded me from being a bridesmaid and made condescending remarks about my relationship. My aunt, the one who supported me, called her out publicly in the group chat. "Vanessa, you're not telling the whole story. You excluded your sister from your bridal party, then expected her to hand over something you're supposed to share. That's not fair." Vanessa's response? "I'm allowed to choose who stands beside me at my wedding. That doesn't mean she can punish me by keeping the dress." That's when my cousin shared something I didn't know. Vanessa had already been to 3 bridal boutiques trying to find a dress similar to Mom's, and had told consultants she was comparing options to my mother's vintage gown that I'll be wearing. She'd been planning to use it all along and only asked me as a formality, expecting I'd just say yes. My dad finally called and had a real conversation instead of just pressuring me to comply. He admitted, "Your mother specifically told me that if you girls ever fought about the dress, the one who included the other in her wedding should get priority. She wanted it to represent family unity, not division." That was the detail I needed. I told Dad, then by Mom's own logic, I shouldn't give Vanessa the dress. She deliberately excluded me. Dad was quiet, then said, "You're right. I'll talk to her." Whatever he said worked, or maybe just shocked her, because Vanessa showed up at my apartment the next day. She didn't apologize, but she did say, "I've been thinking about alternatives. What if we both go to a seamstress together and figure out how to share it fairly?" We met with a specialist in vintage wedding gowns. The seamstress was amazing. She suggested we could carefully preserve the dress as is, but create a removable overlay and detachable sleeves that Vanessa could use to customize it for her wedding. After her wedding, those pieces could be removed, the dress cleaned and restored to original condition, and then I could use it with my own modifications when my time came. It would cost about $2,000 for the modifications and subsequent restoration. I suggested we split the cost. Vanessa agreed, which honestly surprised me. But here's where I might still be the asshole. I told her the arrangement was contingent on one thing. She had to include me in at least one wedding activity. Not necessarily as a bridesmaid, but something that acknowledged I'm her sister. She was offended. You're literally blackmailing me with Mom's dress. No, I'm asking you to treat me like family if you want to use a family heirloom. Mom wanted this dress to represent her love for both of us. It feels wrong to let you use it when you've made it clear I don't matter to you. We're at a stalemate now. She won't agree to include me in anything, and I won't agree to the dress arrangement without some acknowledgement that I exist as her sister. My dad is frustrated with both of us. Half the family thinks I'm finally standing up for myself. The other half thinks I'm being manipulative and controlling. My boyfriend asked me, "Is the dress worth destroying your relationship with your sister?" Honestly, I don't know. Maybe we don't have much of a relationship to destroy. Maybe that's the real problem, and the dress is just making it obvious. So, final verdict. Am I the duh for making my sister's access to our mother's wedding dress conditional on her treating me like family? I genuinely don't know anymore. Am I the for refusing to babysit my niece after my sister lied about her being potty trained? I, 29-year-old female, have a sister Katie, 33-year-old female, who has a 4-year-old daughter Emma. Katie is a single mom and works long hours, so she often asks me to babysit. I've always been happy to help. I love my niece, and we have a great relationship. A few months ago, Katie mentioned she was potty training Emma, and it was going really well. She said Emma was basically potty trained and rarely had accidents anymore. I was happy to hear it since diaper changes had always been the most challenging part of babysitting. 2 weeks ago, Katie asked me to watch Emma for the weekend while she went on a work trip. She'd be gone from Friday evening to Sunday afternoon, about 48 hours. I agreed. When Katie dropped Emma off Friday night, I asked if there was anything special I needed to know. Katie said no, everything was the same as usual, and reminded me that Emma was potty trained, so I wouldn't need to worry about diapers. That first night was fine. But Saturday morning, Emma had an accident. Then another one an hour later. By Saturday afternoon, she'd had 5 accidents. I texted Katie asking if Emma was feeling okay since she kept having accidents. Katie responded, "Oh yeah, she's still learning. Just remind her to use the potty every hour or so." I was confused because Katie had said Emma was potty trained, but I figured maybe Emma was having an off day or regressing a bit. I set timers and took her to the bathroom every hour. Despite this, Emma had 3 more accidents Saturday evening. My carpets were getting ruined, and I was doing constant laundry. I texted Katie again saying this seemed like more than just still learning. Katie replied, "She's 4, accidents happen. Just put her in pull-ups if you're worried about the carpet." Pull-ups. As in, she wasn't actually potty trained at all. I called Katie. "You said Emma was potty trained. She's had 8 accidents in 24 hours. Do you even have her in underwear at home?" Katie admitted that Emma was in the process of potty training. She mostly wore pull-ups at home and at daycare. She had good days and bad days. Katie said she told me Emma was potty trained because she didn't want me to think it would be too much work. I was furious. "So you lied to me about Emma being potty trained because you thought I wouldn't agree to babysit otherwise?" Katie said she didn't lie exactly. Emma was learning to use the potty, which is what potty training means. She said I was overreacting to some accidents. I told Katie she needed to come home and pick up Emma. This wasn't what I'd agreed to, and I felt deceived. Katie said she was 4 hours away at a work conference and couldn't leave. She said I was being ridiculous and that all kids have accidents. She accused me of not really loving Emma if a few accidents were enough to make me abandon her. I ended up keeping Emma for the rest of the weekend, but I was resentful. By Sunday, my carpet was stained, I'd done 7 loads of laundry, and Emma had gone through every outfit Katie had packed, plus several of my old t-shirts. When Katie picked Emma up, I told her I wouldn't be babysitting anymore. She thought I was joking, but I was serious. I said she'd lied to me about Emma's potty training status to manipulate me into babysitting, and I couldn't trust her anymore. Katie got defensive. She said potty training is a process, and there's no clear line between not trained and trained. She said I was being unreasonable and punishing Emma for normal childhood development. I said this wasn't about Emma. It was about Katie being dishonest. If she'd told me the truth, I could have prepared appropriately or declined the weekend. Now Katie is in a bind. She has a work trip coming up in 2 weeks and no childcare. She's asked me to reconsider, promising to be completely honest this time. She says Emma really is doing better with potty training now. But I don't believe her. And even if it's true, I'm still angry about being lied to. My mom thinks I'm overreacting. She says Katie probably genuinely thought Emma was more trained than she was, and I'm being too harsh. She says family helps family, and I'm abandoning Katie over something minor. My dad agrees with me that Katie shouldn't have misrepresented the situation, but he thinks I should give her another chance since she's struggling as a single mom. Katie has posted on Facebook about how hard it is to be a working single mom without family support. Several people have commented sympathetically, and I'm pretty sure it's directed at me. AITA for refusing to babysit after my sister lied about her daughter being potty trained? Update. This situation has gotten messier, and I've learned some things that make me even more confident in my decision. After my original post, Katie continued to pressure me to babysit for her upcoming work trip. She called me multiple times, sent long texts, and even had our mom call me to mediate. I stood firm. I told Katie that I was willing to reconsider babysitting in the future, but she needed to acknowledge that she'd been dishonest and understand why that broke my trust. Katie refused. She insisted she hadn't lied, just been optimistic about Emma's progress. She said I was being unforgiving and holding a grudge over a misunderstanding. Then, my mom revealed something that changed my perspective entirely. Apparently, Katie had asked Mom to babysit that same weekend before asking me. Mom had asked if Emma was potty trained, and when Katie said no, Mom declined because she has mobility issues that make it hard to chase after a child for frequent bathroom trips and clean up accidents. So, Katie knew that the potty training situation was relevant to whether someone would agree to babysit. She deliberately withheld that information from me. When I confronted Katie about this, she said Mom's situation was different because of her physical limitations. But I'm young and capable, so it shouldn't matter to me. I pointed out that it did matter to me. I have carpet that got ruined, limited time for constant laundry, and the right to make informed decisions about what I'm agreeing to. Katie said I was being selfish and that she shouldn't have to disclose every detail when asking family for help. She said if I really wanted to help, I'd just say yes without conditions. That attitude is exactly why I'm not babysitting anymore. Here's where it gets worse. I talked to Katie's ex-husband, Emma's dad, who has Emma every other weekend. I wanted to get his perspective on the potty training situation since he also deals with it. He told me something shocking. Katie has been telling him for months that Emma is fully potty trained at my house and at her house, and only has accidents at his place. She's been using this as evidence that Emma is stressed or uncomfortable at his house and suggesting he should have less custody time. But Emma isn't potty trained at Katie's house. Katie admitted to me that Emma wears pull-ups at home. So she's been lying to her ex to manipulate the custody situation. I told Katie's ex the truth about the weekend and that Emma was definitely not potty trained at my house. He was grateful for the information and said he's going to bring it up with their mediator. When Katie found out I'd talked to her ex, she exploded. She called me screaming that I'd betrayed her and interfered in her custody arrangement. She said I was trying to help her ex take Emma away from her. I told her I just told the truth. She'd been using me as a false alibi for Emma being potty trained, and I wasn't going to let her lie about what happened at my house. Katie said I was ruining her life, and that she might lose custody because of me. She said Emma would suffer because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. My mom is now furious with me too. She says I should have stayed out of the custody situation, and that talking to Katie's ex was a huge overstep. She says whatever issues I had with Katie's honesty about potty training, I shouldn't have gotten involved in her custody arrangement. But I disagree. Katie was actively lying to the court mediator about Emma's potty training status and using me as false evidence. I had a right to correct the record. My dad is staying neutral, but said I've complicated things significantly by getting involved. Katie's upcoming work trip is in 1 week. She still has no childcare. She asked her ex to take Emma, but he's saying no. He says he's not going to accommodate her work schedule when she's been lying about him to the mediator. Katie is saying this is all my fault. If I'd just babysat and kept quiet, none of this would have happened. AITA for telling Katie's ex the truth about the potty training situation? Final update. Katie missed her work trip. I'm being blamed for family destruction, and I've learned way too much about my sister's dishonesty. After my last update, Katie's situation spiraled. She couldn't find childcare for her work trip, and her ex refused to help. She ended up calling in sick to work and missing the trip entirely. According to her, this damaged her professional reputation, and she's blaming me for it. Katie sent me a long, furious message detailing all the ways I've ruined her life. She can't trust me to babysit anymore. My choice, but she frames it as me abandoning her. I destroyed her custody case by telling her ex the truth. She missed an important work trip because I wouldn't help family in need. Emma is confused and hurt that Auntie doesn't want to see her anymore. That last one particularly bothered me because I never said I didn't want to see Emma. I said I wouldn't babysit for Katie after being lied to. Katie has apparently told Emma that Auntie is too busy to spend time with her, which is completely untrue. I reached out directly to offer to see Emma. We could go to the park, I could take her for lunch, whatever. Just not overnight babysitting until Katie and I rebuilt trust. Katie refused. She said it was all or nothing. Either I help her with childcare when she needs it, or I don't get to see Emma at all. She said she's not going to let me cherry-pick the fun parts of being an aunt while refusing the responsibilities. I told her that seeing Emma wasn't about cherry-picking fun. I genuinely want a relationship with my niece. But I wasn't going to be manipulated into childcare under false pretenses. Katie said my conditions and boundaries proved I didn't really care about Emma. The custody situation has gotten complicated. Katie's ex filed a motion citing her dishonesty about Emma's potty training as evidence of a pattern of deception. His lawyer is arguing that if Katie will lie to the mediator about something small, like potty training, she can't be trusted about bigger issues. Katie's lawyer has apparently tried to downplay it as a misunderstanding between sisters. But the fact that Katie told our mom the truth, Emma wasn't potty trained, and lied to me and her ex, is making that argument difficult. I received a letter from Katie's lawyer asking me to provide a statement saying that I may have misunderstood Katie's description of Emma's potty training status. Essentially, they want me to recant or soften my account to help Katie's custody case. I refused. I'm not going to lie for Katie when she's already lied so much. My mom is devastated. She's saying I'm destroying the family and that I should care more about keeping our family together than about being right. She said Katie's going through a hard time as a single mom and I should be supporting her, not making things worse. My dad privately admitted to me that Katie has always had issues with honesty and that this situation isn't surprising. He said he wishes I'd handled it differently, but he understands why I did what I did. I haven't seen Emma in 3 weeks. Katie sends me photos occasionally with captions like, Emma misses her aunt, but Auntie is too busy for her. It's manipulative, and it hurts. Katie's ex has offered to facilitate me seeing Emma during his custody time, which is kind of him. But Katie has told Emma that if she sees me at Daddy's house, she's choosing Daddy over Mommy. So Emma is scared to see me there. The whole situation is a mess. Katie is positioning herself as the victim, a struggling single mom whose family abandoned her in her time of need. I'm being positioned as the judgmental sister who destroyed her custody case over a few accidents. But here's what actually happened. Katie lied to manipulate me into babysitting. When caught, she refused to acknowledge the dishonesty. Then she used me as a false alibi in her custody case. When I corrected the record, she retaliated by cutting off my access to Emma. So final answer, NTA, according to most objective observers. But it's cost me my relationship with my sister and my niece, at least for now. I hope eventually Emma is old enough to understand that I didn't abandon her. I set a boundary with her mom about honesty and childcare. I hope Katie eventually takes responsibility for her own choices instead of blaming everyone else. But right now, I'm the family villain, and I have to live with that. AITA for refusing to give my stepdaughter her room back after my daughter was born. I, 34-year-old female, married my husband Tom, 38-year-old male, 3 years ago. He has a daughter, Jenna, 16-year-old female, from his previous marriage. Jenna lives primarily with her mother but stays with us every other weekend and some holidays per their custody agreement. When Tom and I got married, we bought a 4-bedroom house. The bedrooms are our master, a guest room, Jenna's room, and what was initially my home office. Jenna's room was decorated to her specifications. We spent about $3,000 on furniture, bedding, decorations, everything she wanted. She picked the paint color, the curtains, all of it. It was important to Tom that she felt the house was truly her home too. Fast forward to last year. I got pregnant with our daughter Claire, who's now 4 months old. During my pregnancy, we started preparing the nursery. The logical choice was converting my home office since I work remotely and could set up in a corner of the master bedroom. We decorated it with a crib, changing table, rocking chair, standard nursery stuff. Here's where the conflict started. About a month before my due date, Jenna mentioned that she wanted to redecorate her room in a more mature style now that she's 16. Tom said we could look into it after the baby was born and things settled down. Then Jenna asked, "Why can't I just take the office room and you can put the baby in my current room? My room is smaller anyway and the baby doesn't need much space." I was surprised but said, "We've already set up the nursery in the office. Your room is your space." She pushed back. "But I'm here like 4 days a month. The baby lives here full time. Doesn't it make more sense for her to have the smaller room and me to have more space when I'm actually here?" Tom and I discussed it privately. He felt torn but ultimately agreed the nursery was already established and Jenna had a perfectly good room. We told her no. Jenna was upset but seemed to accept it. Until last month, when she stayed with us for a long weekend. She made comments the entire time about how cramped her room felt, how the baby had taken over the house, and how we clearly prioritized Claire over her. It came to a head when she told Tom, "You let your new family erase me. I barely have space here anymore, and you gave the baby the bigger room even though I asked first." Tom felt terrible and suggested we reconsider. I said, "Absolutely not. We'd already spent months setting up the nursery, and Jenna's room was specifically designed for her. Moving everything would be a massive hassle for someone who's here fewer than 10 days a month." Jenna overheard this conversation and went ballistic. She said I was a typical evil stepmother who was pushing her out of her father's life. She called her mom to pick her up early and hasn't been back since. Tom is devastated. He thinks we should give Jenna the larger room to show her she's still a priority. I think she's being manipulative, and we're letting a teenager dictate our household arrangements. Jenna's mother has now gotten involved, saying we're making Jenna feel unwelcome in her own father's home. My sister says I'm being unreasonable. It's just a room swap, and Jenna clearly feels displaced by the baby. But I think giving in teaches Jenna that throwing tantrums gets results. Am I the for refusing to swap the rooms? Update. I need to clarify some things based on the responses because this situation has gotten more complicated. First, the room sizes. Several people asked about this. Jenna's current room is 11 by 12. The nursery, former office, is 12 by 14. So yes, it's bigger, but not dramatically. We're talking about a difference of maybe 30 square feet. Jenna's acting like she's in a closet and the baby has a master suite. Second, the $3,000 we spent on Jenna's room. Some of you said that's weirdly specific to mention. I included it because Tom keeps bringing it up. We spent so much money making that room perfect for her, and now she doesn't even want it. He feels like the effort was wasted, which is part of why he's hurt by her request. Third, I want to address the comment saying I'm treating my stepdaughter like a guest. That's not fair. We've always made it clear this is her home. She has full access to everything. We include her in family decisions when she's here, and we've never treated her as less important than Claire. But here's what I didn't mention in the original post. Jenna has a history of testing boundaries when something changes in Tom's life. When we first started dating, she was hostile and kept accidentally breaking my things. When we got engaged, she told Tom she didn't want to come to the wedding. When we bought this house, she complained that her room at her mom's was bigger and nicer. It's not. I've seen it. Tom's ex-wife, Rachel, encourages this behavior. She's never moved on from their divorce and uses Jenna to maintain control over Tom. Every time Jenna has an issue at our house, Rachel calls Tom and makes it into a referendum on his parenting and his priorities. After my first post, Tom and I had a long conversation. He admitted that he's afraid of Jenna choosing to stop visiting altogether if we don't give her what she wants. Rachel has made comments about how Jenna can decide where she wants to spend her time now that she's 16. I told Tom that giving in to demands every time Jenna feels uncomfortable with change isn't healthy for her or for us. It teaches her that emotional manipulation works. He argued that this isn't manipulation. Jenna genuinely feels displaced by Claire's arrival. He thinks swapping the rooms would be a tangible way to show her she still matters. I suggested a compromise. What if we redecorated Jenna's current room to make it more mature and personalized? We could give her a budget, let her pick new furniture and decor, make it feel special and age-appropriate. That way she gets an upgrade without us completely rearranging the house for a teenager who's barely here. Tom liked this idea and called Jenna to propose it. She said no. She specifically wants the bigger room, and a new bedspread doesn't fix the problem. When Tom asked what the actual problem was, Jenna said, "You replaced me with a new daughter. The least you can do is give me the bigger room since I'm not your priority anymore." That statement broke Tom's heart. He's now convinced we need to do the room swap to prove to Jenna that she's still important to him. I'm frustrated because this feels like exactly what I worried about. Jenna making this about Claire replacing her, when that's not what's happening at all. But Tom says I don't understand because I'm not the non-custodial parent trying to maintain a relationship with my child. My mother-in-law weighed in, unhelpfully, saying that of course Jenna feels replaced. I had a baby with her son. She suggested we should be extra gracious to Jenna during this transition. But where does it end? Do we give her the bigger room? Then what? Do we give her veto power over Claire's christening? Over family vacations? Over how we decorate common areas? I'm genuinely asking, am I the Juff for thinking this is about more than just a room? Final update. This has completely fallen apart, and I'm not sure my marriage is going to survive it. After my last update, Tom decided, without discussing it with me, that we were doing the room swap. He told Jenna, who was thrilled and immediately started planning how to decorate her new room. I found out when Tom mentioned we should start moving the nursery furniture this weekend. I was blindsided. You made that decision without me? Jenna's my daughter. I need to show her she matters. By unilaterally making a major household decision, we're supposed to be partners. We had the biggest fight of our marriage. I told him he was setting a terrible precedent, that Jenna could demand changes and he'd cave to avoid conflict with Rachel. He said I was being selfish and couldn't understand the guilt of divorced parenting. I finally said, "Fine, move the nursery, but I'm not helping. This is your decision. You deal with the logistics." Tom got his brother to help him move everything last weekend. It took them 2 full days. The nursery is now in Jenna's old room, and Jenna's new room is in the former nursery office. Claire's room is noticeably more cramped. The rocking chair barely fits, and there's no space for the bookshelf we had. Jenna came over to see her new room and seemed happy. She thanked Tom and didn't acknowledge me at all. Then she asked when we were going to paint it and get her new furniture. Tom looked confused. "We just moved all your existing furniture in here. What new furniture?" "I want new stuff. My old furniture was for a kid's room. This is my mature space now." Tom tried to explain that we'd just spent time and effort moving everything and weren't in a position to buy all new furniture. Jenna got upset and said we'd give Claire new stuff but not her. This is where I lost it. I told Jenna, "We gave you what you asked for, the bigger room. Now you want us to completely refurnish it too? This is exactly the kind of entitled behavior I was worried about." Jenna started crying and called her mom to pick her up. Rachel showed up and there was a huge scene where she accused me of being cruel to Jenna and said Tom needed to get his wife under control. Tom didn't defend me. He just kept apologizing to Jenna. After they left, I told Tom we needed marriage counseling. He said I was the one who needed to work on bonding with Jenna and that therapy should focus on me accepting my role as a stepmother. I'm currently staying at my sister's house with Claire. I don't know if I'm coming back. Looking back at all of this, I realized the room was never really about the room. It was about Tom being unable to set boundaries with his daughter or ex-wife, and me being unwilling to accept being a second-class citizen in my own home. Several commenters called this from the beginning, that giving in would just lead to more demands. You were right. I don't know what happens next. Tom keeps calling saying I'm overreacting and abandoning our family over a bedroom, but it's not about the bedroom. It's about partnership, respect, and whether I'm willing to live in a home where a teenager who visits twice a month has more say than I do. So, final answer. I don't know if I was TA about the room, but I know I can't live like this. Thanks for all the perspectives, even the harsh ones. They helped me see this situation more clearly. My investor sabotaged my startup to acquire it at bankruptcy prices. The devastating corporate betrayal orchestrated by my lead investor, a venture capitalist named Kenneth Lau, 52, has obliterated the tech startup I spent 5 years building and left me with nothing, while he profits from the company he deliberately destroyed and then acquired. I'm 37, and what Kenneth did through calculated sabotage disguised as investor guidance is so ruthless and legally sophisticated that I've spent the past 16 months trying to hold him accountable while watching him successfully operate the company he stole from me. I founded my software company, DataStream AI, 6 years ago with a revolutionary data analytics platform for healthcare providers. I bootstrapped the first year, then raised a $2.5 million seed round from several angel investors. The product gained traction quickly, and within 3 years we had 40 healthcare clients and $4 million in annual recurring revenue. Kenneth's venture capital firm approached me about leading our Series A funding round. His firm specialized in healthcare technology and had a strong reputation for supporting founders through growth phases. Kenneth personally would join our board as part of his firm's $8 million investment at a $32 million valuation. I was thrilled to have Kenneth's experience and his firm's resources backing DataStream AI. Kenneth seemed genuinely excited about our technology and vision. He said he'd seen hundreds of startups and that we had the potential to become a major player in healthcare analytics if we executed properly on growth strategy. Kenneth joined our board and immediately started providing strategic guidance. He pushed us to grow faster, hire more aggressively, and expand into new customer segments. He connected us with potential clients, recommended executive hires from his network, and helped shape our product roadmap. His involvement seemed valuable, and his advice appeared sound. Over 18 months, we grew from 40 to 85 clients and doubled our team size to 32 employees. Revenue grew to $8.2 million annually. We were preparing for a Series B funding round that would value the company at over $100 million. Everything looked perfect on the surface. But Kenneth had been systematically undermining our financial stability. He'd advised us to offer aggressive discounts to land marquee clients, saying market share mattered more than immediate profitability. He'd pushed us to hire expensive executives at compensation levels that strained our cash flow. He'd encouraged us to invest heavily in product development for features that never drove meaningful client adoption. Every decision Kenneth influenced moved us toward burning through capital faster, while not improving our underlying unit economics. Our growth looked impressive, but our cash position was deteriorating rapidly. Kenneth kept assuring me this was normal for high-growth startups, and that the Series B funding would solve any cash concerns. Then, 3 months before we were supposed to close our Series B round, Kenneth's firm declined to participate in the funding. Kenneth said market conditions had changed, and that our unit economics weren't strong enough to justify the Series B valuation. Other potential investors who we'd been negotiating with suddenly lost interest, citing concerns about our burn rate and path to profitability. We tried to raise a smaller bridge round to extend our runway, but Kenneth's firm declined to participate in that too. Kenneth said he wanted to preserve his firm's capital for companies with clearer paths to sustainable growth. Without our lead investors' support, other investors weren't willing to put in bridge funding either. DataStream AI's cash position became critical. We had 3 months of runway and no funding prospects. I had to make massive cuts, laying off 20 employees and eliminating marketing spend. We tried to renegotiate contracts with vendors and landlords to reduce expenses. Kenneth counseled patience and said restructuring the company would make it more attractive to investors eventually. 2 months later, we were facing bankruptcy. We'd run out of cash and couldn't make payroll. Clients were canceling contracts because they'd heard about our financial instability. The company I'd spent 5 years building was collapsing. That's when Kenneth made his move. His venture capital firm offered to acquire DataStream AI's assets for $5 million, which would barely cover our outstanding debts and leave nothing for other investors or shareholders. Kenneth framed this as a generous rescue offer that would save the company and preserve jobs for remaining employees. I was suspicious, but had no alternatives. The company was days from bankruptcy, and Kenneth's offer was the only option that prevented complete liquidation. I felt I had a fiduciary duty to accept, rather than let the company fail entirely. After the acquisition closed, I learned the truth. Kenneth had deliberately sabotaged DataStream AI to acquire it at bankruptcy prices. The aggressive discounting, expensive hiring, and wasteful product investments were all strategies to burn through our capital. His firm's refusal to participate in the Series B and bridge rounds was coordinated to ensure we'd run out of funding with no alternatives. Kenneth had also been contacting other potential investors behind my back, telling them not to invest in DataStream AI because the company was poorly managed and had fundamental problems. He'd poisoned the fundraising environment to ensure his firm would be the only option when we became desperate. The evidence came from a former associate at Kenneth's firm who felt guilty about the scheme. The associate provided emails showing Kenneth had planned the entire strategy from the beginning. He'd called it compression acquisition, deliberately compressing a startup's timeline to force a distressed sale at artificially low prices. Kenneth's firm now operates DataStream AI as a subsidiary. They've implemented better financial controls, and the company is growing profitably with the same technology and many of the same clients. Kenneth essentially got a $100 million company for $5 million by manufacturing a crisis that forced a distressed sale. I sued Kenneth and his firm for fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, and tortious interference. The case has been in litigation for over a year. Kenneth's lawyers argue that his advice was good faith strategic guidance that didn't work out as planned, and that market conditions, not sabotage, caused our funding problems. Proving intentional sabotage is difficult. Kenneth can claim every decision he influenced was a reasonable strategic choice that happened to fail. The emails from his former associate help, but Kenneth's lawyers argue they're taken out of context and that compression acquisition was just internal jargon for aggressive negotiation tactics. The case is complex and expensive. I've spent over $200,000 in legal fees so far, money I had to borrow from family. Kenneth's firm has unlimited resources for legal defense. My lawyer says we have a viable case, but that going to trial is risky and expensive. Last month, Kenneth's lawyers proposed a settlement. Kenneth's firm would pay me $750,000 to drop all claims and sign a non-disclosure agreement about the settlement and the underlying dispute. The offer would give me some compensation for losing my company, but would also prevent me from publicly discussing what Kenneth did. My lawyer says the settlement is reasonable given litigation risks. Juries are unpredictable, especially in complex business cases, and continuing to trial could cost another $150,000 in legal fees with no guarantee of winning. Getting $750,000 now versus risking a loss at trial makes practical sense. But accepting feels like letting Kenneth get away with theft. He deliberately destroyed my company to acquire it cheaply and is now profiting from operating it successfully. DataStream AI is probably worth $150 million now based on its growth trajectory. Kenneth stole that value from me, and the settlement would compensate me with less than 1% of what he took. The NDA provision particularly bothers me. Kenneth wants to prevent me from warning other founders about his compression acquisition strategy. If I accept the settlement, he'll be free to do this to other startups while I stay silent about his tactics. Some advisors think I should take the settlement. They say $750,000 is meaningful money that would help me start a new company or invest in other ventures. Continuing to fight Kenneth in court is expensive, emotionally draining, and uncertain. Taking the money and moving forward might be smarter than pursuing a Pyrrhic victory. Other advisors think I should reject the settlement and take the case to trial. They say Kenneth's behavior was egregious and needs to be publicly exposed. Even if I lose at trial, the public record would warn other founders about his tactics. The startup community deserves to know what Kenneth did. My wife is concerned about our financial stability. We have 2 young kids, and I haven't had income for over a year while dealing with the lawsuit. The $750,000 would let us pay off the legal fee loans, provide stability for our family, and give me capital to start fresh. She wants me to consider the settlement seriously, even though she understands my anger. My former co-founders and early employees are divided. Some think I should fight Kenneth to the end on principle. Others think the settlement is the best outcome we're likely to get, and that I should take it. Several employees lost significant stock options when DataStream AI was acquired for bankruptcy prices, and they want Kenneth held accountable too. Kenneth sent me a personal letter through his lawyer. He apologized for how things ended with DataStream AI and said business outcomes are complex and rarely match initial expectations. He said his settlement offer was generous given the uncertainty of litigation, and that accepting it would allow both of us to move forward. The letter felt insincere, more legal strategy than genuine remorse. I consulted with a mentor who's been through a similar betrayal. He said the question isn't whether Kenneth deserves to be held accountable, which he clearly does, but whether continuing to fight serves my interests. He suggested that spending years in litigation while Kenneth profits from my company might just compound the damage he's already caused. But I keep thinking about other founders who might work with Kenneth. If I take the settlement and sign the NDA, Kenneth will be free to use compression acquisition on other startups. The venture capital industry has minimal accountability for predatory investor behavior, and Kenneth has perfected a strategy for legally stealing companies. My lawyer says I need to decide soon. Kenneth's settlement offer expires in 2 weeks, and he's indicated there won't be another one. The choice is take $750,000 now and stay silent, or continue to trial with significant legal costs and uncertain outcomes, but the possibility of public vindication and a larger award. I have 13 days to decide. Some days accepting the settlement feels like the mature, practical choice that protects my family and lets me move forward. Other days it feels like selling out and enabling Kenneth to victimize other founders while I stay silent about what he did. The decision will define how I move forward from this experience, and whether Kenneth faces any real accountability for deliberately destroying my company. I genuinely don't know which path serves justice, my family, or the broader startup community better. The settlement deadline is approaching, and I still haven't made a decision I can live with. AITA for telling my pregnant sister-in-law she can't name her baby after my dead daughter. I, 32-year-old female, lost my daughter Emma when she was 6 years old to leukemia. It's been 3 years, and the grief is still overwhelming. My husband, Mark, 34-year-old male, and I have been in therapy, but losing a child is something you never fully recover from. My brother James, 29-year-old male, and his wife Sophie, 28-year-old female, are expecting their first child, a girl, due in 2 months. We were happy for them, though it's been bittersweet given our own loss. Last week, we were at a family dinner when Sophie announced they'd chosen a name, Emma Rose. My daughter's name was Emma Claire. I felt like I'd been punched. Sophie was glowing, talking about how they wanted to honor Emma's memory and keep her spirit alive in the family. James looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. I managed to hold it together through dinner, but when we got home, I broke down. The thought of hearing my daughter's name at every family gathering attached to someone else's living child was unbearable. The next day, I called James privately. I told him as gently as I could that I wasn't comfortable with them using the name Emma. I explained that it would be incredibly painful for me to hear my daughter's name constantly, especially as this new Emma grows up and hits all the milestones my Emma never will. James seemed understanding. He said he hadn't realized how hard it would be for me, and that he'd talked to Sophie about choosing a different name. Apparently, that conversation didn't go well. Sophie called me in tears, saying I was being selfish and trying to own a name. She said Emma wasn't an unusual name, lots of people have it, and that they chose it specifically to honor my daughter. She said refusing to let them use it meant I didn't want Emma's memory celebrated. I tried to explain that it wasn't about ownership. It was about my grief and mental health. Hearing Emma called out at birthday parties, school events, family holidays. It would be like reliving my daughter's absence over and over. Sophie said I was being unreasonable. She pointed out that they'd specifically chosen Emma Rose, not Emma Claire, to make it different. She said she'd been planning to use the name Emma since she was a teenager, long before my daughter was born, and she wasn't going to change her dream name because I couldn't handle it. That phrasing, couldn't handle it, made me angry. I told her that if she went ahead with the name, I couldn't promise I'd be able to be around their daughter much. It would be too painful. Sophie accused me of emotionally blackmailing them and said I was trying to manipulate them by threatening to cut off their child. James is caught in the middle and doesn't know what to do. My parents think I should let it go. They say it's a beautiful way to honor Emma's memory, and I should be touched, not upset. My mother said, Emma would have loved having a cousin named after her. But my therapist has concerns. She says I need to prioritize my mental health and that it's okay to set boundaries around my grief, even if others don't understand. Mark is furious with my brother and Sophie. He says they're being incredibly insensitive and that there are thousands of names they could choose. My best friend thinks I'm not the asshole, but that I should prepare for them to use the name anyway, and figure out how to cope with that reality rather than issuing ultimatums. Sophie has now posted on social media about family drama over our baby name choice, without details. And several people have messaged me asking what's going on. The situation is spiraling. Am I the for asking them not to use my dead daughter's name? Update. I need to clarify some things because this has gotten much more complicated. After my original post, I received hundreds of responses. The consensus seemed to be that I'm not an asshole for having feelings about this, but that I can't actually control what they name their baby. I reached out to Sophie to try to have a calmer conversation. I wanted to explain my perspective without it being an ultimatum. We met for coffee, without James or Mark. It did not go well. Sophie started by saying she'd been doing research and found multiple grief counseling articles that said honoring deceased loved ones by naming children after them is a beautiful tradition that brings comfort to families. I tried to explain that it might bring comfort to some people, but for me, it would be re-traumatizing. She cut me off. "Here's what I think is really happening," she said. "You're jealous that I get to have a healthy daughter and you don't. You don't want to be reminded of what you lost, so you're trying to prevent me from celebrating what I have." I was speechless. I told her that was an incredibly cruel thing to say. She doubled down. "Is it cruel, or is it honest? Because from where I'm sitting, you're asking me to change my baby's name, a name I've loved for years, because you can't handle seeing another Emma thrive." I started crying. I told her I'd lost my child, and yes, it was hard to be around other children sometimes, but I'd been trying. I'd bought gifts for their baby, attended the shower, been supportive. But this was different. This was asking me to hear my daughter's name attached to someone else's child for the rest of my life. Sophie said, "Emma isn't your name. You don't own it. And honestly, if you can't be happy for us without making our baby name about your trauma, maybe you need more therapy." I left. I was shaking and couldn't drive for 20 minutes. When I told Mark what happened, he called James immediately. I could hear him yelling through the phone. He told James that Sophie's comments were unforgivable, and that if they named their daughter Emma, we wouldn't be attending family events where the child was present. James got angry and said Mark was being controlling, and that this was proving Sophie's point, that I was using my grief to manipulate them. The family war has officially begun. My parents called an emergency family meeting to discuss this. I didn't want to go, but Mark convinced me we should at least hear everyone out. The meeting was a disaster. Sophie came prepared with printed articles about memorial naming traditions. She had highlighted sections about how it keeps the deceased's spirit alive and helps families heal through connection. My mother was nodding along. "See, this could be therapeutic for you." I tried to explain, again, that I understood some people find comfort in this, but I personally would find it devastating. My father said, "You're going to have to get used to hearing the name Emma. It's a common name. You'll encounter it at work, in stores, everywhere. You can't avoid it forever." "But I don't have to hear it at Christmas dinner," I said. "I don't have to hear it at every birthday party and family gathering for the next 18 years. James spoke up then, and I thought maybe he'd support me. Instead, he said, "Sophie and I have talked about this a lot. We understand this is hard for you, but we both really love the name Emma, and we think it's a beautiful tribute. We're not changing it." "What about a compromise?" I asked desperately. "What about using Emma as a middle name instead of a first name?" Sophie shook her head. "I've wanted to call my daughter Emma since I was 16. That's 12 years of dreaming about this name. I'm not giving that up." Mark asked, "Did you tell your wife-to-be 12 years ago that your sister-in-law would have a daughter named Emma who would die of cancer? Or is this 12-year dream just a convenient excuse?" The room went silent. Sophie started crying. James told us to leave. We did. I haven't spoken to my brother since. My parents are furious with Mark for ruining the family meeting. But privately, my dad admitted to me that he thinks Sophie handled it poorly. She could have been more sensitive, he said. But honey, they're going to name their baby what they want. You need to decide how you're going to cope with that. Am I AITA for not just accepting this and moving on? Final update. The baby was born last week. They named her Emma Rose. I found out through a Facebook post, not through a call from my brother. The post had dozens of photos. Sophie holding Emma, James holding Emma, my parents holding Emma. The caption, "Emma Rose has arrived," named in honor of her cousin who will never forget. Can't wait for these cousins to meet in heaven someday. That last line broke me. Can't wait for these cousins to meet in heaven. My Emma is in heaven because she's dead, because leukemia killed her when she was 6. Their Emma is in heaven in some abstract spiritual sense, while she's actually alive in their arms. I haven't responded to the post. I haven't sent congratulations. I haven't visited the hospital. My parents are disappointed. My mother called saying I'm punishing an innocent baby, and that I need to get over this grudge. She said Sophie is hurt that I haven't acknowledged Emma's birth. I told my mother I would never meet that baby. Not because I don't wish her well. I hope she lives a long, healthy life. But I cannot stand in a room and hear my daughter's name attached to someone else's child while my daughter is dead in the ground. Mark supports me completely. He's told his family we're taking a step back from family events indefinitely. My therapist says I'm doing the right thing, protecting my mental health, but she's concerned about the long-term implications for family relationships. Here's what I've realized. Sophie was never going to change the name. This was always going to happen. The conversations, the family meeting, all of it. She'd already decided, and she was just waiting for me to accept it. James called yesterday. He said he understands I'm hurt, but asked if I could reconsider meeting Emma. "She's your niece," he said, "and she's named after your daughter. Doesn't that mean something?" I told him it means everything, and that's exactly why I can't do it. He said, "You're going to regret this. You're going to miss her entire childhood over a name." Maybe I will regret it. But right now, the thought of attending birthday parties for Emma, watching Emma learn to walk, hearing family members call out Emma at gatherings, all while my Emma is dead, is more than I can bear. So, am I AITA? According to my family, yes. According to my therapist and Mark, no. According to the hundreds of Reddit comments, it's complicated. All I know is that I'm doing what I need to do to survive my grief. And if that makes me the asshole, I'll have to live with that. They made their choice. I'm making mine. The baby is 3 days old now. I still haven't seen a single photo beyond the Facebook post. I've muted all family members who post about her. My mother asked if I'd at least send a gift. I told her no. This is my life now. A family fractured over a name. My brother has a daughter I'll never meet. My parents have a granddaughter I'll never acknowledge. And somewhere, in all of this, my Emma is still dead, while another Emma lives. I don't know if I'm the asshole, but I know I'm surviving the only way I can. AITA for refusing to let my brother's girlfriend wear my late wife's dress to their wedding? I, 35-year-old male, lost my wife Anna 3 years ago to breast cancer. She was 32. We'd been married for 6 years, and her death destroyed me. I'm slowly rebuilding my life, but grief is still a daily companion. Anna loved fashion and had an incredible vintage dress collection she'd built over years of estate sales and boutique hunting. Her prized possession was a 1950s tea-length wedding dress she'd found at an estate sale when she was 22, years before we even met. It wasn't the dress she wore to our wedding. She wore a modern gown. But she loved this vintage dress and always said she'd find the perfect occasion to wear it someday. She never did. When Anna died, I kept all her clothes. I know I should probably donate them, but I'm not ready. They're in her closet in what was our bedroom, exactly as she left them. My younger brother Chris, 28-year-old male, got engaged 6 months ago to his girlfriend Melissa, 27-year-old female. I'm happy for them, even though it's bittersweet given my own loss. Last week, Melissa asked if she could come over to talk about something. When she arrived, she said she had a huge favor to ask. She and Chris are on a tight budget for their wedding, and she was wondering if she could look through Anna's vintage dress collection to see if there was anything she could wear. I was uncomfortable but tried to be understanding. I don't think I'm ready to let go of Anna's things yet. Melissa said she wasn't asking me to let go of them, just to borrow one for the wedding. She'd return it immediately after. She said she knew it was a big ask, but they were trying to save money, and Anna had such beautiful taste. I said I'd think about it. Then Chris called me. He said Melissa had been talking about Anna's vintage wedding dress specifically, the 1950s tea-length one. She'd seen it in photos from when Anna and I were dating and thought it was perfect. Chris said it would mean a lot to them if I'd let Melissa borrow it for their wedding. I said no. That dress was special to Anna. She never got to wear it to a special occasion, and I wasn't comfortable with someone else wearing it, especially not for their wedding while my wife is dead. Chris said I was being selfish and hoarding things that Anna can't use anymore. He said Anna would have wanted her beautiful dress to be worn and appreciated, not sitting in a closet gathering dust. Melissa texted me saying she understood the dress had sentimental value, but she'd take excellent care of it. She said she'd even be willing to have it professionally cleaned afterward, and that it would be an honor to wear something of Anna's on her special day, like Anna would be there in spirit. I told them both no. The dress stays with me. Now there's family drama. My mother thinks I should let Melissa borrow it. She says Anna was generous and would have loved knowing her dress was being used. She said keeping it locked away doesn't honor Anna's memory. Sharing it does. My sister agrees with me. She says it's my property. It has deep sentimental value, and I'm not obligated to loan it to anyone for any reason. But Chris is hurt. He says I'm prioritizing a dead woman's dress over my living brother's happiness. He said if I really cared about him, I'd do this one thing to help make his wedding special. Melissa posted a vague message on social media about people who hold on to material things instead of supporting family, and several mutual friends have messaged me asking what's going on. My therapist says I get to set boundaries around Anna's belongings and shouldn't feel pressured to share them before I'm ready, if ever. But I'm being painted as the grieving widower who can't let go and is making his brother's wedding about his own loss. Am I the for refusing to let Melissa wear Anna's dress? Update. I need to clarify some things because this situation has gotten more complicated and honestly disturbing. After my original post, I tried to have a calm conversation with Chris. I wanted to explain my feelings more clearly and hopefully help him understand why this wasn't just about a dress. Chris listened, then said, I get that you're still grieving, but it's been 3 years. At some point you need to move forward. Keeping Anna's entire closet like a shrine isn't healthy. I told him my timeline for grief wasn't up to him, and that my therapist and I were working through things at my own pace. He sighed and said, Melissa really wants that dress. Isn't there any way you'd reconsider? I said no, the dress wasn't available for borrowing. That's when Chris revealed something that made me furious. Well, Melissa already went to a seamstress to see about alterations. The dress would need to be taken in at the waist and shortened about 2 inches. The seamstress said it's totally doable and would cost about $200. We were hoping you'd split the alteration cost since it's your dress. I was stunned. Melissa looked into altering Anna's dress? Without my permission? We were just getting information in case you said yes. I haven't said yes. I've said no multiple times. And you want to alter a vintage dress that meant something to my wife? Chris got defensive. Alterations can be undone, and the dress would fit Melissa perfectly after. She's excited about it. Please don't ruin this for her. I told Chris that there would be no alterations because there would be no borrowing. The conversation ended badly. 2 days later, my mother called. She'd spoken to Chris and Melissa, and she had a compromise to suggest. What if I gave Melissa the dress as a wedding gift? That way it would be hers. She could alter it however she wanted, and I wouldn't have to see it again if that was painful. You want me to give away Anna's dress? As a gift? Honey, you said yourself you're not ready to let go of Anna's things. Maybe this would help you take a step forward, and it would mean so much to Chris and Melissa. I told my mother that giving away Anna's belongings before I was ready wasn't helping me move forward. It was sacrificing my healing process for someone else's wedding budget. She said I was being stubborn and that Anna wouldn't want me trapped in the past. I asked her point blank, "Did Chris and Melissa ask you to convince me to give them the dress?" There was a pause. Then, "They mentioned how much it would mean to them. I'm just trying to help everyone." I hung up. Here's where it gets worse. I came home from work yesterday to find Melissa's car in my driveway. She was sitting on my front porch. She'd come to see the dress in person and try it on to see if it really fit. She said she thought if I saw her in it, I'd change my mind about lending it. I told her she couldn't try on Anna's dress. She started crying and said she wasn't trying to replace Anna or dishonor her memory. She just wanted to wear something beautiful that I already owned instead of buying a new dress they couldn't afford. I felt manipulated. I told her to leave. She texted me later. "I'm sorry if I overstepped. I just don't understand why you won't help us when it costs you nothing and means everything to us." That phrase, "costs you nothing," showed me she fundamentally doesn't understand. This dress isn't just fabric. It's a connection to my wife, her taste, her dreams, the life she didn't get to fully live. I talked to my sister, who was appalled. She said, "They're harassing you about a dead woman's clothes. This is beyond inappropriate." But when I talked to my dad, he said, "Maybe you should just give them the damn dress. It would end all this drama, and it's just sitting in your closet anyway." Everyone keeps saying, "It's just a dress," or "It's just sitting in a closet." But to me, it's the last tangible piece of Anna's dreams and personality. Am I the for still refusing, even though it's just a dress and it would solve the family conflict? Final update. The situation has exploded. My relationship with my brother is probably destroyed, and I'm questioning whether I even want to attend his wedding. After my last update, things escalated in a way I never anticipated. I was at work when I got a call from my home security system. Someone had entered my house. I checked the camera feed on my phone and saw Melissa inside my home. She was in my bedroom, in Anna's closet. I immediately called the police and rushed home. By the time I got there, police were already on scene. Melissa had let herself in using a key Chris had from years ago when he used to water my plants. When I arrived, Melissa was sitting in a police car crying. The vintage wedding dress was in her hands. She'd taken it off the hanger. The police asked if I wanted to press charges for breaking and entering. I was so angry and shocked I said yes. Melissa started sobbing, saying she wasn't stealing it. She just wanted to try it on and take some photos to show me how beautiful it could look at the wedding. She said she was going to put it back. Chris showed up. Melissa had called him. He was furious at me. He said I was having his fiancée arrested over a dress. He said this was insane and vindictive, and that I was punishing Melissa for wanting to include Anna's memory in their wedding. I told him Melissa had broken into my house and gone through my dead wife's belongings without permission. Chris said I'd driven her to desperate measures by being unreasonable. He said if I'd just let her borrow the dress like a normal person, none of this would have happened. The police asked again if I wanted to press charges. Chris begged me not to. Melissa was hysterical, saying she'd made a terrible mistake and she was so sorry. I ultimately decided not to press charges, but I told Melissa she was never welcome in my home again. The police let her go with a warning. Chris left with her, but not before telling me, "You've ruined my wedding and destroyed our relationship over a piece of fabric. I hope you're happy." The next day, my mother called. She'd heard about the incident from Chris. She said I was out of line for calling the police and that Melissa had just made a mistake out of desperation. I said, "She broke into my house and went through my dead wife's closet. That's not a mistake. That's a violation." My mother said I was being dramatic and that I should have just given them the dress months ago to prevent all this. I told her that Melissa's decision to break into my house wasn't my fault, and I was done discussing this. I've since changed all my locks. I asked Chris to return any keys he had to my house. He refused at first, saying he might need access for emergencies. I had to threaten legal action before he finally mailed me the key. Melissa has been posting on social media about toxic family members and how grief isn't an excuse for cruelty. She's positioned herself as the victim, a bride-to-be trying to save money who was traumatized by police being called on her. Some mutual friends have reached out asking for my side of the story. When I explain that she broke into my house, most are horrified and supportive. But a few still think I overreacted by involving police. The wedding is in 6 weeks. I received my invitation in the mail, but there was a note from Chris saying I'm only invited if I apologize to Melissa for the trauma of being detained by police and agree to gift her one item from Anna's collection as a peace offering. I'm not going to the wedding. My sister is standing by me. She's also skipping the wedding in solidarity. My dad is disappointed in everyone and going to keep the peace. My mother is going and has asked me to reconsider both attending and apologizing. I've blocked both Chris and Melissa on all platforms. My therapist says I did the right thing, protecting my boundaries and my home. But I've lost my brother over this. Family events will be awkward forever, and I'm somehow still being told this is partly my fault for not just giving them the dress in the first place. So, final answer? NTA, according to most people who know the full story. But it cost me my relationship with my brother and parts of my extended family. The dress is still in my closet, Anna's closet, where it belongs, and where it will stay until I decide, if I ever decide, what to do with her belongings. Not the ending anyone wanted, but the ending that protects what's left of Anna's memory and my own healing process. AITA for refusing to give up my dog after my sister's daughter developed a severe allergy? I, 26 evil female, have a golden retriever named Cooper, who I've had for 4 years. He's my best friend, emotional support, and honestly, the most important relationship in my life right now. I'm single, work from home, and Cooper is with me 24/7. My sister Diane, 31-year-old female, has 2 kids, Max, 8-year-old male, and Lily, 5-year-old female. We're close and see each other at least twice a week, usually at our parents' house for family dinners, or at my place where the kids love playing with Cooper. 3 months ago, Lily started having respiratory issues, wheezing, coughing, itchy eyes. After several doctor visits and allergy testing, they discovered she has a severe dog allergy. Not just to Cooper specifically, but to all dogs. The allergist said exposure could trigger asthma attacks and recommended she avoid dogs entirely. This was devastating news for everyone. Lily loved Cooper, and the whole family was sad she couldn't be around him anymore. I told Diane I understood and would make sure Cooper wasn't around when Lily visited family gatherings. That worked for about a month. I'd leave Cooper at home when going to family events, or if people came to my place, Lily wouldn't attend. It wasn't perfect, but it seemed manageable. Then Diane asked to talk. She said the situation was harder than expected. Lily was upset about missing family events at my place. Max was resentful that Lily's allergy meant he couldn't see Cooper as much. And Diane was exhausted, managing the logistics of keeping Lily away from any place Cooper had been. Then she asked, have you considered rehoming Cooper? I was shocked. Rehome my dog because Lily has an allergy? Diane said she knew it was a huge ask, but Lily's health had to come first. She said it wasn't fair that Lily was being excluded from family events and that Cooper's presence was limiting Lily's childhood. I said I was sorry about Lily's allergy, but I wasn't giving up my dog. I suggested we continue the current arrangement. I'd keep Cooper away from Lily, and we'd work around the allergy. Diane said that wasn't enough. Apparently, Lily can react to dog dander residue, meaning if I have Cooper and then go to a family event, I could bring enough dander on my clothes to trigger Lily's symptoms. The allergist confirmed this was possible with severe allergies. Diane said the only real solution was for me to rehome Cooper. She said it was a temporary sacrifice that would let Lily participate fully in family life again. I said no. Cooper is my dog, my responsibility, and I'm not giving him up. Diane got emotional. She said I was choosing a dog over my niece's health and well-being. She said if I really loved Lily, I'd make this sacrifice. I told her I do love Lily, but Cooper is my family too, and I'm not rehoming him. There have to be other solutions. Better air purifiers, allergy medications for Lily, careful cleaning protocols before family events. Diane said those things help, but don't eliminate the problem. She said I'm being selfish and putting a pet above a child. Now my parents are involved. My mom thinks I should seriously consider rehoming Cooper. She says Lily is young, and this allergy could impact her for years, while I could always get another dog later. My dad is more sympathetic to me, but thinks I should at least explore options with rescue organizations to see if Cooper could find a good home. Diane has started declining family events if I'm attending with Cooper residue on me. She's essentially asking the family to choose between events with me or events with Lily. Some family members think I'm being stubborn and that a dog isn't worth splitting the family. Others think Diane is asking too much and that I shouldn't have to give up my pet. My best friend says I'm NTA and that Diane is being unreasonable, but I'm starting to feel guilty every time I hear about Lily missing something because of the allergy situation. Am I there for refusing to rehome my dog? Update. This situation has escalated, and I've learned some things that make me question everything. After my original post, I decided to do more research on dog allergies. I wanted to understand exactly how severe Lily's allergy was and what accommodations were realistic. I called Lily's allergist's office and asked to speak with them about the situation. They initially said they couldn't discuss a patient's case, but I explained I was the dog owner being asked to rehome my dog and just wanted to understand the medical reality. The allergist was kind enough to speak generally about dog allergies. She said that yes, severe dog allergies exist, and yes, dander can cling to clothes and trigger reactions. However, she also said that complete avoidance, meaning the dog owner removes the dog from their life entirely, is rarely the first-line recommendation. Usually, they try medications, immunotherapy, air purifiers, and careful hygiene protocols first. I asked if she'd recommended that Lily avoid all contact with homes where dogs live. She said she'd recommended avoiding direct contact with dogs, but that expecting extended family members to rehome their pets was not typically part of the medical guidance. This made me suspicious. I asked Diane directly, "Did Lily's allergist actually tell you I needed to rehome Cooper, or is that your interpretation?" Diane got defensive. She said the allergist said Lily should avoid dogs, and that me having Cooper meant Lily couldn't fully participate in family life, so obviously the solution was rehoming. I pointed out those were different things. The allergist said avoid dogs, not that every family member with a dog should get rid of them. Diane said I was being pedantic and looking for excuses to keep Cooper. Then I talked to my brother, who's been staying neutral, and learned something disturbing. Apparently, Diane had asked our parents to ban Cooper from their house entirely, not just when Lily is there, but always, because of potential dander residue. My parents had declined, saying that wasn't reasonable. They'd agreed Cooper wouldn't be there when Lily visited, but they weren't going to ban him completely. Diane had apparently been pushing for more and more restrictions. Cooper banned from parents' house entirely. Me not attending events if I'd been around Cooper that day. Me doing a full change of clothes and shower before any family gathering. And ultimately, me rehoming Cooper. My brother said, "It's like she's trying to erase Cooper from the family completely, and she won't stop until he's gone." I decided to call Diane's bluff. I said I'd be happy to work with Lily's allergist directly to develop a protocol that would allow me to keep Cooper while protecting Lily. I'd pay for an appointment, bring Cooper's grooming records, whatever was needed. Diane said that wasn't necessary, and that I was overcomplicating things. I insisted. If Lily's allergy was severe enough to require me rehoming my dog, then surely it was severe enough to warrant a comprehensive medical consultation about management strategies. Diane finally admitted that she didn't want to waste the allergist's time on this because she already knew what the solution was. That's when I realized this wasn't really about Lily's medical needs. This was about Diane wanting Cooper gone and using Lily's allergy as justification. I'm not saying Lily doesn't have an allergy. The test results are real. But I think Diane saw an opportunity to push me to rehome Cooper, possibly because she's never really liked him or thought I was too attached to a dog. When I suggested this to Diane, she exploded. She said I was accusing her of lying about her daughter's health and that I was a terrible aunt for even suggesting such a thing. But she still won't agree to a joint appointment with the allergist to develop a management plan. She just keeps insisting the only solution is rehoming Cooper. My parents are now aware of my suspicions. My mom is uncomfortable and said, "Diane wouldn't use Lily's health to manipulate you." But my dad said privately, "Your sister has always been controlling. I wouldn't put it past her." AITA for suspecting Diane is exaggerating the severity of the situation to pressure me into rehoming Cooper? Final update. The truth came out. My relationship with my sister is shattered, and I'm keeping my dog. After my last update, I went ahead and contacted Lily's allergist directly. I explained the situation and asked if they could provide written guidance on whether complete removal of dogs from extended family members' homes was medically necessary for Lily's case. The allergist was professional but clearly uncomfortable. She said she could provide a letter outlining recommended accommodations, but that she wanted to be clear. She had never recommended that extended family members rehome their pets. When I received the letter, it confirmed my suspicions. The recommendations were: 1. Avoid direct contact between Lily and dogs. 2. Use HEPA air purifiers in spaces Lily frequents. 3. Have dog owners change clothes before holding Lily. 4. Consider allergy medication and immunotherapy for Lily. 5. Maintain distance between Lily and dog-owning family members during acute allergy episodes. Nowhere did it say I should rehome Cooper. Nowhere did it say I couldn't attend family events. It was all about reasonable accommodations, not complete elimination of dogs from the extended family. I forwarded this letter to Diane with a simple message. The allergist's actual recommendations. Notice, rehoming Cooper isn't mentioned. Diane called me immediately, furious. She said the letter was just covering the allergist's liability and that I'd manipulated the doctor into writing what I wanted to hear. I pointed out that I hadn't spoken to the doctor about the content of the letter beyond asking for recommendations. This was the allergist's genuine medical opinion. Diane then said something that revealed everything. "Fine. You want the truth? I think you're obsessed with that dog. You're 26 and single, and your entire life revolves around Cooper. It's unhealthy. I thought Lily's allergy was the perfect opportunity to help you move on and start living like a normal person instead of a crazy dog lady." I was stunned. So this was never really about Lily's health being incompatible with Cooper existing? Lily's allergy is real. But yes, I saw it as a chance to help you. You need to date, build a human life, not center everything around a pet. I told Diane that my life choices were none of her business, and that using her daughter's medical condition to manipulate me was disturbing. She said she wasn't manipulating anyone. She was trying to help me, and I was too stubborn to see it. I forwarded our text conversation to our parents. My mother called Diane immediately. I don't know exactly what was said, but my mom later told me she was very disappointed in Diane for misrepresenting the medical situation. My dad was blunt. "Your sister was wrong. Keep your dog." Diane has since doubled down. She's claiming I'm twisting her words and that she genuinely believed rehoming was medically necessary. She says consulting the allergist behind her back was a betrayal of trust. But the damage is done. The family now knows that while Lily's allergy is real, Diane significantly exaggerated what accommodations were medically required. She used her daughter's health situation to try to control my life choices. We're now following the allergist's actual recommendations. I don't bring Cooper to family events. I change clothes and wash up before seeing Lily. Lily takes allergy medication as prescribed. We use air purifiers at my parents' house. Lily is doing fine with these accommodations. She's attended the last 3 family events without issues. Diane barely speaks to me now. She's angry that I went behind her back to the allergist and made her look bad to the family. She claims I've damaged her credibility as a mother. I told her she damaged her own credibility by exaggerating medical recommendations to manipulate me. So, final answer, NTA. I'm keeping Cooper. Lily's allergy is being managed appropriately with actual medical guidance, and I've learned that my sister was willing to use her daughter's health as leverage to control my life. Cooper is lying next to me right now, completely unaware of the family drama he's caused. He's a good boy, and he's staying. AITA for revealing my stepsister stole my late mom's jewelry at her wedding. Wedding. That's the sacred occasion I'm accused of ruining for my stepsister, Vanessa, 29-year female, by exposing a theft that had haunted me for 5 years. I'm 27-year female, being called petty, jealous, and vindictive by most of my family for confronting Vanessa publicly during her wedding reception. But they've dismissed the fact that she's been wearing my deceased mother's stolen jewelry and lying about it for years. The backstory is essential to understanding my actions. My mother died from breast cancer when I was 17. She fought for 3 years before passing, and those were the most devastating years of my life. Before she died, my mother gave me her jewelry collection. Not expensive pieces, but items with deep sentimental value. Her engagement ring from my father, a pearl necklace her grandmother had given her, several bracelets and earrings that had been gifts throughout her life. My mother explicitly told me these pieces were for me to keep, wear, and eventually pass down to my own children. She wanted me to have tangible reminders of her love. I treasured these pieces more than anything I owned because they represented my connection to my mother. About 6 months after my mother's death, my father started dating Rebecca, now 51-year female, and within a year they were married. It felt rushed and painful. I was still grieving my mother, and suddenly had a stepmother and stepsister, Vanessa, in my life. I tried to be accepting because my father seemed happy, but the adjustment was incredibly difficult. Vanessa and I were never close, despite our parents' marriage. She was 2 years older, had her own established life, and seemed to view me as an inconvenient addition to her mother's new marriage. We were polite but distant, more like acquaintances sharing family events than actual sisters. When I went away to college at 18, I left my mother's jewelry at my father's house in my bedroom, stored in the decorative wooden box my mother had kept them in. I'd wear pieces when I came home for visits, but otherwise kept them safe in what I considered my secure childhood bedroom. During my sophomore year of college, I came home for winter break and discovered the jewelry box was missing from my dresser. I searched everywhere, thinking maybe it had been moved during cleaning, but it was completely gone. Every single piece of my mother's jewelry had disappeared. I was devastated and immediately told my father. He seemed genuinely confused and said he hadn't touched or moved anything from my room. We searched the entire house together but found nothing. I asked if there had been any break-ins or if anyone else had been in the house. My father mentioned Rebecca had been doing some reorganizing and decluttering while I was away at school, but insisted she wouldn't have touched my personal belongings. When I asked Rebecca about the jewelry, she seemed annoyed by the question and said she hadn't seen any jewelry box and suggested I'd probably misplaced it myself before leaving for college. She implied I was being dramatic and that the jewelry probably wasn't as valuable or important as I was claiming. I filed a police report for stolen property, but without evidence of forced entry or suspects, there was nothing law enforcement could really do. The monetary value of the pieces wasn't enormous, maybe $8,000 total, but the sentimental value was irreplaceable. I was heartbroken and furious, convinced someone in the household had taken my mother's jewelry, but unable to prove anything. Over the years, I'd occasionally bring up the missing jewelry with my father, hoping something would turn up or someone would remember something. Rebecca would always act irritated by these conversations, saying I needed to move on and stop dwelling on material possessions when I should be focused on memories of my mother instead. I moved on with my life as best I could, but the loss of my mother's jewelry remained a painful wound. Those pieces had been my tangible connection to her, and losing them felt like losing her twice. I'd sometimes dream about finding the jewelry mysteriously returned, or discovering it had been safely stored somewhere I'd forgotten. Fast forward 5 years to 3 months ago. Vanessa got engaged to her longtime boyfriend, Eric, and began planning a large, expensive wedding. The entire planning process was elaborate and over the top, with Rebecca heavily involved in every detail. I was invited, but wasn't part of the bridal party or inner wedding circle, which was fine. Vanessa and I had never been close. About 6 weeks before the wedding, Vanessa posted engagement photos on social media. I was scrolling through Instagram when I noticed something that made my heart stop. In several photos, Vanessa was wearing jewelry that looked exactly like my mother's pieces. Specifically, I could clearly see my mother's pearl necklace and what appeared to be her sapphire bracelet. I zoomed in on the photos and felt certain these were my mother's pieces. The pearl necklace had a distinctive clasp that had been custom-made when the original broke. The sapphire bracelet had a small, unique imperfection in one of the stones that was visible in the high-resolution photos. These weren't just similar pieces. They were my mother's stolen jewelry. I immediately called my father and sent him screenshots of the photos. He examined them and agreed the jewelry looked identical to my mother's pieces, including the distinctive features. He seemed shocked and confused, saying he'd ask Rebecca and Vanessa about where those pieces came from. When my father confronted them, Rebecca and Vanessa claimed the jewelry had been gifts from Rebecca to Vanessa, family heirlooms from Rebecca's side that just coincidentally looked similar to my mother's pieces. They acted offended that I was accusing them of theft and said I was being paranoid and jealous because Vanessa was getting married. But I knew what I was seeing. The distinctive clasp, the imperfection in the sapphire, these weren't coincidences. These were my mother's pieces that had disappeared from my room 5 years ago, now being worn by Vanessa and claimed as Rebecca's family jewelry. I wanted to confront them directly, but my father urged caution, saying we needed proof before making serious accusations that could tear the family apart. I struggled with this for weeks, watching Vanessa post more wedding-related photos, several showing her wearing additional pieces I recognized. Earrings my mother had worn to my middle school graduation, a gold bracelet that had been a gift from my grandfather. The day before Vanessa's wedding, I made a decision. I contacted my mother's sister, my aunt, and asked if she had any photographs of my mother wearing her jewelry. My aunt had been my mother's closest confidant and had extensive photo albums. She sent me dozens of photos showing my mother wearing various pieces of her jewelry collection throughout the years. I spent hours that night making a detailed comparison document. Photos of my mother wearing each piece of jewelry, alongside screenshots of Vanessa wearing those same pieces in recent social media posts. The matching was irrefutable. The pearl necklace with its distinctive clasp, the sapphire bracelet with the small imperfection, the gold earrings, the vintage brooch. At least 8 pieces that Vanessa was wearing and claiming as family heirlooms from Rebecca's side were clearly shown in decades-old photographs of my mother. I went to Vanessa's wedding the next day with this documentation printed and organized in a folder. I attended the ceremony quietly, watching Vanessa get married while wearing my mother's pearl necklace, the necklace that was supposed to be mine, that my dying mother had explicitly given me to remember her by. During the reception, after dinner but before the dancing started, I approached the head table where Vanessa, Eric, and both sets of parents were seated. I brought my folder of photographs and evidence. In front of the immediate family group, I calmly said I needed to discuss something important with Vanessa and Rebecca. I opened the folder and showed the photographs of my mother wearing her jewelry, alongside the images of Vanessa wearing those same pieces. I explained that these pieces had been explicitly given to me by my dying mother, had disappeared from my childhood bedroom 5 years ago while Rebecca was reorganizing, and were now being worn by Vanessa and claimed as Rebecca's family heirlooms. Vanessa's face went pale and then red. Rebecca immediately became defensive, saying I was making a scene at a wedding, and this was inappropriate timing for such accusations. My father looked shocked and upset. Eric seemed completely confused about what was happening. I stayed calm but firm. I said I'd tried addressing this privately and had been dismissed and gaslit for 5 years. I'd been told I misplaced the jewelry, that I was being dramatic, that I should move on. But now I had irrefutable proof that my mother's stolen jewelry was being worn by Vanessa, and I wanted answers. Several family members and guests at nearby tables had noticed the confrontation and were watching or listening. Vanessa started crying and ran from the reception hall. Rebecca followed her, but not before telling me I was a vindictive, jealous person who'd ruined her daughter's wedding day over old jewelry. My father stayed and examined the photographs I'd brought. He seemed devastated as he looked through the evidence. Clear photos of my mother wearing each piece, some from 20 or 30 years ago, now being worn by Vanessa in recent photos. The comparison was undeniable. The reception continued but was understandably awkward. Many guests knew something significant had happened but didn't know details. Some family members approached me saying I should have waited until after the wedding to address this issue. Others quietly told me they'd always suspected something wasn't right about the jewelry situation. Vanessa and Eric left the reception early. The rest of the celebration felt subdued and uncomfortable. I left before the official end, knowing I'd caused a scene that would overshadow Vanessa's wedding memories. The aftermath has been explosive and divisive. Rebecca has refused to speak to me and has demanded my father choose between his wife and his daughter. Vanessa sent me a long message admitting that yes, Rebecca had given her my mother's jewelry, but claiming she didn't know its origins at the time. She said Rebecca told her the pieces were family jewelry from Rebecca's grandmother, and she had no idea they'd actually been my mother's stolen possessions. Vanessa says she's devastated to learn the truth, but that I ruined her wedding day by confronting her publicly instead of handling it privately afterward. She's offered to return the jewelry, but says I've destroyed any possibility of family relationship by humiliating her at her wedding. Rebecca has maintained various contradictory stories, first denying the jewelry was my mother's, then claiming my mother had given pieces to her before dying, completely false, then finally admitting she'd taken the jewelry from my room, but claiming she'd assumed it was family jewelry that should be shared between both daughters in the new blended family. My father is caught in an impossible situation. He's confirmed the jewelry is clearly my mother's and has demanded Rebecca return it to me immediately. Rebecca did finally return most of the pieces, though a few are missing. But my father is facing intense pressure from Rebecca to choose sides, and their marriage is in serious trouble. Extended family opinions are violently split. Some think I was completely justified. Rebecca stole my deceased mother's jewelry, gave it to Vanessa. They both lied about it for years, and I had every right to confront them when I finally had proof. They argue that Vanessa chose to wear stolen jewelry to her wedding, and facing consequences for that choice isn't my fault. Others think my timing was vindictive and cruel. They say yes, the jewelry was stolen and should be returned, but that confronting Vanessa during her wedding reception was deliberately chosen to cause maximum humiliation and damage. They argue I could have waited until the day after the wedding, or handled it through lawyers without ruining Vanessa's celebration. So Reddit, AITA for confronting my stepsister during her wedding reception with proof that she was wearing my deceased mother's stolen jewelry, even though it created a scene that ruined her wedding day and fractured the family. AITA for refusing to donate bone marrow to my half-brother after years of abuse. 15. That's how old I, 27-year-old female, was when my half-brother, Connor, 32-year-old male, moved out of our house, and those were the worst years of my childhood. Now Connor needs me to donate bone marrow to save his life, and I've refused. My family is calling me heartless and telling me I'm essentially letting Connor die over childhood issues, but they don't understand or refuse to acknowledge the full scope of what Connor put me through. Our family situation was complicated from the start. Connor is my father's son from his first marriage. When Connor was 8 and I was 3, his mother died in a medical accident. My father was devastated and struggled to care for Connor alone while grieving. He met my mother when Connor was 10, and they married quickly, partly for love, but also because my father needed help raising a traumatized, grieving child. I don't remember a time when Connor didn't resent me. From my earliest memories, Connor made it clear I was an intruder in his family. He'd tell me I replaced his real mother, and that my mom was a fake trying to steal his father. He'd say my father only tolerated me because he loved my mother, but that he'd always love Connor more, because Connor reminded him of his real wife. As I got older, Connor's treatment escalated beyond verbal cruelty into systematic psychological abuse. He'd destroy my belongings and claim I'd lost them myself. He'd tell me elaborate lies designed to make me feel unsafe, claiming there were intruders in the house, that my parents were planning to send me to boarding school, that my mother was seriously ill and hiding it from me. He'd isolate me from friends by telling them I'd said cruel things about them, creating social drama that left me friendless. The worst part was that Connor was charming and manipulative with adults. Teachers, neighbors, and extended family all thought Connor was a delightful, well-adjusted young man. When I'd try to tell my parents about Connor's behavior, he'd convince them I was lying or exaggerating. He'd frame me as jealous of him, or as seeking attention through false accusations. My parents, particularly my father, enabled Connor's behavior because they felt sorry for him. He'd lost his mother young, and they believed his cruelty toward me was trauma-based acting out that he'd grow out of. They'd minimize my experiences. Connor's just having a hard time. Try to be understanding of what he's been through. Don't provoke him, and he'll leave you alone. But I wasn't provoking him. Connor targeted me relentlessly and deliberately. He'd wait until we were alone to say the most devastating things. He'd sabotage situations so I'd get in trouble. He'd break something and claim I did it. Or he'd forge my handwriting on notes he'd plant in my room containing evidence of bad behavior. The psychological toll was severe. I developed anxiety and depression as a teenager. I struggled in school because I was constantly stressed at home. I had no safe space. Connor's abuse was pervasive, and my parents didn't protect me. I felt like I was living with someone who hated me, and no one believed or helped me. When Connor left for college at 18, I was 13, I finally felt like I could breathe. The house became peaceful. My mental health improved dramatically. My grades recovered. I started making friends. The difference was so stark that even my parents noticed, though they still didn't connect it to Connor's absence. Connor came home for holidays and summer breaks, and each time he'd resume his cruel behavior toward me, though more subtly since he was only home temporarily. He'd make comments designed to undermine my confidence, spread rumors about me to family members, or do small things to make me uncomfortable in my own home. When I was 17, Connor did something unforgivable that finally made my parents see his cruelty, though by then the damage was done. I'd been accepted to my dream university with a partial scholarship. I'd worked incredibly hard despite my mental health struggles, and this acceptance represented hope for finally escaping to a place where Connor couldn't reach me. I was excited and proud. Connor, who was finishing his master's degree at the time, came home for Thanksgiving. During the visit, I overheard him on the phone with someone from my university's admissions office. He was impersonating me and withdrawing my acceptance, claiming I'd decided to attend elsewhere. I stopped him before he could complete the call, but he'd already created enough confusion that the admissions office flagged my account. I had to spend weeks sorting out the mess, proving my identity, confirming I hadn't actually withdrawn my acceptance, and explaining that someone had attempted to sabotage my enrollment. The university eventually restored my acceptance, but it was a traumatic, stressful experience during what should have been a celebratory time. When I confronted Connor, he laughed and said he was just messing around, and I was overreacting as usual. When I told my parents, they finally seemed to recognize the severity of Connor's behavior. They confronted him, and for the first time, they actually believed he deliberately tried to harm me, rather than dismissing it as sibling conflict. Connor's response was to claim I'd always been his parents' favorite, that they'd neglected his emotional needs after his mother died, and that their willingness to believe me now proved they'd never really loved him. He turned his cruelty into victimhood, making himself the injured party. My father felt terrible guilt about this. He wondered if Connor was right, if he'd failed Connor after his first wife's death, if marrying my mother had somehow damaged Connor, if Connor's cruelty was really a cry for help they'd ignored. Even after finally seeing Connor's deliberately cruel behavior, my father still found ways to make excuses for him. I went to university and minimized contact with Connor. I'd see him at major holidays, but we barely spoke. I built a life separate from him, graduated, started a career, got engaged to my fiancé, Ryan. I was happy and healthy, finally free from Connor's presence in my daily life. Then, 6 months ago, Connor was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. It's a serious blood cancer that requires aggressive treatment. Connor went through several rounds of chemotherapy, but the cancer didn't fully respond. His doctors determined he needs a bone marrow transplant to have the best chance of survival. My father, mother, and I were all tested as potential donors since family members are most likely to be matches. My parents weren't compatible matches, but I was. Nearly perfect match compatibility, in fact. Connor's doctors were excited by this news, saying a sibling match with this level of compatibility would give Connor the best possible transplant outcome. My father called me with this information and assumed I'd immediately agree to donate. When I said I needed time to think about it, he was confused and hurt. He said this was Connor's life at stake, and there wasn't time for hesitation. I spent 2 weeks researching bone marrow donation and wrestling with the decision. The medical procedure itself is serious, but not extraordinarily risky. They'd give me anesthesia and extract marrow from my hip bone, and I'd have pain and recovery time, but no permanent damage. The bigger issue was emotional and psychological. Donating bone marrow to Connor would mean undergoing an invasive, painful medical procedure to save the life of someone who'd spent years psychologically torturing me. Someone who'd never apologized, never acknowledged the damage he'd caused, and had only stopped abusing me because I'd moved away. Someone who'd tried to sabotage my university acceptance just years ago. After 2 weeks, I told my parents I wouldn't donate. I explained that I couldn't undergo a painful medical procedure for someone who'd caused me so much suffering and had never shown any remorse. I said Connor had spent years making my life miserable, and I wasn't obligated to save him at my own physical expense. My father was devastated and angry. He said I was holding childhood grudges against someone who was fighting for his life. He reminded me Connor had lost his mother young and had been traumatized, and that his behavior toward me, while wrong, had come from a place of pain. He said refusing to donate made me just as cruel as Connor had been, maybe more so, since I was literally deciding whether Connor would live or die. My mother was more sympathetic, but still urged me to reconsider. She said she understood Connor had hurt me, but that letting him die when I could save him was extreme. She worried I'd regret this decision forever if Connor died. Connor himself sent me a message begging for the donation. He acknowledged he'd not been a great brother and had said and done things I regret. He said he was sorry for hurting me and that he'd grown and changed. He said he wanted a chance to prove he could be better, but he needed to survive first. He said if I donated, he'd spend the rest of his life making amends and being the brother I deserved. The family pressure has been enormous. Extended family members have called me selfish, heartless, and vindictive. Several have said that whatever Connor did to me as a teenager, it wasn't worth letting him die over. They've pointed out I'd recover from the donation procedure in a few weeks, while Connor would die without it. How could I weigh temporary discomfort against someone's life? My father has been particularly harsh. He's said that if I don't donate and Connor dies, he'll never forgive me. He's told me I'm proving I never really considered Connor family, and that I'm showing a cruelty he never knew I was capable of. He said, "My mother didn't raise me to be someone who'd let her brother die out of spite." Connor's wife and children have also reached out. Connor has 2 young kids, ages 4 and 6. His wife sent me photos of them, with messages about how they need their father, and I'm the only one who can save him. She's said, "I'm not just refusing Connor. I'm making his children grow up without a father, because I can't forgive childhood conflicts." Some friends support my decision. They know my history with Connor and understand the abuse I suffered. They argue, no one is entitled to someone else's body or organs, regardless of family relationship or life or death circumstances. They say Connor spent years tormenting me, and I don't owe him anything, including a painful medical procedure. My fiancé Ryan fully supports whatever I decide, but has gently asked me to think about how I'll feel if Connor dies. He's worried I might regret this decision later, and wants me to be certain I can live with the consequences. My therapist has been carefully neutral, helping me process the decision without pushing me either direction. She's pointed out that both choices have significant consequences. If I donate, I'm prioritizing family obligation over my own boundaries and emotional healing. If I don't donate and Connor dies, I'll carry that weight forever, even if I believe I made the right choice. Here's what I keep struggling with. Connor spent my entire childhood making me miserable. He was cruel, deliberate, and never faced real consequences because he was seen as a traumatized child. He tried to sabotage my university acceptance when I was 17. He's only apologizing now because he needs something from me. But he's also dying. Without my bone marrow, Connor will likely die within months. His children will grow up without a father. My father will lose his firstborn son. Whatever Connor did to me, does it justify refusing to save his life when I'm the only one who can? Or am I entitled to protect my own emotional well-being by by refusing to undergo an invasive medical procedure for someone who traumatized me? Is bodily autonomy absolute, even when someone's life hangs in the balance? Do I owe Connor my bone marrow because we're family? Or does family obligation have limits when that family member spent years abusing me? I also wonder about Connor's apology. Is it genuine? Or is it manipulative, saying what he needs to say to get the donation? If I donate and Connor survives, will he actually make amends and treat me better? Or will he return to his old patterns once the crisis passes? Do I trust that his near-death experience has genuinely changed him? Or do I protect myself from further manipulation? So Reddit, AITA for refusing to donate bone marrow to my half-brother who needs it to survive, even though he'll likely die without it, and my family is calling me heartless and vindictive for refusing to save him over childhood conflicts. AITA for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she uninvited my husband because he's in a wheelchair. I, 29-year-old female, am supposed to be the maid of honor at my sister Hannah's, 32-year-old female, wedding next month. My husband David, 31-year-old male, has been in a wheelchair for the past 2 years after a car accident left him paralyzed from the waist down. Hannah got engaged last year to her fiancé Brad, 33-year-old male. When they first got engaged, Hannah told me she wanted me as her maid of honor, and of course David would be invited as my +1. I was honored and excited to be part of her special day. The wedding is at a historic estate that Hannah and Brad fell in love with. It's beautiful, but, as I learned, not particularly accessible. The ceremony is on a lawn with uneven terrain, and the reception is in a building with a large staircase leading to the main hall. There's supposedly a service elevator, but it's small and on the opposite side of the building. When I first visited the venue with Hannah for planning, I mentioned my concerns about accessibility for David. She brushed it off, saying the venue assured her they could accommodate guests with disabilities. Last week, Hannah called me. She was crying and said she needed to talk about something difficult. She explained that Brad's parents are paying for the wedding, and his mother, Patricia, has been very involved in the planning. Patricia apparently expressed concern about having a wheelchair at the wedding because it would, 1. be difficult to navigate the terrain and stairs, 2. potentially be visible in photos and draw attention away from the bride, 3. make other guests uncomfortable during the ceremony and reception. Hannah said Patricia suggested that maybe David could sit this one out and I could attend solo. Hannah admitted she initially pushed back, but Brad convinced her that keeping his mother happy was important since they're paying for everything. I was stunned. I told Hannah that uninviting my husband because he's disabled was discriminatory and deeply offensive. She started crying harder and said she knew it was wrong but didn't know what to do. Brad's family was threatening to pull their funding if we made this an issue. I said, if David isn't welcome, then I'm not coming either. Not as a guest, and definitely not as maid of honor. Hannah panicked. You can't drop out of my wedding. You're my sister, my maid of honor. And David is my husband, the man I married. You're asking me to exclude him from one of the most important family events because your future mother-in-law thinks wheelchairs are ugly. She insisted that wasn't what she was saying, but also wouldn't commit to standing up to Patricia and Brad. She said she needed me there, and couldn't I just make this one sacrifice for her big day? I told her I needed time to think, and hung up. Since then, my entire family has gotten involved. My parents think I should attend without David to keep the peace and support my sister. They say it's just one day, and David would understand it's about the venue limitations, not personal rejection. David, for his part, told me he doesn't want to cause family drama, and I should go if I want to. But I can see he's hurt, even though he's trying to hide it. My younger brother thinks I'm being too rigid. He says weddings are stressful, and I should cut Hannah some slack for being pressured by her in-laws. But my best friend is furious on my behalf. She says this is ableist discrimination, and I'd be validating it by attending. Hannah has been texting me daily, alternating between begging me to reconsider and accusing me of ruining her wedding. She sent me a long message saying that she's always been there for me, including when David had his accident. And now, when she needs me most, I'm abandoning her over politics. Brad's mother apparently told Hannah that if I'm going to make demands about accessibility, maybe I shouldn't be in the wedding party at all. Hannah is now worried that insisting David be invited will result in me losing my maid of honor position anyway. I'm torn. Part of me wants to support my sister on her wedding day, but another part of me feels like attending would be endorsing the idea that my husband isn't welcome at family events because of his disability. Am I the for refusing to attend if David isn't invited? Update. Thank you for all the responses. I need to provide some context that's made this situation even messier. After my original post, I decided to reach out to Brad directly. I wanted to understand his perspective and see if he realized how serious this was. We met for coffee, without Hannah, and that conversation was eye-opening. Brad was uncomfortable from the start. I asked him directly, "Do you understand that excluding David because he uses a wheelchair is discrimination?" He got defensive. "It's not about David personally, it's about the venue. My parents spent a lot of money on this location, and it's not designed for wheelchairs. We're just being practical. There are laws about accessibility, and beyond that, this is my husband, your future brother-in-law." He shifted in his seat. "Look, my mother has very specific ideas about how she wants the wedding to look. She's been planning her son's wedding her whole life. She's paying for it. We have to respect her wishes. Her wishes include excluding disabled people? It's not like that. She wants the photos to be perfect. She's concerned about logistics. The photographer said it would be difficult to frame shots with a wheelchair in them." I was stunned. "Your photographer said that?" Brad backtracked. "Not exactly like that, but my mom talked to him about composition, and he mentioned it could be challenging." I asked the question I'd been avoiding. "Brad, is David the only person in a wheelchair who's invited to this wedding, or is your family uninviting everyone with mobility issues?" He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "There's one other couple, friends of my parents. The husband uses a cane. My mom asked if they could maybe he could try not to use it during the ceremony? For the photos?" I left that coffee meeting and immediately called Hannah. I told her everything Brad had said. She was silent at first, then whispered, "I didn't know about the photographer thing. Hannah, they're asking someone to go without a mobility aid so he won't be visible in photos. Do you hear how insane that is?" She started crying. "I don't know what to do. Brad's parents are paying for everything. If we push back, they'll cancel the whole wedding. Then maybe this wedding shouldn't happen. At least not like this." She got angry then. "That's easy for you to say. You're already married. This is my one chance to have my dream wedding, and you're trying to ruin it." "Your dream wedding excludes disabled people, Hannah? That's not fair. I'm not the one making these rules. I'm just trying to navigate an impossible situation." We haven't spoken since that call 3 days ago. But here's where it gets more complicated. My mother called me yesterday with a solution. She'd spoken to Hannah and Patricia, and they came up with a compromise. David can attend the ceremony, which is outdoor on the lawn, but skip the reception, which is up the stairs. That way he's included, but they don't have to worry about the accessibility issues at the reception venue. Mom seemed to think this was generous. See? They're trying to accommodate him. You want my husband to watch the ceremony and then leave, while I stay for the reception? It's better than him missing the whole thing, and you can still be maid of honor. I told my mother that was insulting and hung up. Now my father is involved. He called and said I'm being unnecessarily difficult, and that compromise is part of family. He said when he and Mom got married, they had to make concessions to his parents too, and that's just how weddings work. Did you exclude disabled people from your wedding, Dad? That's not the same thing. How is it different? He couldn't answer that. My brother thinks I should accept the compromise, let David come to the ceremony, and then I stay for the reception while he goes home. He says it's not ideal, but it's something. But David finally told me how he really feels. He said, "I don't want to be the person who gets invited to half a wedding. I don't want to be the exception they're making while resenting my presence. If they don't want me there, I don't want to be there." Am I for still refusing to attend, even with this compromise? Final update. This situation has completely imploded, and I'm dealing with fallout I didn't anticipate. After my last update, I made my decision. I told Hannah I would not be attending her wedding at all, with or without David. I also resigned as maid of honor. Hannah's response was to send a group text to our entire extended family explaining that I was abandoning her during the most important day of her life because of petty disagreements about venue logistics. She didn't mention David's wheelchair or the discrimination. She made it sound like I was being difficult about parking or something trivial. Half my family believed her version without asking me for details. I started getting messages. "Can't you put aside your differences for one day? Hannah needs you now more than ever. Family comes first." I sent my own message to the family group chat explaining exactly what happened. That David was being excluded because Brad's mother didn't want a wheelchair visible in photos. That they'd also asked someone else to not use their cane during the ceremony. And that the compromise was David attending half the event while I stayed for the full reception without him. The response was split. Some family members were horrified and immediately supported my decision. My aunt called Hannah directly, and apparently there was a massive argument. 2 of my cousins said they were also reconsidering attending, but others doubled down on supporting Hannah. They said things like, "It's her wedding. She can invite who she wants. The venue has limitations. That's not Hannah's fault. You're making this about you when it should be about her." My grandmother, who I've always been close to, left me a voicemail saying she was disappointed in me for choosing pride over family and that I was being selfish. That one hurt. Brad's family, predictably, has painted me as the villain. According to my mother, Patricia is telling everyone that I'm weaponizing disability politics to bully them, and that they tried to accommodate David, but I rejected their reasonable compromises. Hannah and I haven't spoken directly in 2 weeks, but she sent me a letter, an actual handwritten letter that arrived yesterday. In it, she wrote, "I know you think I'm doing something terrible. Maybe I am. But I've dreamed about my wedding day since I was a little girl, and now it's happening, and it's being ruined. Not by Brad's family's demands, but by you making this into a moral crusade. I love David. I'm not discriminating against him. I'm just trying to have one perfect day without everything becoming a political statement. If you can't understand that, then maybe you're not the sister I thought you were." I'm not sure how to feel about that letter. Part of me sees a woman who's been backed into a corner by demanding in-laws and is making the wrong choice. Part of me sees someone who's prioritizing aesthetics and her dream wedding over basic human decency toward my husband. David has been incredible through all of this. He keeps saying, "I don't want to be the reason your family splits apart." But I keep telling him he's not the reason. Other people's ableism is the reason. The wedding is in 2 weeks. I've been uninvited and re-invited 3 times, as Hannah's emotions swing between anger and desperation. As of today, my official status is invited as a guest, but not in the wedding party. I'm not going. My parents are going. They've made it clear they think I'm being too rigid, but they still love me. My brother is going and has asked if I'll regret missing this later. Honestly, maybe, but I'd regret attending more. Some commenters on my first post said this was a hill worth dying on. They were right. This isn't about a wedding. It's about what I'm willing to accept and normalize in my life and in my family. If I attended, I'd be telling David, and myself, that his exclusion is acceptable when it's inconvenient or aesthetically displeasing to include him. I'd be teaching any future children we have that sometimes discrimination is okay if the occasion is special enough. I can't do that. So, am I AITA? I still don't know. But I know I'm making the choice I can live with, even if it costs me my relationship with my sister. The wedding is in 2 weeks. I'll be spending that day with David, maybe taking a trip somewhere accessible and beautiful, and reminding him that he's worth more than being someone's inconvenient exception. Am I they for telling my brother's fiancée that the family recipes she's been bragging about learning are actually from HelloFresh? I, 26-year-old female, need outside perspective on this situation with my brother Jason, 29-year-old male, and his fiancée Michelle, 28-year-old female. Michelle has been dating my brother for 2 years, and they got engaged last Christmas. She's always been obsessed with being the perfect future wife, constantly posting on social media about cooking elaborate meals for Jason, how she's learning all our family recipes, and how important it is to her to carry on our family's culinary traditions. Here's the thing. We don't really have family recipes. My mom is a lovely person, but has never been much of a cook. We grew up eating a lot of boxed meals, takeout, and simple things like spaghetti with jar sauce. There's no treasured family cookbook or secret recipes passed down through generations. Mom would be the first to admit this. She jokes about it constantly. But Michelle has created this whole narrative. She posts pictures of meals with captions like, "Finally mastered Jason's grandmother's famous stroganoff," and "Spent all day perfecting the family's traditional lasagna recipe. Can't wait to pass these down to our children someday." My grandmother died when I was 3. She never made stroganoff. And the lasagna? That's literally just a basic lasagna that anyone could make. I've watched this happen for months, kind of bemused but not really caring enough to say anything. Then last week I was at their apartment dropping off something Jason had left at my place. Michelle wasn't home, but I needed to use the bathroom. In their recycling bin, I saw a stack of HelloFresh recipe cards, at least a dozen of them. I recognized several: the family stroganoff, the traditional Sunday pot roast, even the secret family chocolate cake Michelle had posted about. She's been ordering HelloFresh, cooking the meals, and passing them off as cherished family recipes she learned from my mom and grandmother. I was annoyed, but still didn't plan to say anything until this weekend. We had a family dinner at my parents' house, and Michelle brought her famous family lasagna, the one she's been posting about for months. She made this big speech about how honored she was to learn our family's treasured recipes and carry on the tradition. My mom looked confused. "What family recipes?" Michelle laughed nervously. "You know, all the wonderful dishes you've taught me, like this lasagna." Mom said, "Honey, I've never made lasagna in my life. I don't think I've ever even given you a recipe." Michelle's face went red. She fumbled something about how Jason must have told her about family favorites, and she researched them herself. My mom, bless her, just shrugged it off. But later, when Michelle posted a picture of the dinner with another caption about family traditions, I commented, "That's a HelloFresh recipe, Michelle. I saw the cards at your apartment. Why are you pretending these are family recipes when you know they're not?" She immediately deleted the post and my comment, then sent me a furious message calling me a vindictive bitch. She said I was trying to humiliate her in front of the family and ruin her relationship with my mom. Jason called me an hour later, absolutely livid. He said Michelle was in tears, that I'd embarrassed her publicly over something that doesn't hurt anyone, and that I was clearly jealous of their relationship. He said the social media thing was harmless. She was just trying to bond with our family and feel connected to our traditions. I tried to explain that it was weird to invent fake family history, especially when she's literally just cooking HelloFresh meals. He said I was being pedantic and cruel, and that I owed Michelle an apology. My dad thinks I should have just let it go. Who cares if she's exaggerating on Instagram? It's not hurting anyone. But my mom is on my side, kind of. She said quietly to me, "It is strange that she's making up all these stories. We don't have those recipes. Why can't she just say she's learning to cook?" My best friend says I was an asshole for calling her out publicly, instead of talking to her privately first. But honestly, I'm not sure I would have said anything at all if she hadn't made that speech at dinner, acting like my mom taught her everything. Am I the for exposing that the family recipes are just Hello Fresh cards? Update. Well, this escalated quickly. First, thank you for all the responses. The overwhelming consensus seems to be that I was an asshole for the public comment, even if Michelle's behavior was weird. I accept that. I should have messaged her privately or talked to Jason first. I tried to apologize. I sent Michelle a text saying, "I'm sorry for commenting publicly. That was out of line. I should have talked to you privately if it bothered me. I didn't mean to embarrass you." She responded, "You're not sorry. You've always looked down on me and thought I wasn't good enough for your family. This was just your excuse to tear me down." That caught me off guard because it's not true. I've never had an issue with Michelle. I've been neutral to positive about her, just not particularly close. I told her that, and she sent back a long message about how I've been cold and dismissive since they started dating, how I never include her in things, and how I'm clearly threatened by her relationship with my mom. I was genuinely confused by this because I've included her in plenty of things: girls' nights, shopping trips, family events. We're not best friends, but I thought we were friendly. Then Jason sent me a message that really upset me. He said, "Michelle has been trying so hard to be part of this family. She doesn't have a good relationship with her own mom, so she's been desperate to bond with ours. Those posts about family recipes? That's her way of feeling like she belongs somewhere. And you just humiliated her for it." Suddenly I felt terrible. I didn't know Michelle's relationship with her own mother was bad. If she's creating this fantasy about family recipes because she wants to feel connected to a maternal figure, my comment was incredibly cruel. I tried to call her to apologize more thoroughly, but she didn't answer. Jason said she needed space. Here's where it gets messier. My mom called Michelle to smooth things over. Mom told her, "Don't worry about what my daughter said. Cook whatever you want and call it whatever you want. I'm just happy to have you as part of the family." Michelle apparently started crying and said she was so embarrassed she might not come to family dinners anymore. My mom, trying to be supportive, said, "You know what? Why don't we actually create some family recipes together? We can cook together sometimes, and then you'll have real family recipes to share." Michelle loved this idea. They're planning a cooking day next weekend. But now I feel weird about the whole thing. On one hand, it's sweet that my mom is being so welcoming. On the other hand, it feels like Michelle's getting rewarded for making up stories, and now they're going to create the very thing she was lying about having. My boyfriend thinks I'm overthinking it. Who cares if your mom wants to cook with her? Let them bond. But several of you pointed out something that's been nagging at me. Why was Michelle so committed to this specific narrative? It wasn't just, "I'm learning to cook." It was specifically, "I'm learning cherished family recipes from Jason's family." She went out of her way to create a false history. I talked to Jason about this, trying to understand. He got defensive. She just wants to feel like part of a family. Her mom was emotionally distant, and they barely speak. She sees how close you are with mom and wants that too. But why lie about it? Why not just say, "I'm learning to cook and your mom is helping me"? Because that's not as meaningful. She wants to feel connected to something bigger than herself. Is that so wrong? I don't know. Maybe it's not wrong. Maybe I'm being too literal about something that's ultimately harmless. But it still bothers me that she's been lying for months, and now everyone thinks I'm the villain for pointing it out. Am I the for not just letting this go? Final update. This situation has completely spiraled, and I need to share what happened because it's honestly bizarre. After my last update, I tried to stay out of it. Mom and Michelle had their cooking day, and according to Jason, it went great. They made 3 dishes together: chicken piccata, beef stew, and apple pie. Michelle posted pictures with captions about creating new family traditions and so grateful to learn from the best. I didn't comment. Everything seemed fine until yesterday when my aunt, my mom's sister, called me, laughing hysterically. "Have you seen Michelle's latest post?" she asked. I hadn't. I'd actually muted Michelle on social media after our blow-up, but my aunt sent me screenshots. Michelle had posted a long, emotional tribute to my mom, talking about how meaningful their cooking day was, how she's finally learning real family recipes, and how these dishes have been in Jason's family for generations. She specifically mentioned that the chicken piccata was Jason's great-grandmother's signature dish, and the apple pie was a family recipe dating back over 100 years. The dishes they made together last week, that my mom found on Pinterest the night before. My aunt was dying laughing. "Your mom called me this morning so confused. She said, 'I literally found these recipes on the internet 3 days ago. What is Michelle talking about?' I didn't know whether to laugh or be concerned. This wasn't just exaggerating anymore. Michelle had literally watched my mom Google recipes, cooked them together, and then immediately created a fake history about them. I showed the post to my boyfriend, who was finally on my side. Okay, that's actually weird. She knows these aren't old family recipes. She was there when your mom found them online." I debated whether to say anything, but my mom beat me to it. She commented on Michelle's post. "These were lovely to make with you. Though I should mention I found all 3 recipes on Pinterest last week. They're new to our family, not generational, but they were delicious." The comment was sweet and gentle, but it contradicted Michelle's entire narrative. Michelle deleted the post within minutes. Then she called my mom, and I guess it didn't go well because Jason called me an hour later, furious. "Did you put Mom up to that comment?" I didn't even know Mom had seen the post until she commented. Michelle is devastated. She feels attacked by the whole family now. "Jason, she literally lied about recipes that Mom found on Pinterest. Mom was there. Michelle knows they're not family recipes. She's creating a narrative. She's building meaning. Why can't you people just let her have this?" That phrase, "let her have this," really struck me. Let her have what? Permission to create a completely fictional family history? I finally asked him directly, "Does it bother you at all that your fiancé keeps lying about our family's history and traditions?" "They're not lies. They're creative interpretations." "Jason, that's literally what a lie is." We argued for 20 minutes. He maintains that Michelle's behavior is harmless and that my family is being cruel by not playing along with her narrative. I said that expecting everyone to participate in a fiction is unreasonable. We haven't resolved anything. Michelle is apparently taking a break from family events because she feels unwelcome and attacked. Jason is barely speaking to me or Mom. My dad is frustrated with everyone. This is the stupidest fight I've ever seen. It's about food and Instagram. Everyone needs to grow up. But here's what really bothers me now. Several people in the comments on my first post suggested Michelle might have some deeper issues. Maybe a personality disorder or pathological lying. I dismissed that as Reddit armchair psychology. But now I'm wondering. Because what kind of person watches someone Google a recipe, cooks it with them, and then immediately posts that it's been in the family for generations? That's not exaggeration or creative interpretation. That's straight-up delusion or deliberate deception. My mom is worried. I thought Michelle was just trying too hard to fit in, but this feels like something else. Jason insists we're all overreacting and being literal-minded about something that's meant to be symbolic and emotional. So I'm asking one final time, AITA for not just playing along with Michelle's fake family recipe narrative. Because at this point, I honestly don't know if I'm being unnecessarily harsh about harmless social media embellishment, or if my family is enabling someone who has a genuinely concerning relationship with truth. Am I they for serving meat at my wedding after my fiancé told his vegan family the entire menu would be plant-based? I, 27-year-old female, am getting married to my fiancé Derek, 28-year-old male, in 2 months. We've been together for 4 years, and wedding planning has been mostly smooth, until now. Derek's family is vegan. His parents, 2 siblings, and most of his extended family have been vegan for years for ethical reasons. They're very passionate about it, but have never been pushy with me. I'm not vegan. I eat meat regularly and have no plans to change that. When we started planning the wedding, we discussed the menu extensively. I wanted to make sure there were great vegan options since most of Derek's family doesn't eat animal products. We hired a caterer who specializes in both traditional and plant-based cuisine. The plan was to have a diverse menu with clearly labeled vegan and non-vegan options so everyone could eat what they wanted. I thought this was a good compromise. Derek seemed fine with it during our planning meetings. We did a tasting, approved the menu, and I thought everything was settled. Last week I was on the phone with my future mother-in-law, Patricia, and she said something that made me pause. Derek told us you're doing an all-vegan wedding. That's so wonderful and thoughtful. I know it must be a sacrifice for you, but it means the world to us that you're respecting our values on your special day. I was confused. Actually, Patricia, we're having both vegan and non-vegan options. There will be plenty of plant-based choices, but we're also serving some meat dishes. There was silence. Then, Derek specifically told us the entire wedding would be vegan. He said you'd agreed to it to honor our family. I told her there must have been a miscommunication and that I'd talked to Derek. When I confronted him, he admitted he'd told his family the wedding would be fully vegan because he didn't want to deal with their disappointment. He said he figured they wouldn't actually know if there was meat served since they wouldn't be eating those dishes anyway, and by the time they found out, the wedding would be over and it wouldn't matter. I was furious. So you lied to your family and made me look like a liar? He said he didn't lie exactly, he just let them believe something that made them happy. He begged me to consider actually making the wedding vegan to avoid the conflict. I refused. I told him I'd already compromised by ensuring excellent vegan options, but I wasn't going to eliminate meat entirely from my own wedding to maintain his lie. Derek said I was being stubborn and that it's just one meal. Couldn't I make this sacrifice for family harmony? I pointed out that he'd created this problem by lying, and I wasn't going to solve it by changing our plans to accommodate his dishonesty. Now Derek's family knows the truth, and they're upset. Patricia called me and said she's deeply hurt that we're serving meat. She said having animal products at the wedding goes against everything their family stands for, and that they thought I respected their values. I tried to explain that I do respect their values. That's why we have extensive vegan options. But I'm not vegan myself, and didn't agree to an all-vegan wedding. She said, "But it's one day, one meal. Can't you set aside your desire for meat for one day to make your new family comfortable?" Derek's sister posted on social media about how disappointed she is that some people care more about dead animals than family feelings. She didn't name me directly, but it was obviously about the wedding. My own family thinks I should stand my ground. My mom said, "It's your wedding. You've already accommodated them with vegan options. That's enough." But my maid of honor thinks I should consider compromising. She said weddings are about bringing families together, and if going fully vegan would prevent conflict, maybe it's worth it. Derek is now saying that if I won't budge on this, his family might not come to the wedding. He's acting like I'm the one creating the problem when he's the one who lied to them. I'm frustrated because I feel like I'm being painted as the bad guy when I'm actually the one who was trying to be accommodating from the start. But I also don't want to start married life with my in-laws resenting me. Am I the for refusing to make the wedding fully vegan? Update. This situation has exploded in ways I didn't anticipate. After my original post, I sat Derek down for a serious conversation about his lie and how we were going to handle this. I told him he needed to take responsibility and explain to his family that he'd misrepresented our plans, not me. He was resistant. He said telling them it was his lie would make him look bad and damage his relationship with his family. I told him that was a consequence of his own actions. We were at an impasse, so I suggested couples counseling. Our wedding is in 2 months, and we clearly had a communication problem that needed addressing. Derek refused counseling. He said we didn't need a therapist to solve this. I just needed to be flexible and agree to the vegan menu. That's when I realized this wasn't just about the wedding menu. This was about Derek's pattern of avoiding conflict by lying or expecting me to accommodate unreasonable demands. I started thinking about other times he'd done something similar. Told me his parents were fine with us living together before marriage when they actually weren't, I found out later from his sister. Said he'd told his family I wasn't converting to their religion when he actually told them I was still considering it. Claimed he'd discussed our plan to wait 5 years before having kids with his family when he'd actually told them we wanted children soon. Every time he'd let his family believe what would make them happy, then expected me to either go along with it or be the bad guy who disappointed them. I brought this up to Derek. His response: "I'm just trying to keep everyone happy. You're making everything into a bigger deal than it needs to be." I told him I needed some space to think. I've been staying at my best friend's apartment for the past 3 days. Derek has been calling and texting constantly. His messages have ranged from apologetic, "I'm sorry, I should have been honest," to accusatory, "You're overreacting and throwing away our relationship over a menu." But here's the kicker. Patricia called me yesterday. She'd apparently had a conversation with Derek where he told her I was being difficult about the wedding and refusing to compromise. Patricia said, "Derek's told me you're insisting on serving meat even though you know it's against our principles. I raised my son to marry someone who shares our values. I'm questioning whether you're the right partner for him." I was done. I told Patricia, "Derek lied to you. I never agreed to an all-vegan wedding. We planned a menu with both options from the start. He told you it would be fully vegan without my knowledge, and now he's blaming me for not going along with his lie." She was quiet for a long moment. "Derek said that you agreed and then changed your mind." "That's not true. Ask the caterer. Ask anyone involved in the planning. This has always been the plan." After we hung up, I called the wedding planner and asked her to send me all our email correspondence about the menu. Every single email showed that Derek and I had jointly planned a mixed menu. There was no evidence of me ever agreeing to all vegan. I forwarded these emails to Patricia with a simple message. Here's the documentation of our actual planning conversations. I haven't heard from her since, but Derek called me furious. Apparently, Patricia confronted him about lying to her, and he's now in trouble with his whole family. Not about the menu, but about the dishonesty. He's blaming me for going behind his back to his mother and making him look like a liar. I told him, "You are a liar. You lied to your family and tried to manipulate me into covering for you." He said I was destroying his family relationships and that if I'd just agreed to the vegan menu, none of this would have happened. That's when I realized, I don't want to marry someone who thinks the solution to his lies is me changing my behavior to validate them. I've told Derek I want to postpone the wedding. He thinks I'm being dramatic. But I'm seriously reconsidering whether I want to marry into a family dynamic where I'm expected to constantly accommodate lies to keep the peace. Am I the differ involving his mother and possibly calling off the wedding over this? Final update. The wedding is off. I'm calling off the engagement entirely. After my last update, several things happened that made my decision clear. First, Derek's family dynamics became more apparent. After Patricia learned Derek had lied, she called a family meeting to discuss it. Derek asked me to attend. I reluctantly agreed. The meeting was surreal. Patricia wasn't angry at Derek for lying. She was angry at me for exposing the lie. She said, "Family issues should be handled privately. You going behind Derek's back to show me those emails was a betrayal of trust." I was stunned. "He lied to you for months. I showed you the truth. You embarrassed my son and damaged family unity. That's not how we handle things." Derek's siblings nodded along. His sister said, "We protect each other in this family. We don't air dirty laundry or make each other look bad." I realized they weren't upset about the lying. They were upset about being caught. This was a family where maintaining appearances mattered more than honesty. Second, I had a conversation with Derek's ex-girlfriend. My maid of honor knows her and reached out, with my permission, to ask if she'd experienced similar issues. She had. She told me Derek had lied to his family about multiple aspects of their relationship: her career, her education, her religion. When she'd confronted him, he'd accused her of not understanding family dynamics and trying to turn him against his family. She said, "He told me I was the problem for not being flexible enough. It took me 2 years to realize his keeping the peace was actually just lying and expecting me to play along." That conversation was eye-opening. Third, and most importantly, Derek sat me down and said he'd been thinking about what kind of wife I would be. He said his family needs someone who will blend in gracefully and not cause waves. He said my need to be right and inability to go with the flow were concerning. I asked him directly, "Are you saying you want a wife who will lie to keep your family happy?" He said, "I want a wife who understands that sometimes family harmony is more important than being technically correct." That's when I knew I couldn't marry him. I told Derek the engagement was off. He was shocked. He said I was overreacting to one argument and throwing away 4 years together. I said, "This isn't about the vegan menu. This is about you lying to your family, expecting me to cover for you, and then blaming me when I wouldn't. And when that didn't work, you tried to make me question whether I'm wife material because I won't participate in dishonesty." He started crying. He said he loved me and would do anything to fix this. I asked, "Will you go to couples counseling?" "We don't need counseling. We just need to communicate better." "Will you tell your family the truth? That you lied about the wedding menu and I never agreed to all vegan?" I already told them it was a miscommunication. "That's still a lie. It wasn't a miscommunication. You deliberately told them something that wasn't true." He couldn't, or wouldn't, admit that. I gave him back the ring 3 days ago. I've canceled all the wedding vendors. The venue, the caterer, the photographer, all of it. My family is supportive. My mom said, "Better to figure this out now than after you're married." Derek's family is painting me as the villain. Patricia posted on Facebook about how some people value being right over love and family. Derek's sister wrote that I broke her brother's heart over a menu disagreement. They're still framing this as being about vegan food. It was never about the food. It was about honesty, respect, and partnership. Derek failed on all 3 counts. My ex-maid of honor, we're not speaking, she sided with Derek, sent me a message saying, "I'm going to regret this. That Derek is a great guy, and I'm throwing away a good man because he made one mistake." But it wasn't one mistake. It was a pattern, and the pattern would have continued into our marriage. So, AITA for calling off my wedding over this? Derek's family certainly thinks so. Half my social circle thinks I'm being too harsh. But I'm 27, and I'm not going to marry someone who expects me to spend the rest of my life validating his lies to avoid family conflict. I'm sad. I loved Derek, but I love myself more than I love the idea of being married to someone who sees honesty as optional. The wedding would have been next month. Instead, I'm moving into a new apartment and starting over. Not the ending I wanted, but the ending I needed. My business partner's wife convinced him I was embezzling, then took over my company. The complete implosion of my business partnership with my college roommate Derek, 36, and the role his wife Melissa played in destroying everything we built together has left me financially ruined and questioning 12 years of friendship. I'm 36 as well, and the way Melissa systematically convinced Derek I was stealing from our company while positioning herself to take control is something I never saw coming until it was too late. Derek and I started our digital marketing agency right out of college. We were equal partners, 50-50 ownership, and built the company from two guys with laptops into a thriving firm with 23 employees and $3.2 million in annual revenue. We complemented each other perfectly. I handled client relationships and creative strategy, while Derek managed operations and finances. We trusted each other completely and never had serious conflicts about the business. Derek met Melissa 5 years ago, and they married quickly, within 8 months. She worked in corporate finance and seemed smart and ambitious. I liked her initially and was happy Derek had found someone. She took an interest in our business, asking detailed questions about revenue, profit margins, and growth strategies. Derek started bringing her to company events and eventually made her an informal advisor on financial decisions. About 3 years ago, Melissa started expressing concerns to Derek about our financial management. She told him our profit margins should be higher given our revenue, that our expenses seemed inflated, and that someone might be siphoning money. Derek mentioned these concerns to me casually, and I showed him our books. Everything was legitimate, and our margins were actually quite good for a service business. Derek seemed satisfied, and I thought that was the end of it. But Melissa kept planting seeds. She told Derek that partners often hide financial impropriety from each other, that I had more control over client billing than he did, and that he should be more vigilant about where money was going. She offered to do a financial audit as a favor, using her corporate finance expertise to make sure everything was clean. Derek agreed without telling me. I found out about the audit when Melissa requested access to our business accounts and billing records. I was annoyed that Derek had authorized this without discussing it with me first, but I had nothing to hide, so I provided everything she requested. Melissa spent 2 months reviewing our financials, company credit card statements, vendor payments, and client billing. Her report to Derek claimed she'd found irregularities. She said I was overbilling certain clients and pocketing the difference, that I'd created fake vendor accounts to funnel money to myself, and that I'd been systematically stealing from the company for years. She estimated I'd taken approximately $340,000 over a 4-year period. Derek confronted me with Melissa's findings. I was shocked and told him it was completely false. Every transaction she'd flagged had a legitimate explanation. The overbilling was approved rate increases that clients had agreed to. The vendor accounts were real companies we worked with regularly. I offered to show him documentation for everything, but Derek said Melissa had already reviewed all the documentation and found it suspicious. Our partnership started fracturing. Derek became cold and distant. He started questioning every financial decision I made and asking for documentation on routine transactions. He moved his office to a different floor and stopped attending client meetings with me. Melissa had convinced him I was a thief, and our 12-year partnership was disintegrating based on her false accusations. Then, Derek served me with a lawsuit. He was suing to dissolve the partnership and seeking $170,000, half of what Melissa claimed I'd stolen. The lawsuit included Melissa's financial analysis as evidence and requested a full forensic audit of the company. Derek also filed an emergency motion to freeze my access to company accounts until the case was resolved. I hired a lawyer and a forensic accountant immediately. My forensic accountant reviewed every transaction Melissa had flagged and found zero evidence of embezzlement or fraud. The overbilling she'd identified was documented in client contracts as agreed-upon rate increases. The vendor accounts were legitimate businesses with proper invoices and work product. Melissa had either wildly misunderstood basic business transactions or had deliberately misrepresented them. My lawyer discovered something even more troubling during discovery. While Melissa was supposedly conducting her audit, she'd been in contact with several of our major clients. She'd introduced herself as Derek's wife and a financial consultant, offered to review their accounts and billing, and subtly suggested there might be problems with how I was managing their projects. She was positioning herself to take over client relationships. We also found emails between Melissa and Derek discussing their plan after they forced me out. Melissa would join the company as Chief Financial Officer, taking my salary and role. Derek would own 100% after buying me out at a discount due to the embezzlement allegations. They'd restructure the company with Melissa as an equal partner and split the increased profits between them. This wasn't about protecting the business from embezzlement. This was a calculated plan to push me out and install Melissa in my place. She'd fabricated financial irregularities to create grounds for dissolving the partnership, then positioned herself to step into the void. Derek had been complicit, either knowingly or because Melissa had manipulated him into believing her analysis. The forensic audit I commissioned came back clean. No evidence of embezzlement, no financial impropriety, everything properly documented and legitimate. I filed a countersuit against Derek for breach of fiduciary duty and against Melissa for tortious interference and defamation. I also filed a motion to continue the partnership under court supervision until the case was resolved. But the damage was done. Several clients had heard rumors about financial problems and left. Employees were worried about the company's stability, and 3 key people quit. Our reputation in the industry took a hit because word spread about the embezzlement allegations and lawsuit. Revenue dropped by 35% in 6 months while Derek and I fought in court instead of running the business. The trial lasted 2 weeks. My forensic accountant testified that there was no embezzlement and that Melissa's analysis was either incompetent or deliberately misleading. Melissa had to testify about her qualifications and methodology. Under cross-examination, she admitted she'd never done this type of business audit before and had relied on her corporate finance experience, which was in a completely different context. My lawyer showed the jury Melissa's emails with Derek planning to take over the company after forcing me out. We showed her communications with clients where she'd inappropriately inserted herself into our business relationships. We proved that her embezzlement allegations had no basis and were designed to manufacture grounds for dissolving the partnership so she could take my place. The jury ruled in my favor on all counts. They found no evidence of embezzlement and determined that Derek had breached his fiduciary duty by authorizing Melissa's involvement and believing her analysis without proper verification. They found Melissa liable for tortious interference and defamation. The judge ordered Derek to buy me out at full fair market value, which an appraiser set at $1.6 million for my 50% stake. But Derek and Melissa didn't have $1.6 million. The company's value had dropped significantly due to the lawsuit and client losses. Derek would have to sell the company to pay me out, and in its current damaged state, it wouldn't fetch anywhere near $3.2 million. We were both facing financial ruin because of Melissa's scheme. The judge appointed a mediator to figure out next steps. Derek wanted to keep the company and proposed paying me out over 10 years with interest. I refused. I couldn't stay in business with someone who'd sued me for embezzlement based on his wife's false allegations. I wanted my buyout money and to be done with both of them. The mediator suggested selling the company to a competitor and splitting the proceeds according to the court's valuation. We found a buyer willing to pay $2.4 million for the assets, client list, and brand. After legal fees and debts, the net proceeds were $1.9 million. I was entitled to $1.6 million based on my court-ordered buyout, leaving Derek with $300,000 from the company we'd built together. Derek was devastated. The company he'd spent 12 years building was gone, sold for less than it should have been worth, and he was left with a fraction of what it should have given him. Melissa's plan had backfired completely. Instead of installing herself as CFO of a thriving company, she'd destroyed the company and left her husband with financial scraps. But I wasn't much better off. Yes, I got my $1.6 million, but I'd lost my company, my business partner of 12 years, and my reputation had taken a hit from the embezzlement allegations, even though I was exonerated. I had to start over professionally at 36, when I should have been running a successful agency. Melissa was ordered to pay me $75,000 in damages for defamation and tortious interference. She and Derek are paying it through a garnishment plan that will take years. Their financial situation is apparently dire. Derek is working as a consultant, making a fraction of what he made as a company owner. Melissa lost her corporate job during the lawsuit due to the time commitment and negative publicity. Here's where it gets complicated. Derek reached out 3 months ago through a mutual friend. He apologized for everything, said Melissa had manipulated him, and he'd been blind to what was really happening. He said their marriage was falling apart because of the financial strain and the realization that Melissa had destroyed his business and partnership. He admitted he should have trusted me over her and that he'd made terrible decisions. The mutual friend said Derek is in bad shape financially and emotionally. He's living in a small apartment. His marriage is basically over, and he's trying to rebuild his career from nothing. Derek apparently told the friend that he'd give anything to go back and handle things differently, that losing our partnership and the company was the biggest mistake of his life. The friend asked if I'd consider meeting with Derek to talk, not about rekindling the partnership, but just to give Derek some closure and maybe forgive him for what happened. The friend said Derek is in therapy dealing with guilt and regret, and that hearing from me might help him move forward. I'm conflicted. Derek chose to believe Melissa over me after 12 years of partnership. He sued me for embezzlement based on her fabricated analysis. He participated in planning to force me out and install her in my place. Yes, she manipulated him, but he made choices that destroyed our partnership and damaged my reputation. But I also remember the friendship we had before Melissa, the late nights building the company, the celebration when we signed our first major client, the trust we had in each other. That Derek wouldn't have done any of this, and maybe there's a part of him that was genuinely manipulated by someone he loved and trusted. My girlfriend thinks I should stay away from Derek. She says he made his choices, and I don't owe him forgiveness or closure. She worries that meeting with him will just reopen wounds that are finally starting to heal. She points out that I'm rebuilding my career successfully and don't need the emotional weight of Derek's guilt. My therapist is more neutral. She says forgiveness is for my benefit, not Derek's, and that I should consider whether meeting with him would help me find peace or just cause more pain. She's not pushing either direction, but wants me to be honest about my motivations and expectations. Some mutual friends think I should meet with Derek. They say our friendship and partnership meant something for 12 years before Melissa entered the picture. They argue that holding on to anger isn't healthy, and that Derek is genuinely remorsant about what happened. They think giving him a chance to apologize might help both of us move forward. But other friends think Derek doesn't deserve my time or forgiveness. They say he was an adult who made choices to trust Melissa over me, to sue me, to plan my removal from the company. They argue that being manipulated doesn't excuse the harm he caused, and that I have no obligation to help him feel better about his decisions. I've spent the past 3 months thinking about this. Some days I'm ready to hear him out, and maybe find some closure. Other days, I'm still angry about everything he put me through, and don't want to see him at all. I've built a new consulting practice that's doing well, and I'm finally feeling stable again. Part of me doesn't want to risk that stability by diving back into the emotional complexity of what happened with Derek. The mutual friend is waiting for my answer. Derek apparently knows the friend reached out and is hoping I'll agree to meet. I have no idea what I want to do. Would meeting help me move forward or just drag me backward? Does Derek deserve forgiveness after what he did, even if Melissa was the instigator? I honestly don't know what the right answer is. The friend wants to know by next week if I'm willing to meet Derek for coffee. I still haven't decided. EAID for pressing charges against my cousin after she borrowed my identity. Identity. That's what my cousin, Natalie, 26-year female, stole from me. And now I, 28-year female, am being called an unforgiving monster by my entire extended family because I pressed criminal charges against her. Natalie is facing felony prosecution that could result in prison time, and half my family has stopped speaking to me because I destroyed her future over a mistake. But what they're calling a mistake was actually systematic identity theft that damaged my life in ways I'm still discovering. Natalie and I grew up together. Our mothers are sisters, and we lived in the same small town. We were more like sisters than cousins, spending holidays together, sharing clothes, and being mistaken for each other throughout childhood since we look remarkably similar. We even attended the same university, though different majors, and remained close throughout our 20s. About 2 years ago, Natalie went through a difficult period. She'd accumulated significant credit card debt, was struggling to find stable employment, and was living paycheck to paycheck. I knew she was stressed financially, but didn't realize how desperate she'd become. Meanwhile, I'd been working as a software engineer with a stable income, good credit, and was building toward financial security. I should have noticed the warning signs earlier, but I trusted Natalie completely. She still had a key to my apartment from when she'd house sat for me the previous year. She knew where I kept important documents. She'd helped me with various paperwork over the years and had seen my social security number, birth date, and other personal information. I never thought she'd use that access and information against me. About 18 months ago, I started noticing minor financial irregularities, small charges on my credit card I didn't remember making, a rejected application for a store credit card I'd never applied for. I initially attributed these to simple mistakes or fraud attempts that my bank had caught. I reported the charges, got new cards issued, and thought the problem was resolved. But the irregularities continued and escalated. I received collection notices for accounts I'd never opened. My credit score dropped significantly, despite me making all my payments on time. I started getting calls from creditors about delinquent accounts under my name that I knew nothing about. I finally pulled my full credit report and discovered the horrifying truth. Someone had opened 7 different credit card accounts in my name over the past year, accumulating approximately $45,000 in charges. There were also 2 personal loans totaling $28,000 that I'd never applied for or received. Someone had been systematically using my identity to obtain credit, and then not paying the bills, destroying my credit rating. I filed a police report immediately and began the process of disputing the fraudulent accounts. The detective assigned to my case started investigating and traced the fraudulent applications. Several had been submitted from IP addresses that led back to Natalie's apartment. Some of the purchases made with the fraudulent credit cards had been shipped to addresses Natalie had temporary access to. The personal loans had been deposited into bank accounts that, while not in Natalie's name, had been accessed from her devices. The evidence pointing to Natalie was substantial, but circumstantial until the detective interviewed her. When confronted with the evidence, Natalie initially denied everything, then eventually broke down and admitted she'd been using my identity to obtain credit. She said she'd been desperate and had planned to pay everything back once she got financially stable. Natalie claimed she'd only meant to borrow my identity temporarily to get through a rough financial period. She said she'd thought she could manage the payments but had fallen behind, and then things had spiraled out of control. She actually used the word borrow as if identity was something you could return after using. The full scope of Natalie's identity theft was staggering. Over 18 months, she'd obtained $73,000 in fraudulent credit and loans using my personal information. She'd made some minimal payments initially to keep the accounts from immediately defaulting, but eventually stopped paying entirely. By the time I discovered the fraud, most accounts were seriously delinquent. Collection agencies were involved, and my credit score had dropped over 200 points. The damage went beyond just the financial. My legitimate credit card applications were being rejected because creditors saw numerous recent inquiries and maxed out accounts. I was denied a car loan I'd applied for. Most devastatingly, I'd been in the process of buying my first home, and my mortgage pre-approval was revoked when the fraudulent accounts appeared on my credit report. The house I'd had under contract fell through, and I lost my earnest money deposit. Natalie had also used my identity for other purposes. She'd applied for unemployment benefits in my name and collected approximately $8,000 in fraudulent unemployment payments. She'd opened a checking account in my name and was writing bad checks that eventually led to that account being closed with a negative balance, which affected my checks systems report and made it harder for me to open legitimate bank accounts. When confronted by police, Natalie begged me not to press charges. She said she'd made a terrible mistake and promised to pay back every penny if I'd just handle it privately, rather than involving the criminal justice system. She cried and said she couldn't go to prison, that a criminal record would destroy her future job prospects, and that she'd already learned her lesson. My family immediately began pressuring me to drop the charges. Natalie's mother, my aunt, called me sobbing, saying I couldn't destroy Natalie's life over money. She said Natalie was already suffering enough with shame and guilt, and that sending her to prison would be cruel and unnecessary. She promised that the family would help Natalie pay back the money if I'd just dropped the criminal case. My own mother was conflicted, but ultimately sided with her sister. She said that yes, Natalie had done wrong, but that pressing charges against family was extreme. She argued that Natalie was young, had made a terrible mistake, but deserved a chance to make things right without a criminal record. She said I should pursue civil remedies to recover the money, rather than destroying Natalie's future with a felony conviction. But I refused to drop the charges. Natalie hadn't made an impulsive mistake. She'd systematically stolen my identity over 18 months, opened multiple fraudulent accounts, destroyed my credit, cost me a house purchase, and stolen over $80,000 when including the unemployment fraud. This wasn't a one-time lapse in judgment. It was calculated, ongoing criminal behavior. The prosecutor charged Natalie with multiple felonies: identity theft, wire fraud, theft by deception, and unemployment fraud. The combined charges meant Natalie was facing potentially 8 to 12 years in prison if convicted on all counts. The prosecutor was particularly interested in pursuing the case because the amount of fraud was substantial and the identity victim was a family member, which he considered an aggravating factor. Natalie's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but I refused to provide a victim impact statement supporting leniency. I told the prosecutor I wanted Natalie to face full consequences for what she'd done. The prosecutor appreciated my cooperation and pushed forward with the full charges. The family pressure intensified dramatically. Natalie's father, my uncle, called me and said I was being vindictive and unforgiving, and that family shouldn't destroy each other over money. He said Natalie's whole future was at stake, and I was choosing revenge over compassion. He actually said, "Is money really worth more to you than your cousin's freedom?" Extended family members started weighing in, mostly against me. My grandmother called crying, begging me to drop the charges so Natalie wouldn't go to prison. She said Natalie was like a daughter to her, and that she couldn't bear to see her incarcerated. She said I was being cold and heartless, and that the family would never be the same if I went through with the prosecution. Several cousins sent me messages calling me cruel and saying I was ruining Natalie's life over something that could be resolved with a payment plan. They argued that Natalie had already lost her job, her apartment, and her reputation. Wasn't that punishment enough without adding a criminal record and potential prison time? Natalie's attorney reached out to me directly, which my own attorney said was inappropriate, asking me to consider that Natalie was a first-time offender with mental health issues who'd made bad decisions during a crisis. He said the criminal justice system was about rehabilitation, not revenge, and asked if I really wanted to see my cousin in prison. Some family members took a different approach, arguing that I was partially responsible for Natalie's actions. They said I'd been careless with my personal information, had given Natalie access to my apartment and documents, and should have been more vigilant about protecting my identity from someone I knew was financially desperate. They suggested my own negligence had enabled Natalie's theft. A few family members did support my decision, though, quietly. My brother said Natalie had committed serious crimes and deserved to face consequences regardless of family relationships. He pointed out that if a stranger had stolen $80,000 from me and destroyed my credit, no one would question me pressing charges, and family shouldn't get a pass for criminal behavior. My father's side of the family, unrelated to Natalie, was uniformly supportive, saying Natalie had severely violated my trust and had caused real, substantial harm that couldn't be dismissed as a mistake. They argued that Natalie's actions had been calculated and sustained over 18 months, demonstrating clear criminal intent. The case went to trial because Natalie refused to accept the plea deal that was offered, 5 years with possibility of parole after 2. She apparently believed that as a family member, I wouldn't actually testify against her, or that the jury would be sympathetic to her financial struggles. I did testify. I explained the full scope of the identity theft, the damage to my credit, the lost house purchase, the emotional trauma of discovering someone I trusted had been systematically stealing from me for over a year. The prosecutor presented overwhelming evidence: the fraudulent applications, the IP addresses, the purchase records, Natalie's eventual confession to police. The jury convicted Natalie on all counts. She received a sentence of 6 years in prison with possibility of parole after 3, and was ordered to pay restitution of $81,000 plus interest and penalties. The judge noted in his sentencing that exploiting family trust to commit systematic financial fraud was particularly serious and warranted substantial punishment. Natalie's family has essentially disowned me. My aunt won't speak to me and has told other family members I'm dead to her. My uncle has said I chose money over family, and that I'll regret this decision when I'm older and understand what really matters in life. Several cousins have blocked me on social media and told mutual friends I'm heartless. My grandmother has tried to maintain relationships with both Natalie and me, but she's told me she's disappointed in my lack of compassion and forgiveness. She said that in her generation, family problems were handled privately, and you didn't send family members to prison, no matter what they'd done. Even my mother, while not cutting me off, has said she wishes I'd shown more mercy. She thinks Natalie deserved consequences, but that prison was too extreme. She's worried about how this will affect family gatherings and relationships going forward. On the other side, many people fully support my decision. Friends have said Natalie committed serious felonies that would have landed any non-family member in prison, and that being related shouldn't exempt her from consequences. My attorneys have said I did the right thing by holding Natalie accountable for substantial criminal conduct. Financial advisors have pointed out that without the criminal prosecution and restitution order, I would likely never have recovered any of the stolen money, and Natalie might have continued committing fraud against me or others. Here's what I struggle with. Natalie did commit serious crimes that caused me substantial financial and emotional harm. But she's also my cousin, who I grew up with, and I've now sent her to prison for 6 years. Her life trajectory is permanently altered. She'll have a felony record, years of incarceration, and limited job prospects afterward. Could I have handled this through civil litigation instead, pursuing the money without the criminal charges? Would that have been more family appropriate, while still holding her accountable? Or would Natalie have faced no real consequences and possibly reoffended without criminal prosecution? So Reddit, am I the yo for pressing criminal charges against my cousin after she stole my identity and accumulated $81,000 in fraudulent debt, resulting in her receiving a 6-year prison sentence, even though my family says I destroyed her life over money and should have handled it privately. My former protege undercut my consulting rates to steal all my clients. The professional devastation caused by someone I mentored and trained, a young consultant named Jasmine Park, 28, has essentially demolished the independent consulting practice I spent 8 years building from scratch. I'm 45, and what Jasmine did after I gave her opportunities and guidance she never would have gotten elsewhere is such a profound betrayal that I'm still trying to rebuild my career and reputation a year and a half later. I left corporate life 8 years ago to start my own management consulting firm focused on operational efficiency for mid-size manufacturing companies. I built my client base slowly through networking, quality work, and reputation. By year 5, I had 12 steady clients paying between $15,000 and $40,000 per project, generating about $350,000 annually. It wasn't making me rich, but provided a comfortable living doing work I loved. 3 years ago, I decided I needed help managing the workload. I hired Jasmine, a recent MBA graduate with enthusiasm but limited practical experience. She'd worked in manufacturing briefly before business school and seemed eager to learn consulting. I brought her on as an associate consultant, paying her $65,000 annually, plus bonuses tied to projects. I invested significant time training Jasmine. I brought her to client meetings, taught her my methodologies, shared the analysis frameworks I developed over decades of work, and gave her increasing responsibility on projects. She was bright and learned quickly, absorbing everything I taught her. I was proud to be mentoring someone with such potential. Jasmine worked for me for 2 years. During that time, she developed relationships with my clients, learned the specific challenges of their businesses, and became familiar with my pricing structure and proposal process. She sat in on contract negotiations, reviewed my project scoping documents, and had access to my client management database. About 18 months ago, Jasmine gave her notice. She said she'd decided to start her own consulting practice and wanted to pursue clients in different industries. I was disappointed to lose her, but understood the entrepreneurial impulse. I'd done the same thing leaving corporate life. We parted on what I thought were good terms. 2 months after Jasmine left, one of my oldest clients called to tell me they'd be ending our engagement. They said another consultant had approaching them, offering similar services at significantly lower rates. When I asked who, they mentioned Jasmine. She'd contacted them directly, presented herself as offering the same expertise and methodologies they'd valued in my work, but at 40% less cost. Over the next 4 months, I lost 9 of my 12 clients. The pattern was identical each time. Jasmine would contact them with a proposal nearly identical to my services, but priced at about $9,000 to $24,000 per project, undercutting me by 35 to 45%. She'd reference specific challenges facing their businesses that she only knew about from working with me on their accounts. Jasmine was using everything I'd taught her, every methodology I'd developed, every insight into my clients' operations, and every detail of my pricing strategy to systematically poach my entire client base. She'd positioned herself as offering equivalent value at a fraction of the cost, making it nearly impossible for clients to justify staying with me. I tried to compete by lowering my rates, but I couldn't match Jasmine's pricing without operating at a loss. She was a single consultant with minimal overhead, while I had office expenses, insurance, and other business costs. She could afford to charge less because she'd stolen my client relationships and intellectual property without having spent years developing them herself. I confronted Jasmine about what she was doing. She claimed she was simply competing in a free market and that clients were choosing her based on value. She said I didn't own my clients and couldn't prevent them from working with other consultants. She acted like her systematic targeting of every one of my clients was normal business competition, rather than a deliberate campaign to destroy my practice. Legally, my position was complicated. Jasmine had signed an employment agreement when she worked for me, but it didn't include a non-compete clause because those are difficult to enforce in my state. It had a non-solicitation clause prohibiting her from contacting my clients for 1 year after leaving, but that year had passed by the time she started her aggressive poaching campaign. I hired a lawyer to explore options. The lawyer said I might have a case for misappropriation of trade secrets if I could prove my methodologies and frameworks were proprietary and that Jasmine had stolen them. However, proving that would be expensive and uncertain, since management consulting methodologies are often similar across practitioners. The more practical issue was that Jasmine had decimated my client base, regardless of the legal merits. I'd gone from $350,000 in annual revenue to under $100,000 in 6 months. The 3 remaining clients were smaller accounts that Jasmine apparently hadn't bothered targeting. I couldn't sustain my business at that revenue level. I had to make brutal choices. I closed my office and started working from home. I let go of a part-time administrative assistant I'd employed for 4 years. I stopped attending industry conferences and networking events I could no longer afford. I was essentially starting over after 8 years of building my practice. The financial impact was severe. My income dropped by over 70%, while my fixed expenses remained high. I'd been paying a commercial lease, professional liability insurance, software subscriptions, and other business costs calibrated to my previous revenue level. I burned through my business savings in 3 months and had to dip into personal savings to cover the gap. More painful than the financial damage was the professional humiliation. I'd built strong relationships with my clients over years, delivered excellent results, and thought I'd earned their loyalty. But when offered similar services at 40% less, nearly all of them abandoned me without hesitation. It was a harsh lesson about the transactional nature of business relationships. I spent months trying to rebuild. I reached out to old contacts, attended networking events I couldn't afford, and pursued leads in new industries. But my reputation had taken a hit. Word had spread in manufacturing circles that most of my clients had left for a cheaper consultant, which made me look either overpriced or ineffective. Jasmine had damaged more than just my revenue. She damaged my market position. Around this time, I discovered something interesting. Several clients who'd switched to Jasmine started experiencing problems. Projects were running over timeline and budget. The quality of deliverables wasn't meeting expectations. Jasmine was apparently struggling to manage multiple, complex projects simultaneously without the infrastructure and experience I'd built over decades. 2 former clients called asking if I'd be willing to take on their accounts again. They admitted switching to Jasmine had been a mistake, that the cost savings weren't worth the decline in quality and reliability. They were willing to return to my original rates if I'd work with them again. I was torn. These clients had abandoned me when offered a cheaper option, showing no loyalty or appreciation for years of good work. Taking them back felt like rewarding their disloyalty and validating their decision to leave. But I desperately needed the revenue and couldn't afford to turn down work based on principle. I took them back, but the relationships felt different. The trust was gone. I wondered constantly whether they'd leave again if someone offered a better deal. The collaborative partnerships I'd once had with these clients had become transactional arrangements where I was always conscious of being evaluated against cheaper alternatives. My business stabilized at about 60% of my previous revenue. I had 7 active clients, a mix of returnees and new accounts I'd developed. It was enough to survive, but I'd lost years of momentum and growth. I was essentially back where I'd been in year 3 of building my practice, except now I was 8 years older and more cynical about client relationships. Meanwhile, Jasmine's practice was thriving. She'd successfully taken most of my clients, added new ones, and built a reputation as an up-and-coming consultant, offering quality work at competitive prices. She'd leveraged everything I taught her to build her success on the ruins of my practice. Industry colleagues who didn't know the full story would congratulate me on training such a successful protege. That brings me to 3 weeks ago. Jasmine reached out through email asking to meet for coffee. She said she wanted to discuss a potential collaboration. She's apparently overwhelmed with client work and looking to bring on an associate consultant to help manage the load. She's offering $80,000 annually, plus bonuses, more than she made working for me. The irony is staggering. Jasmine wants to hire me as her employee after systematically destroying my independent practice by stealing my clients and undercutting my rates. She's framing it as a generous opportunity for me to have stable income and benefits instead of the uncertainty of independent consulting. When I didn't respond to her initial email, Jasmine sent a follow-up. She acknowledged that our past had been complicated, but said we'd worked well together and could do so again. She said her client base had grown beyond what she can handle alone, and that my experience would be valuable. She positioned the offer as mutually beneficial, rather than the humiliation it actually represents. I showed the emails to my partner, who was furious on my behalf. She said Jasmine has incredible nerve asking me to work for her after what she did. My partner thinks this is Jasmine's way of rubbing her success in my face while offering me a subordinate position in the practice built on my stolen clients. But my financial situation is precarious. The $80,000 salary plus bonuses would actually be more stable income than my current consulting revenue. I'm 45 and exhausted from the constant hustle of finding new clients and worrying about business development. Part of me is tempted by the security of a steady paycheck, even if it means working for someone who betrayed me. Some colleagues think I should take the job purely for strategic reasons. They suggest I could work for Jasmine while rebuilding my own client base on the side, essentially doing to her what she did to me. They see it as an opportunity for revenge disguised as employment. Other colleagues think working for Jasmine would be professional suicide. They say it would cement her narrative that she's the successful rising star, while I'm the has-been who couldn't compete. They argue that taking a subordinate position with my former employee would damage whatever reputation I have left in the industry. My lawyer friend reviewed Jasmine's offer and said the employment contract she sent includes a strict non-compete and non-solicitation clause. If I worked for her, I couldn't compete with her or contact any of her clients for 2 years after leaving. She's essentially trying to lock me out of the market while using my expertise to serve the clients she stole from me. My therapist asks what I actually want from my career at this stage of life. Do I want to keep fighting to rebuild my independent practice? Or would I be happier with stable employment, even if it means setting aside my ego? She points out that my attachment to being independent might be costing me financial security and peace of mind. I've spent 3 weeks going back and forth on this decision. Some days I think taking Jasmine's job offer is pragmatic and smart, ensuring stable income while I figure out my next move. Other days I think it's the ultimate humiliation, and that I'd rather struggle independently than work for someone who destroyed my business. Jasmine sent another email yesterday saying she needs an answer soon because she's interviewing other candidates. She said she's hoping I'll accept because we have established rapport and I could start contributing immediately. She's acting like this is a normal job offer rather than a deeply fraught proposition. My revenue this month has been particularly low. 2 projects finished and I haven't landed new work to replace them. My business savings are depleted, and I'm using personal funds to cover expenses again. The financial pressure makes Jasmine's stable salary offer increasingly attractive, even though I hate what it represents. My partner says she'll support whatever decision I make, but wants me to be realistic about our financial situation. We're both 45 and need to think about retirement savings and long-term security, not just pride and principle. She suggests that working for Jasmine for a year or 2 while rebuilding savings might be the pragmatic choice, even if it's emotionally difficult. But I keep imagining what it would be like working for Jasmine, taking direction from someone I trained, watching her manage relationships with my former clients, knowing she built her success by destroying mine. Would I be able to handle that psychologically? Or would it eat away at me until I became bitter and resentful? I have until the end of this week to give Jasmine my answer. She's apparently made offers to 2 other candidates and will move forward with whoever accepts first. The deadline pressure feels manipulative, like she's trying to force me into a decision before I can fully think it through. I genuinely don't know what to do. The money would solve immediate financial problems, but at what cost to my self-respect and professional identity? Is pragmatism more important than principle when you're 45 and struggling? Or is there value in continuing to fight for independence, even when it's economically difficult? 4 days until Jasmine's deadline and I still haven't decided. AITA for outing my cousin at her wedding after she destroyed mine. Weddings. Everyone says they're supposed to be the happiest day of your life, but my cousin, Melissa, 29-year-old female, made sure mine was the worst. And now I, 30-year-old female, stand accused of doing the same to her in retaliation. My family is completely fractured over what happened 3 months ago, and I genuinely cannot determine if I was justified or if I committed an unforgivable act of revenge. I need to start 4 years ago when I married my now ex-husband, Ryan. Melissa and I had been close our entire lives, more like sisters than cousins. When I got engaged, I asked her to be my maid of honor, and she seemed thrilled. She threw me a beautiful bridal shower, helped with wedding planning, and appeared genuinely excited for my big day. My wedding was scheduled for June, an outdoor ceremony at a vineyard with 150 guests. I'd spent a year planning every detail and had invested about $35,000 in what was supposed to be a perfect celebration. Melissa had been involved in nearly every planning decision, from choosing flowers to tasting cakes to selecting music. 3 days before my wedding, Melissa called me crying. She said she'd just discovered that Ryan had been cheating on me with someone from his office. She claimed she'd seen text messages on Ryan's phone during a family dinner when he'd left it on the table. She said the messages were explicit and showed an ongoing affair. I was devastated and confronted Ryan immediately. He denied everything, saying Melissa must have misunderstood something or was mistaken. He showed me his phone, and there were no suspicious messages. He suggested Melissa might have confused his phone with someone else's or misread innocent work conversations. But Melissa was insistent. She provided specific details about the messages, including the woman's name and descriptions of what they'd supposedly discussed. She said she'd taken photos of the messages, but had deleted them in panic and couldn't recover them. She begged me not to marry Ryan, saying she couldn't watch me commit to a cheater. With 3 days until my wedding, I was paralyzed by doubt and fear. My parents urged me to postpone and investigate Melissa's claims before going through with the marriage. Ryan's parents were furious at the accusations and demanded proof. My bridesmaids were divided. Some believed Melissa, others thought she was mistaken. After agonizing for 2 days, I made the decision to postpone the wedding. I couldn't marry Ryan with these doubts hanging over us. We'd investigate Melissa's claims, and if they were false, we'd reschedule. If they were true, I'd dodged a terrible marriage. Canceling the wedding 24 hours before it was scheduled was a nightmare. We'd lose most of our deposits, the venue, catering, flowers, photography, everything. Guests had already traveled to the area and booked hotels. The humiliation and chaos were overwhelming, but I felt I had no choice given the seriousness of Melissa's allegations. Ryan and I spent the next month investigating. We looked at phone records, credit card statements, talked to his co-workers, checked email accounts, everything. We found absolutely no evidence of an affair. Nothing. Ryan's phone records showed no suspicious calls or texts. His co-workers confirmed he wasn't seeing anyone. There was no evidence whatsoever supporting Melissa's claims. When I confronted Melissa about the lack of evidence, she became evasive. She said maybe she'd been mistaken about the severity of the messages. Maybe they were just flirtatious, not proof of a physical affair. Maybe she'd overreacted out of concern for me. She kept changing her story and eventually stopped responding to my calls. That's when I discovered the truth through Ryan's sister, who'd remained in contact with Melissa. Melissa admitted to Ryan's sister that she'd fabricated the entire affair. There had been no text messages, no evidence of cheating, nothing. Melissa had deliberately lied to destroy my wedding because she'd been jealous of the attention I was getting and had always been competitive with me. Melissa told Ryan's sister she'd felt overshadowed by my wedding planning and had been going through her own relationship struggles at the time. She said she'd been drinking when she made the initial call to me and had panicked and doubled down when I'd believed her. She claimed she'd thought I'd investigate quickly and disprove her claims before canceling anything, but things had spiraled out of control. The damage was catastrophic. Ryan and I had lost over $20,000 in non-refundable wedding deposits. Our relationship had been severely damaged by the stress and accusations. Family relationships were fractured. Half had believed Melissa, half had believed Ryan, and everyone had taken sides. The humiliation of canceling our wedding 24 hours before the ceremony had been traumatic. Ryan and I did eventually get married in a small courthouse ceremony 6 months later, but the relationship never recovered from the stress and damage Melissa's lies had caused. We divorced after 2 years, with both of us acknowledging that we'd never healed from the wedding catastrophe and the broken trust it created. I cut off contact with Melissa completely after discovering her lies. When I confronted her directly, she offered a half-hearted apology, saying she'd been going through stuff and had made a terrible mistake. She never offered to help reimburse our financial losses or make amends in any meaningful way. She acted like I should forgive her because we were family, and she'd been struggling emotionally. My family pressured me to forgive Melissa, saying she'd been dealing with mental health issues and had made a mistake during a difficult time. They said holding grudges would only hurt me, and that family needed to move past conflicts. I refused. What Melissa had done wasn't a simple mistake. It was deliberate sabotage that destroyed my wedding, cost me tens of thousands of dollars, and contributed to the eventual end of my marriage. Fast forward to this year. Melissa got engaged to her boyfriend, David, and started planning her wedding. I heard through family that it was going to be a big, expensive celebration, exactly the kind of wedding she'd prevented me from having. My family expected me to attend and be supportive, despite everything that had happened. I declined the invitation. I sent a polite response saying I wouldn't be attending and wishing them well. My aunt, Melissa's mother, called me crying, saying I needed to let go of the past and support family. She said Melissa was truly sorry and that my absence would cause drama and hurt the family. Then, about 6 weeks before Melissa's wedding, I learned something that changed everything. Through mutual friends on social media, I discovered that Melissa had been having an affair with David while he was still in a long-term relationship with another woman. The timeline made it clear that Melissa had been the other woman who'd broken up David's previous relationship. More importantly, I discovered that David had no idea about what Melissa had done to me 4 years ago. He'd been told some vague story about us having a falling out, but didn't know Melissa had fabricated cheating allegations that destroyed my wedding. David's family also didn't know this history. I wrestled with what to do with this information. Part of me wanted to simply stay out of it. I wasn't attending the wedding and had no contact with Melissa anymore. But another part of me felt that David deserved to know exactly who he was marrying, particularly given that she'd proven herself capable of elaborate deception. I decided to send David a detailed email 1 week before the wedding. I explained the full story of what Melissa had done 4 years ago, the fabricated affair allegations, the deliberate wedding sabotage, the financial damage, the lack of genuine remorse. I provided documentation where possible, including messages from Ryan's sister confirming Melissa had admitted the lies. I didn't tell David he should or shouldn't marry Melissa. I simply said I felt he deserved to know this history before making a lifetime commitment to someone who'd proven capable of elaborate lies and deliberate cruelty. I explained that Melissa had destroyed my wedding with false allegations and had never made meaningful amends, and that I thought he should consider whether this was someone he could trust. David apparently confronted Melissa immediately. According to family members who witnessed it, there was a massive fight. Melissa initially denied my version of events, but David contacted Ryan and Ryan's sister, who both confirmed the story. He also asked other family members, who reluctantly admitted that yes, Melissa had fabricated the affair allegations. David called off the wedding 3 days before it was scheduled. He told Melissa he couldn't marry someone capable of that level of deception and manipulation, and that her destroying my wedding showed a character he couldn't accept. He was also apparently disturbed that Melissa had never taken full responsibility or made real amends, which suggested she didn't think her actions were that serious. Melissa's wedding was canceled with just 72 hours' notice. Like mine had been 4 years earlier, most deposits were lost, approximately $40,000 according to family gossip. Guests had traveled and booked hotels. The humiliation was public and devastating. Melissa's family lost a significant amount of money, and Melissa herself was emotionally destroyed. The family reaction has been volcanic. Melissa's mother has called me vindictive and cruel, saying I deliberately timed my revelation to cause maximum damage. She's accused me of being unable to forgive and of holding a 4-year grudge that I weaponized to destroy her daughter's happiness. She said that whatever Melissa did to me, I've now done worse to her by ruining her life right before her wedding. Melissa herself sent me a long message calling me a vengeful bitch and saying she hopes I'm happy now that I've destroyed her future. She claimed she'd changed since 4 years ago, that she'd grown and matured, and that I'd robbed her of happiness by bringing up ancient history that should have been forgiven and forgotten. She also argued that what she did was different from what I did. She'd been struggling mentally and had made impulsive, bad decisions, while I deliberately planned and timed my revelation to cause maximum damage. She said my actions were calculated revenge, while hers had been mistakes made during emotional distress. Many family members agree with Melissa and her mother. They say that yes, what Melissa did 4 years ago was terrible, but that I've now proven I'm just as bad or worse by deliberately sabotaging her wedding. They argue that I could have told David this information earlier or later, but I specifically chose the week before the wedding to maximize damage and suffering. They point out that I've now cost Melissa's family $40,000, humiliated Melissa publicly, destroyed her relationship, and potentially damaged her ability to trust and build future relationships. They say my revenge was disproportionate and cruel, and that I should have let the past stay in the past, rather than destroying someone's future over a 4-year-old incident. Other family members support what I did, though they're more quiet about it. They argue that David deserved to know about Melissa's capacity for elaborate deception before legally binding himself to her. They point out that Melissa had never made real amends or shown genuine remorse, which suggested she hadn't actually changed as much as she claimed. My friends are split. Some think I was completely justified. Melissa destroyed my wedding with lies, never made amends, and now I've exposed her character to someone who deserved to know before marriage. Others think I went too far by timing the revelation to cause maximum damage, and that I could have handled it more gracefully. Ryan's perspective is that Melissa got what she deserved, but even he's asked me if I feel good about what happened, or if I feel guilty. He's pointed out that revenge rarely feels as satisfying as we expect it to, and asked if I've actually achieved anything positive, or just spread more pain. Here's what I can't resolve. Did David deserve to know about Melissa's capacity for deception before marriage? I genuinely think yes. If someone had warned me about Ryan, even though Ryan wasn't actually a cheater, wouldn't I have wanted that information? Don't people deserve to know their partner's history of serious misconduct? But I also can't deny that my timing was calculated. I could have told David months earlier when I first learned of the engagement. I could have told him after the wedding. I specifically chose 1 week before the ceremony because I knew it would cause maximum disruption and would be too late for them to reschedule without massive financial losses. Was I providing important information to someone who deserved it? Or was I using the guise of helping David to get revenge on Melissa by doing to her exactly what she'd done to me? I genuinely cannot separate these motivations in my own mind anymore. So Reddit, am I the A for telling my cousin's fiancé about her past deception 1 week before their wedding, causing him to call off the ceremony and costing her family $40,000, even though she'd done essentially the same thing to me 4 years earlier? AI they for refusing to share my late grandmother's recipes with my cousin after she sold the ones I already gave her. I, 31-year-old female, inherited my grandmother's handwritten recipe book when she passed away 2 years ago. My grandmother was an incredible cook, and this book contains about 50 years' worth of recipes, some traditional family recipes passed down through generations, some she created herself, and some she collected and perfected over decades. In her will, my grandmother specifically left the recipe book to me. She knew I loved cooking and had spent countless hours in the kitchen with her learning these recipes. My cousin Jessica, 29-year-old female, also enjoyed cooking, but she and my grandmother weren't as close. When Grandma died, Jessica asked if she could have copies of some recipes. I said of course, and spent hours carefully photographing about 15 recipes, including some of the family favorites: Grandma's famous apple pie, her Sunday pot roast, her Christmas cookies, and several others. I sent Jessica the photos and thought nothing more of it. Last month, I was scrolling through Instagram when I saw an ad for Heritage Home Cooking, authentic family recipes from generations past. It was a digital cookbook being sold for $29.99. The author? My cousin Jessica. I clicked through and my stomach dropped. The cookbook contained the exact 15 recipes I'd sent her. Grandma's recipes, word for word, including some of Grandma's handwritten notes I'd accidentally included in the photos. Jessica had slightly reworded the introductions, but the recipes themselves were identical. The description said, "These treasured recipes have been passed down through my family for generations. Each one tells a story of love, tradition, and the wisdom of home cooks who came before us." She was selling our grandmother's recipes for profit. I was furious. I sent Jessica a message. "I saw your cookbook. Those are the recipes I gave you from Grandma's book. You're selling them?" She responded, "They're family recipes. I'm family. I have just as much right to them as you do. And I put work into formatting them and creating the cookbook. That has value." Grandma left me the recipe book specifically. I shared those recipes with you as family, not so you could sell them. You don't own recipes, and I never signed anything saying I wouldn't use them. You gave them to me freely. I told her I wanted her to take down the cookbook immediately. She refused, saying she'd already sold over 200 copies and wasn't going to give up that income stream. Here's where I might be. TA, Jessica has now asked for copies of the remaining recipes from Grandma's book. She wants to create a Volume 2 of her cookbook. I told her absolutely not. She'd proven I couldn't trust her with our family recipes. She's furious. She says I'm being selfish and gatekeeping family heritage. She claims that because these are family recipes, all family members should have equal access to them, regardless of what Grandma's will said. My mom, Jessica's aunt, thinks I should give Jessica the recipes because family should share. She says I'm being petty and that Grandma would have wanted all her grandchildren to have her recipes. But my dad says Jessica violated my trust, and I have every right to protect the remaining recipes. He thinks selling them was disrespectful to Grandma's memory. Jessica has gotten other family members involved. Her mother, my aunt, called me and said I'm being vindictive and hoarding recipes that should belong to the whole family. She said Jessica is entrepreneurial, and I should be proud of her for building a business. I pointed out that Jessica's business is built on our grandmother's work, which she's profiting from without credit or permission. My aunt said, "Your grandmother is dead, she doesn't care, and you're hurting your living cousin over pieces of paper." Several family members have sided with Jessica. They say recipes are meant to be shared, that I'm being selfish, and that family is more important than being technically right about inheritance. But I feel like giving Jessica more recipes would just enable her to profit further from Grandma's legacy. She's already made over $6,000 from the first cookbook, 200 copies times $29.99. I don't want to help her make more money from work that isn't hers. Jessica sent me a long text saying I'm punishing her for being creative and business-minded, and that I'm jealous of her success. She said if I really loved Grandma, I'd want her recipes shared with the world, not hoarded by one person. My husband thinks I should report her for copyright infringement or something, but I don't know if that's even possible with recipes. Am I the flirt for refusing to give her any more recipes after she sold the ones I already shared? Update. Well, this escalated quickly, and in ways I didn't expect. First, thank you for all the responses. The overwhelming consensus was that Jessica violated my trust, and I'm not obligated to give her anything else. Many of you suggested I report her or pursue legal action. I did some research on recipe copyright. Unfortunately, recipes themselves generally can't be copyrighted, only the specific written expression of them. However, since Jessica used my photographs of Grandma's handwritten pages, including her personal notes and commentary, there might be some copyright issues with the exact reproduction. I consulted with a lawyer friend who said I could potentially send a cease and desist letter, but an actual lawsuit would be expensive and the outcome uncertain. She suggested first trying to resolve it privately, so I reached out to Jessica one more time. I said, I want you to take down the cookbook. You're profiting from Grandma's work without her permission or mine. If you want to keep selling recipes, write your own, or at least acknowledge where these came from. Jessica's response. I put family recipes in the description. That's acknowledgement. And I'm not taking it down. I've built a following and people love these recipes. You're just mad that I'm making money and you're not. That stung. But it also clarified her mindset. This was about profit, not preserving family heritage. Here's where it gets messy. I posted a review on the platform where she's selling the cookbook. I didn't identify myself as family, but I wrote, these recipes appear to be copied from someone else's family cookbook without permission. The author is profiting from her grandmother's work and life's collection without crediting her. Jessica figured out it was me and went ballistic. She called me screaming that I was trying to sabotage her business and ruin her reputation. She said I was a jealous, vindictive person who couldn't stand to see her succeed. Then she did something that shocked me. She posted on her Instagram, where she has about 3,000 followers from her cookbook sales, about family members who try to tear you down instead of supporting your dreams. She didn't name me directly, but she shared enough details that anyone who knew our family could figure it out. The post said, when I created my heritage cooking cookbook, I thought my family would be proud. Instead, one family member has decided that because they inherited a recipe book, they own our entire family's culinary history. They're now trying to sabotage my small business by leaving fake reviews and threatening legal action. All because they can't handle me being successful with recipes that belong to all of us. The comments were full of support for her. Family jealousy is so toxic. You're doing amazing. Don't let haters bring you down. Some people can't handle other people's success. My phone started blowing up. Family members who'd seen the post were messaging me asking what was going on. Jessica's version of events, that I was trying to destroy her business out of jealousy, was spreading. I tried to defend myself, but it sounded petty. Actually, she's selling recipes that I gave her in good faith. My aunt sent a particularly harsh message. Your grandmother would be ashamed of you. Jessica is honoring her memory by sharing her recipes with the world. You're dishonoring it by being selfish and small-minded. That one really hurt because I genuinely don't know what Grandma would have thought. Would she be happy her recipes were reaching hundreds of people? Or would she be upset that someone was profiting from her life's work without credit? My mom called and begged me to drop this and make peace with Jessica. She said the family drama was getting out of hand and I needed to be the bigger person. I asked her, "How am I the bad guy here?" Jessica took the recipes I gave her and sold them for profit without telling me. Mom said, "Maybe she should have told you. But you gave them to her. She didn't steal them. And now you're escalating it by leaving bad reviews and getting lawyers involved." I felt like I was going crazy. Was I overreacting? Had I given Jessica the recipes freely and therefore had no right to be upset about how she used them? My husband has been my only real support through this. He's furious on my behalf and thinks my family is gaslighting me. AITA for leaving the review and standing my ground? Final update. This situation has resolved itself in the most unexpected way possible. After my last update, things got worse before they got better. Jessica's Instagram following grew. She was now up to 5,000 followers and had sold over 400 copies of her cookbook. She was posting regularly about building a business from family traditions and had several people asking when Volume 2 would be released. I was miserable. Half my family wasn't speaking to me. The other half was pressuring me to apologize and make peace. I felt like I was losing my mind being told I was wrong when I genuinely felt Jessica had betrayed my trust. Then something happened that changed everything. Someone who bought Jessica's cookbook recognized one of the recipes. Not as a family recipe, as a recipe from a 1970s community cookbook from a church in Iowa. Grandma had lived in Iowa in the 70s, and apparently one of the family recipes Jessica included, one I'd sent her, was actually something Grandma had copied from that cookbook decades ago. This person posted about it on social media, comparing Jessica's version to the original from the church cookbook. They weren't accusatory, just curious about the connection. But Jessica panicked. She immediately claimed it was a coincidence and that her grandmother had created the recipe independently. The problem? The recipes were identical, including a very unusual ingredient combination that would be unlikely to occur independently. People started digging. Someone found another recipe from a 1980s magazine that matched one of Jessica's family recipes, word for word. Then another from a regional cookbook from the 1960s. It turned out about 6 of the 15 recipes Jessica was selling as passed down through generations of my family were actually copied from various published sources that Grandma had collected over the years. They weren't original family creations. They were recipes Grandma had found, liked, and added to her personal collection. I actually hadn't known this. I'd assumed everything in Grandma's book was either family recipes or her own creations. Apparently, she'd also collected recipes from magazines, cookbooks, church fundraisers, and friends over the years without always noting the source. Jessica's comment section turned on her. People who'd bought the cookbook felt deceived. They'd paid $29.99 for authentic family recipes passed down through generations, and found out some were just copies of published recipes from magazines. Jessica tried to defend herself, saying she hadn't known they weren't original family recipes. I'd given them to her labeled as Grandma's recipes. She was now trying to blame me for the deception. But the damage was done. Several people requested refunds, her rating dropped, and the narrative shifted from small business owner being sabotaged by jealous family to seller misrepresenting products. Jessica took down the cookbook. She was mortified and furious. With me, with Grandma for not documenting sources, with the people who'd exposed her. She sent me a vicious message. "This is your fault. You gave me those recipes knowing they weren't all original. You sabotaged me." I pointed out that I didn't know they weren't original, and that she was the one who'd claimed they were passed down through generations, without verifying that was true. We haven't spoken since. The family dynamics have shifted now. People who were mad at me for sabotaging Jessica's business are now uncomfortable about the whole situation. Some apologized for pressuring me to give her more recipes. "Good thing you didn't. Who knows what else in that book isn't original?" My mom admitted she was wrong to push me so hard. "I just wanted the family to get along. But Jessica really did betray your trust." Jessica has quit social media entirely. As far as I know, she's not trying to sell recipes anymore. I'm left with Grandma's recipe book, which I now view differently. It's not a collection of pure family heritage, it's a record of Grandma's life, including recipes she collected from many sources over 50 years. Some are family recipes passed down from her mother, some she created. Some she copied from magazines or friends. That makes it more special to me, actually. It's a historical document of her life and interests, not just family recipes. Am I glad I didn't give Jessica the other recipes? Absolutely. Not just because she would have sold them, but because some might have been copied from other sources, which would have made the deception worse. Did I expect this ending? Not at all. I thought this would be a simple story about trust and boundaries. Instead, it became about authentication, intellectual property, and the complexity of what we mean by family recipes. So, final verdict. NTA, according to most people. And according to the market, which stopped buying Jessica's cookbook once they knew the truth. Jessica and I probably won't have a relationship again, but I have Grandma's recipe book. I know now to verify sources before sharing anything, and I learned that family recipes are sometimes more complicated than we think. When my brother sold our late mom's jewelry without asking, I made sure his wedding day fell apart. I'm 30, and my brother Ethan, 33, just learned that stealing from your family has consequences. I need to start with mom's jewelry, because understanding what it meant makes everything else make sense. Mom died 3 years ago from ovarian cancer. She was 61. The last 6 months were brutal. Chemo, hospitals, watching her fade. Ethan and I took turns staying with her, though I'll be honest, I was there more often. He had his job, his fiancée, his life. I rearranged mine. Before she died, Mom talked to us about her belongings. She was clear-headed about it, wanted everything settled so we wouldn't fight. Most of her estate was straightforward. The house would be sold and split between us, her savings divided equally, furniture distributed based on who wanted what. But the jewelry was different. Mom had this collection of vintage pieces that had been in our family for generations. Her grandmother's Art Deco engagement ring from the 1920s, her mother's pearl choker from the 1950s, a gold locket with photos of her parents, an emerald bracelet that had belonged to her aunt. These weren't just valuable, they were our family history. I want you two to share these fairly, Mom said during one of our last real conversations. She was in her hospice bed, weak but lucid. Not based on monetary value, based on meaning. Take turns choosing pieces you feel connected to. Keep them in the family. Ethan and I both promised. We held her hands and promised. She made Ethan the executor of her estate because he's older, and because he's a financial analyst. She thought he'd be better at handling the paperwork. I didn't argue. I was drowning in grief and didn't want to deal with probate and legal documents anyway. After Mom died, Ethan handled everything. The funeral arrangements, closing her accounts, listing the house. He kept me updated on the big stuff, but handled most of the details himself. I was grateful. I was barely functional those first few months. The estate took about 8 months to fully settle. The house sold. We split the proceeds, roughly $180,000 each after everything was paid off. Mom's furniture and belongings were distributed. Ethan said he'd keep the jewelry box safe at his place until we were both ready to sit down and divide the pieces like Mom wanted. No rush, he told me. Whenever you're ready. I know this is hard. I needed time. Looking at Mom's jewelry felt too painful. So I waited. A year passed, then another year. I kept meaning to bring it up, but Ethan was busy planning his wedding to his fiancée, Rachel. They'd been together for 5 years, and he proposed about 6 months after Mom died. I liked Rachel well enough. She was nice, a little superficial maybe, but she made Ethan happy. The wedding planning seemed to consume all of Ethan's time and money. He was always talking about the venue, the catering, the photographer. Rachel wanted everything perfect. "It's our dream wedding," he'd say. "We're going all out." About 6 months ago, I finally felt ready to deal with Mom's jewelry. I called Ethan. "Hey, I think I'm ready to go through Mom's jewelry box. When's a good time?" There was a pause. "Oh, yeah. Let me check my calendar. Things have been crazy with wedding stuff." "I know, but it's been over 2 years. I think Mom would want us to handle this." "Absolutely. I'll text you some dates." He never did. I followed up twice more over the next month. Each time, Ethan had an excuse. Too busy. Rachel's family was visiting. Work was hectic. He'd get back to me soon. Then, 3 weeks ago, I was scrolling Instagram and saw a post from Rachel. It was a photo of her getting ready for some wedding-related event. I think it was her bridal shower. She was wearing a necklace I recognized immediately. 3 strands of pearls with a diamond clasp. My grandmother's necklace. The one Mom wore in her wedding photos. The caption said, "Something borrowed for forever, Healthus. Can't wait to make this part of our family heirlooms." I stared at my phone for a solid 5 minutes. Then I called Ethan. It went to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. I sent a text. "Why is Rachel wearing Mom's necklace?" He responded 3 hours later. "We're letting her wear it for the wedding. It's beautiful, and Mom would have wanted her to have something special." "That's not what we agreed. We were supposed to divide the jewelry together. You said you were keeping it safe." "It's still safe. Rachel's just borrowing it. Don't make this a big deal." But it was a big deal. That necklace was one of the most meaningful pieces in the collection. I've been planning to ask for it when we finally divided everything. I drove to Ethan's house the next morning. He wasn't home, but Rachel was. "I need to see Mom's jewelry box," I said when she answered the door. She looked uncomfortable. "Ethan's not here right now. Maybe you should come back when—" "I don't need Ethan. I need to see the jewelry. It's my inheritance, too." "I don't think I should—" "Rachel, either you let me see it or I'm calling a lawyer. Those items are part of an unsettled estate distribution. I have a legal right to access them." That was probably not entirely true, but it worked. She let me in. The jewelry box was in their bedroom. When I opened it, my stomach dropped. More than half of it was gone. The Art Deco engagement ring, gone. The emerald bracelet, gone. A set of antique gold bangles, gone. The sapphire earrings, gone. Out of roughly 20 significant pieces, only 8 remained. "Where's the rest?" I asked. Rachel's face was red. "Ethan said he'd talk to you about—" "Where is it?" "Some of it he sold. We needed money for the venue deposit, and he said the jewelry was just sitting there and—" "He sold our mother's jewelry to pay for your wedding?" "It was his decision. I didn't—" "And the pieces that are missing but you're wearing, where are those?" She touched the pearl necklace at her throat. "Ethan gave me a few pieces, as gifts, because we're getting married, and he wanted me to have something from his family." I left before I said something I couldn't take back. I called Ethan immediately. This time he answered. "You sold Mom's jewelry." "I sold some pieces we didn't need. The money was just sitting there in the form of jewelry when we had actual expenses. Those were family heirlooms. Mom specifically said to keep them in the family. And they are in the family. Rachel's going to be family. And the pieces I sold, we can always buy similar things later if you want. But right now, we needed the money for the wedding venue. The place we wanted required a 50% deposit and—" "I don't care about your venue. You stole from me." I didn't steal anything. I'm the executor. I made a decision about estate assets that weren't being used. The estate was already settled. You were holding those pieces in trust to divide between us. You had no right to sell them or give them away. You're being materialistic. Mom would have wanted me to be happy. She would have wanted us to have a beautiful wedding. Mom wanted us to share those pieces fairly. She said it explicitly. You're making this a bigger deal than it needs to be. Look, I'll give you some of the money from what I sold. We can work it out. How much did you get for the pieces you sold? He hesitated. About $15,000. And how many pieces did you give Rachel? 4 or 5. But those are gifts, not... You stole at least $30,000 worth of jewelry that was half mine, and you think offering me some money makes it okay? It's not stealing when I'm the executor. I hung up. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Mom's face when she made us promise to share the jewelry fairly. Kept thinking about Ethan selling our family history to pay for an overpriced wedding venue. Kept thinking about Rachel wearing Grandma's pearls in Instagram photos with hashtags about forever. Around 3 a.m., I decided I wasn't going to let this go. The next morning, I called a lawyer who specialized in estate law. Her name was Jennifer Chen, and I'd found her through a referral from a friend who'd gone through a messy inheritance dispute with her siblings. I explained the situation. Mom's jewelry, Ethan as executor, his promise to divide the items, the pieces he'd sold and given away without my consent. Was the jewelry specifically distributed in the will? Jennifer asked. The will said all personal property would be divided equally between us. Mom told us verbally how she wanted the jewelry handled. And was the estate formally closed? Yes, about 1.5 years ago. Then your brother had no legal authority to sell or dispose of those items without your consent. Once the estate was closed, he was holding them as a trustee pending division. What he did was conversion, unlawful appropriation of your property. What can I do? Several things. You can sue him for the value of the items sold and demand return of the pieces he gave away. You can also potentially void the sales if the buyers can be identified and notified that the items were sold without proper authority. How do I find the buyers? Your brother likely has records, receipts, emails, transaction history. If he used a dealer or auction house, they'd have documentation. If he sold privately, you'd need to do some investigation. I hired Jennifer on the spot. Over the next week, I became a detective. I went through Mom's house records to find appraisals she'd had done years ago, detailed descriptions and photos of each piece. I contacted insurance companies to get old policies that listed the items. I built a complete inventory of what should have been in that jewelry box. Then, I needed to find out who Ethan sold to. I started with his social media. Ethan wasn't particularly careful about his digital footprint. I found a Facebook post from 8 months ago where he'd tagged himself at Estate Jewelry Buyers, with a caption about turning the past into the future. Subtle. I called the dealer. A man named Richard Paulson answered. I'm inquiring about some jewelry that may have been sold to you by Ethan Morrison about 8 months ago. I'd need to check our records. Can you describe the pieces? I described the Art Deco ring, the emerald bracelet, the gold bangles, the sapphire earrings. Yes, I remember those. Beautiful pieces. Why are you asking? Those items were sold without proper authorization. They were part of an unsettled estate distribution. There was a long pause. That's a serious allegation. Your brother represented that he had full ownership. Did he provide any documentation? He showed an appraisal and said they were his late mother's pieces that he'd inherited. He inherited them jointly with me. He had no authority to sell without my consent. I have a lawyer who can send you documentation proving this. Another pause. If what you're saying is true, we have a problem. We sold those pieces to other buyers. We'd need to unwind those sales. That's between you and my brother. But I'm putting you on notice that those items were improperly sold. Richard's voice got tight. We'll need to see proof. And if this is accurate, we'll be demanding repayment from Mr. Morrison immediately. Jennifer sent Richard a formal letter that afternoon with copies of the estate documents, Mom's will, proof that the estate was closed, and documentation showing the jewelry hadn't been distributed. She also included legal precedent about conversion of joint property. Richard called me 2 days later. We've reviewed the documentation. You're correct. We're contacting the buyers to reverse the sales, and we're demanding full repayment from your brother of the $15,000 we paid him. If he doesn't pay within 30 days, we'll be filing a lawsuit. What about the pieces he gave his fiancée? That's separate. You'd need to recover those directly. Jennifer sent Ethan a legal demand letter. It required him to return all remaining jewelry pieces given to Rachel within 10 days and to compensate me for half the value of the sold items. The letter also informed him that the dealer was demanding repayment and that if he didn't comply, I'd be filing a lawsuit for conversion and breach of fiduciary duty. Ethan called me that night. He was furious. You contacted the jewelry dealer? You threatened them with legal action? I informed them that you sold stolen property. It wasn't stolen. It was estate property that I managed as executor. The estate was closed. You were holding those items in trust. What you did was theft. You're going to ruin my wedding over some jewelry? No. You ruined your wedding when you stole from me to pay for it. The dealer is demanding $15,000. That was our wedding budget. We can't pay that. Then you shouldn't have sold things that weren't yours. He hung up, but I wasn't done, because while going through old documentation, I'd found something else interesting. The appraisal Ethan had shown the dealer. I'd gotten a copy from Richard as part of the legal back and forth. It listed values that were significantly lower than the actual worth of the items. The Art Deco ring alone was worth at least $8,000, according to Mom's insurance appraisal from 5 years ago. Ethan's appraisal listed it at $3,000. I showed it to Jennifer. This looks like a fraudulent appraisal, she said. If he had the items deliberately undervalued to avoid tax implications or to mislead you about the proceeds, that's fraud. Can you tell if it's fake? The appraiser's signature is here. We can verify with their licensing board if they actually did this appraisal. It took one phone call. The appraiser, whose name was on the document, said they'd never seen those items and certainly hadn't appraised them. The signature was forged. Ethan had created a fake appraisal to make it look like he'd gotten less money from the sale than he actually had. I sat with this information for 2 days. Then I made a decision. Rachel's parents were wealthy. I knew from Ethan's complaints that they'd been contributing significantly to the wedding costs, but had been frustrated with how expensive everything was getting. They'd apparently expressed concern that Ethan was being financially irresponsible. I created an anonymous email account and sent Rachel's parents copies of the forged appraisal, the legal demand letters, and documentation showing that Ethan had sold family heirlooms without consent to fund the wedding. The subject line: Information about Ethan Morrison you should see before the wedding. Rachel's parents received the email on a Thursday evening. By Saturday morning, Ethan was calling me every hour. I didn't answer. He showed up at my apartment Sunday afternoon. His eyes were red, his clothes wrinkled. Rachel's parents are threatening to pull out of the wedding, he said the moment I opened the door. They saw some email with legal documents about the jewelry. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me. You sent it. Who else would have those documents? Anyone with access to the estate records, anyone the lawyer sent copies to, could have been the dealer. They think I'm a thief. They think I forged appraisals and stole from my own sister. Rachel is questioning whether she wants to marry someone with integrity issues. Maybe she should question that. You did this to punish me. No, I did this because you stole our mother's jewelry, lied about the value, and used money that was half mine to fund a wedding I wasn't even consulted about. What Rachel's parents do with that information is their choice. The dealer is demanding $15,000. I had to pull it from the wedding fund. Now we can't afford half of what we planned. Rachel's parents were supposed to cover the rest, but now they're backing out. The wedding might not even happen. Then I guess you'll have to return all of Mom's jewelry and figure something else out. You're destroying my life over things that are just going to sit in a drawer. They're my inheritance. They're my connection to Mom and Grandma and our entire family. You treated them like they were yours to dispose of. You didn't even ask me. I was the executor. The estate was closed. You keep saying that like it gives you some authority you don't have. He stood there, breathing hard, and for a moment I thought he might actually take a swing at me. Instead, he just said, "I hope you're happy. You're getting your jewelry back, and I'm losing everything." He left. The wedding was postponed 2 weeks later. Not officially canceled, but postponed indefinitely pending personal matters. Rachel updated her social media relationship status to, "It's complicated." Ethan returned all the jewelry pieces he'd given Rachel, every single one, though some arrived with notes like, "You're satisfied now?" The pieces that had been sold took longer. The dealer had to track down the buyers, explain the situation, reverse the transactions. The whole process took about 6 weeks, but eventually, I got everything back. That was 2 months ago. Ethan and Rachel's relationship is apparently on the rocks. According to mutual family friends, Rachel's parents have forbidden her from marrying him until he proves his character. Rachel herself is apparently furious that Ethan put her in this position, that he made her wear stolen jewelry and tagged her in the drama. Ethan had to take out a personal loan to repay the dealer because he'd already spent the wedding fund money on deposits that weren't refundable. He's in about $20,000 of debt now, between the loan and the wedding expenses that are sunk costs. Our family is fractured. Dad, who divorced Mom 20 years ago but stayed in contact with us, thinks I went too far. Your brother made a bad decision, but you destroyed his wedding and his relationship. That's vindictive. He stole from me, I said. He mismanaged assets. There's a difference. Is there? My aunt, Mom's sister, is firmly on my side. Your mother would be horrified at what Ethan did. Those pieces meant everything to her. You did the right thing, protecting them. But my cousins are split. One said I should have handled it privately, that involving Rachel's parents was cruel and calculated. Another said Ethan deserved everything he got. My therapist asked me how I feel about what happened. Honestly, I'm relieved I got the jewelry back. Every time I look at Grandma's pearls or Mom's locket, I feel connected to them. That was worth fighting for. But I also feel guilty. Ethan's life is a mess right now. His relationship might be over. He's in debt. His reputation with Rachel's family, and frankly our extended family, is damaged, maybe permanently. I could have just sued him quietly, gotten the jewelry back through legal channels without involving Rachel's parents. But part of me wanted him to face consequences beyond just returning what he stole. Part of me wanted Rachel to know who she was marrying. Part of me wanted him to feel a fraction of the betrayal I felt when I discovered what he'd done. Was that justice or revenge? My best friend says it was justice. He stole from you, lied to you, and showed zero remorse until he faced consequences. You didn't make him sell that jewelry. You didn't make him forge appraisals. You didn't make him lie to Rachel's parents about where the wedding money came from. You just exposed what he'd already done. But another friend said, "You got the jewelry back through the lawyer. Sending that information to Rachel's parents was about hurting him, not protecting yourself. Last week I got a letter from Ethan. An actual, physical letter, not an email or text. He wrote that he's realized he made terrible decisions, that he got caught up in wedding planning and lost sight of what mattered. He said he knows now that he violated my trust and Mom's wishes. He said he's in therapy trying to figure out why he thought what he did was okay. But then the letter said, "I'm trying to take accountability for my actions, but I need you to take accountability for yours too. You didn't just want the jewelry back. You wanted to hurt me. You wanted to destroy my wedding and my relationship. You succeeded. I hope it was worth it." I haven't responded, because I don't know if he's right. Did I just want the jewelry back, or did I want revenge? When I sent that email to Rachel's parents, was I protecting them from marrying into a family situation they should know about? Or was I intentionally sabotaging Ethan's wedding? The jewelry box is in my closet now. All the pieces are back. I've worn a few of them. Mom's pearls to a work event. Grandma's ring on special occasions. Each time, I think about Mom and the promise we made to her. But I also think about Ethan, alone in his apartment, in debt, his relationship falling apart, all because I decided that returning the jewelry wasn't enough punishment. So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for exposing Ethan's theft and forged appraisals to his fiancée's parents, knowing it would destroy his wedding? Or did he deserve to lose everything after he stole and sold our mother's irreplaceable heirlooms? After my cousin stole my inheritance and lied to the family, I made sure everyone knew the truth. I'm 28, and my cousin Lily, 31, just learned that forging signatures and stealing inheritance money has consequences. I need to start with my Aunt Claire, because understanding what she meant to me makes everything else make sense. Aunt Claire was my mom's older sister, but she was more like a second mother to me. My parents divorced when I was 12, and it was ugly. Fighting, custody battles, financial struggles. During the worst of it, I'd go stay with Aunt Claire for weeks at a time. She'd let me cry, help me with homework, make me feel safe when everything else felt chaotic. She never had kids of her own. She'd been married briefly in her 20s, but it didn't work out. And after that, she just focused on her career as a high school English teacher and on being the favorite aunt to all of us. But especially to me and Lily. Lily is her sister's daughter, so Aunt Claire's niece through marriage, but they were extremely close. Lily's mom, Aunt Sarah, and Aunt Claire were best friends, not just sisters-in-law. Lily grew up spending summers at Aunt Claire's house, just like I did. We'd overlap sometimes, the three of us making cookies or going to the beach or watching old movies. As adults, Lily and I weren't super close, but we were friendly. She lived about 40 minutes from Aunt Claire. I lived 3 hours away in a different city. We'd see each other at holidays, exchange pleasant texts occasionally, like each other's Instagram posts. Normal cousin relationship. Aunt Claire got sick 2 years ago. Pancreatic cancer. It moved fast. She went from diagnosis to hospice in about 8 months. During that time, Lily was incredible. She visited constantly, helped with doctor appointments, coordinated care. I visited when I could, every other weekend, sometimes more. But I had my job and my life 3 hours away. Lily was right there, and she stepped up. I was grateful for that. Aunt Claire deserved to have someone close by who loved her. Aunt Claire passed away 14 months ago. The funeral was beautiful. Lily gave a eulogy that had everyone crying. We hugged afterward, both of us devastated, and she said, "At least we have each other. We'll get through this together." A few weeks after the funeral, Lily called me. "So, I've been going through Aunt Claire's paperwork. She left a will. It's pretty straightforward. She's leaving her savings split between you and me, and some smaller amounts to a few other relatives and charities." "How much are we talking about?" Her savings account had about $80,000. After estate costs and the other bequests, it works out to roughly $30,000 each for us. $30,000. It wasn't life-changing money, but it was significant. It could pay off my student loans, or go toward a down payment on a house, or sit in savings as an actual emergency fund. The lawyer is local to Aunt Claire's town, Lily continued. I'm handling all the estate stuff since I'm nearby. It's easier than you having to drive up here constantly for meetings and paperwork. Are you sure? I don't want you to have to do all the work. Honestly, it's easier this way. I'll keep you updated on everything. Okay, thank you. Seriously, I appreciate you handling this. Of course, we're family. The next few months, Lily would send me occasional updates. Met with the lawyer today. Everything's moving along. Estate is still in probate. These things take forever. Lawyer says we should have everything finalized in the next few weeks. I didn't think anything of it. Estate stuff is complicated and slow. I was busy with work and life. I trusted Lily completely. She'd taken such good care of Aunt Claire at the end. Why wouldn't I trust her with the estate? 6 months after Aunt Claire died, at Thanksgiving, I mentioned the inheritance to my mom. Has Lily said anything to you about when the estate will be finalized? She keeps saying it's taking longer than expected. My mom frowned. Claire's estate? That should have been settled months ago. Her finances were very straightforward. Just a savings account and a few small investments. Nothing complicated. Lily said it was still in probate. For 6 months? That doesn't make sense unless there's a dispute or debt issues. But Claire didn't have debts, and there's no dispute as far as I know. Something felt off. I texted Lily that night. Hey, just checking in on the estate timeline. My mom mentioned it seems like it's taking longer than usual. She responded the next morning. Yeah, the lawyer's office has been backed up. Plus there were some unexpected tax things. Should be done soon. That should have satisfied me, but it didn't. My mom's comment had planted a seed of doubt. 2 weeks later, I was at my parents' house for Christmas. My mom was going through mail. She still got some things forwarded from her old address, administrative stuff that hadn't been updated. This is odd, she said, holding up an envelope. This is addressed to you, but it came to my old address. It's from a bank in Aunt Claire's town. I opened it. It was a statement for an estate account. Aunt Claire's estate account. The one that should have been holding the inheritance until distribution. The statement was dated from 3 months ago. It showed a balance of 0. The account had been closed. There was a transaction history. A single withdrawal for the full amount. $62,000. Made 7 months ago. 1 month after Aunt Claire died. The payee. Lily's name. I stared at that statement for a full minute, trying to make sense of it. What's wrong? My mom asked. Lily told me the estate was still being processed, but according to this, she withdrew all the money 7 months ago. My mom took the statement and read it carefully. Call her. Right now. There has to be an explanation. I called. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. I sent a text. I got a bank statement showing you withdrew the full estate amount 7 months ago. What's going on? She didn't respond for 6 hours. When she finally did, it was just, "Can we talk after the holidays? I can explain everything." Explain now. It's complicated. I didn't want to stress you out during Christmas. I'll call you next week. Lily, did you take my inheritance? I borrowed it. I was going to tell you. I hit some financial problems and needed short-term help. I'm paying it back. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. You took $30,000 that was mine without telling me? I was going to pay it back before you even knew. But things have been harder than I expected. I just need a little more time. How much time? I don't know. A few months, maybe longer. I'm working on it. You've had the money for 7 months, and you've been lying to me this entire time. I wasn't lying, I didn't want you to worry. I was trying to handle it. By stealing from me? Don't call it stealing. We're family. It was a temporary loan. A loan requires asking permission. You just took it. I'll pay you back. Why are you being so dramatic? I hung up. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the times over the past 7 months when Lily had sent me updates about the estate, still processing. Every single one had been a lie. She'd had the money the whole time. The next morning, I called the lawyer who'd handled Aunt Claire's estate. His name was Martin Walsh, and his number was on the bank statement. Mr. Walsh, I'm calling about Claire Morrison's estate. I was supposed to receive half of her savings, but I never received any distribution. There was a pause. I'm sorry, who am I speaking with? I'm Claire's niece, one of the beneficiaries. The estate was fully distributed 7 months ago. Both beneficiaries signed off on receiving their portions. I never signed anything. I never received anything. Another pause, longer this time. That's very concerning. Can you come to my office? I think we need to review the paperwork immediately. I drove 3 hours to Mr. Walsh's office the day after Christmas. My mom came with me. Mr. Walsh pulled out the estate file. Inside was all the paperwork. Aunt Claire's will, the probate documents, the distribution forms. Here's the signature page, he said, showing me a document titled Beneficiary Acknowledgement and Receipt of Distribution. It had 2 signatures. One was Lily's, in her handwriting. The other was supposedly mine. Except it wasn't. It looked similar. Someone had clearly tried to copy my signature. But it wasn't mine. The loops were wrong. The pressure was different. The slant was off. That's not my signature, I said. Mr. Walsh looked pale. Are you certain? Completely certain. I never signed this document. I've never even seen it before today. This is a very serious matter. If what you're saying is true, someone committed forgery and fraud. My mom was looking at the document. When was this supposedly signed? According to my records, both beneficiaries came to my office together approximately 1 month after the decedent's passing. They both signed the distribution forms, and I issued checks to each of them for their respective amounts. I was never at your office, I said. I've never been here before today. Did someone come with Lily claiming to be you? I have no idea, but that's not my signature. Mr. Walsh pulled out another document. This is my intake form from that meeting. I noted that both beneficiaries were present, but I'll be honest. I met them briefly, verified IDs, watched them sign, and processed the distribution. I didn't know either of you personally, so I wouldn't have known if someone was impersonating you. She showed you ID? Yes, driver's license. I made a copy. He pulled out a photocopy of a license. It was my license, my actual license with my photo, my information, the one I'd lost about a year ago and had to get replaced. How did she get your license? My mom asked. I remembered. A year ago, Lily and I had gone to a concert together. I'd stayed at her place overnight. I'd been looking for my license the next morning, couldn't find it, figured it had fallen out of my purse somewhere. I'd gotten a replacement the following week. She'd taken it. Even back then, she'd been planning this. I need to contact the police, Mr. Walsh said. This is identity theft and fraud. I'm also legally obligated to report this to the state bar. What happens now? You'll need to file a police report. I'll need to provide all documentation to law enforcement. The estate distribution was done under false pretenses, so Lily will be required to return the full amount she received, both her legitimate share and the amount she stole from you. There will likely be criminal charges. I filed a police report that afternoon. The officer who took my statement looked grim. Forgery, identity theft, fraud. Your cousin's looking at serious charges. Has she said anything about why she did this? She told me she needed the money short-term and was planning to pay me back. Did she say what she needed it for? No. Over the next few days, I started digging. I looked at Lily's social media from the past 7 months, the period after she'd stolen the money. New car. Posts about a much-needed upgrade to a BMW sedan. Purchase date. 8 months ago, right after she got the inheritance money. Kitchen renovation. Before and after photos of her condo's kitchen with new cabinets, countertops, appliances. Timeline matched. Vacation to Hawaii. Multiple posts from a resort, fancy dinners, activities. 4 months ago. Designer clothes. Multiple shopping haul posts and outfit photos featuring brands that cost hundreds per item. She hadn't borrowed the money for an emergency. She'd stolen it to fund a lifestyle upgrade. I took screenshots of everything. The police investigation moved forward. They interviewed Lily, who apparently admitted to forging my signature, but claimed she'd always intended to pay me back. Her lawyer tried to frame it as a family misunderstanding rather than fraud. That didn't work because she'd forged legal documents and committed identity theft using my stolen driver's license. But here's where things got more complicated. Lily started telling family members her version of events. According to her story, I had told her I didn't want the inheritance money because it felt wrong to profit from Aunt Claire's death. She claimed I'd asked her to take my share and donate it to charity, but she'd made a mistake and spent some of it herself. She was now being persecuted by me for trying to honor what she thought were my wishes. It was complete fiction, but some family members believed her, or at least wanted to believe her, because the alternative, that she'd coldly planned and executed a theft from her own cousin, was too ugly to accept. My Uncle Richard, Lily's dad, called me 3 weeks after I filed the police report. "I think you're being too harsh on Lily," he said. "She made a mistake, but she's family. Can't you work this out privately without involving lawyers and police?" She stole $30,000 from me. She forged my signature. She committed identity theft. That's not a mistake. She's under a lot of stress. She has financial problems. She wasn't thinking clearly. So she decided to solve her financial problems by stealing my inheritance? I'm just saying, maybe there's a way to resolve this that doesn't destroy her life. She's looking at criminal charges. She could go to jail. Is that really what you want? I want my money back, and I want her to face consequences for what she did. Think about what this is doing to the family. Everyone's taking sides. It's tearing us apart. Lily tore the family apart when she stole from me and lied about it. He hung up on me. But his call made me realize that Lily's false story was spreading. People who didn't know the full truth were hearing her version and believing it, or at least questioning mine. So I decided everyone needed to see the evidence. I created a detailed document, timeline, bank statements showing the estate withdrawal, the forged signature next to examples of my real signature, screenshots of Mr. Walsh's statement confirming I'd never been to his office, photos of the stolen driver's license, police report documentation, and screenshots of Lily's social media showing all her expensive purchases made right after she stole the money. I titled it, "The Truth About Aunt Claire's Estate." Then I sent it to every family member. My parents, my siblings, all my aunts and uncles, my cousins. Everyone. The email was simple. I want everyone to understand what actually happened with Aunt Claire's inheritance. Lily has been telling people that I didn't want the money. That's false. The attached documentation shows that she forged my signature, stole my identity, took my inheritance, and lied about it for months. I'm not sharing this to be vindictive. I'm sharing it because the truth matters, and because some of you have been hearing a very different story from Lily. I hit send and waited. The responses started coming within hours. My mom called first. I'm glad you did this. People needed to see the truth. My Aunt Sarah, Lily's mother, called next. She was crying. I didn't know. I didn't know any of this. She told me you'd given her permission to use the money temporarily. I can't believe she lied to me. I can't believe she did this. My cousin Marcus, Lily's brother, sent a text. I'm sorry. I should have questioned her story more. This is unforgivable. But Uncle Richard's response was furious. He sent a group text to multiple family members. Can't believe my name is trying to destroy her own cousin by sending this hit piece to everyone. This is private family business that should have stayed private. Now she's humiliating Lily publicly. My dad responded in the same group thread. Lily humiliated herself by committing fraud. These aren't allegations. These are documented facts. She forged signatures, used stolen ID, and lied to everyone for months. The family divide became stark. Some people firmly supported me. They'd seen the evidence and understood the severity of what Lily had done. Others thought I was being vindictive by airing dirty laundry and involving police instead of handling it quietly. A few family members tried to stay neutral, but that became impossible as the situation escalated. The legal process moved forward. Lily's lawyer negotiated with prosecutors. She ultimately agreed to a plea deal, guilty to fraud and identity theft, repayment of the full $30,000 plus interest and legal fees, totaling about $38,000, 3 years probation, and 200 hours community service. She avoided jail time because she had no prior criminal record and agreed to full restitution. She had to borrow money from her parents to pay me back. The check arrived 6 weeks ago. I deposited it immediately, but the money was only part of it. Lily's reputation is destroyed. Most of the family won't speak to her. She's been excluded from family gatherings. My grandmother, Aunt Claire's mother, who's 89, old Lily she was ashamed and hasn't spoken to her since. Lily had to sell her car, the BMW she'd bought with my stolen money, to help repay her parents. She can't afford her condo anymore, so she's moving to a cheaper apartment. She lost her job at the dental office where she worked because they found out about the fraud conviction during a background check renewal. Her social media has gone dark. No more posts about her perfect life. Last week, she sent me an email. Subject line, please read. I know you'll probably delete this without reading, but I need to say this anyway. I made terrible mistakes. I know that now. I was in debt. I was stressed. I made bad decisions. I never meant to hurt you this badly. I thought I could fix it before you found out. I know that doesn't excuse anything. But what you did, sending that document to everyone, making sure every family member saw every detail, that wasn't about getting your money back. You'd already filed the police report. The legal system was handling it. You sent that email to humiliate me, to make sure everyone knew what I'd done, to destroy my reputation. I lost my job. My family won't talk to me. I'll have a criminal record forever. I had to move. I'm in therapy because I've been having panic attacks. All because you decided that getting your money back wasn't enough. You needed everyone to hate me. Was it worth it? Did destroying my life make you feel better? I haven't responded, because I don't know how to answer that. My best friend thinks the email was justified. You told the truth to your family. That's not humiliation. That's transparency. Lily destroyed her own life by stealing from you. But my sister said something that's been bothering me. You had every right to prosecute her and get your money back. But did you need to send that document to the entire family? The evidence was for the lawyer and the police. Sending it to everyone felt like you wanted to make sure she'd be ostracized. Was that true? Did I send it to inform people, or to ensure maximum social consequences? My therapist asked me to think about my motivation. When you hit send on that email, what were you hoping would happen? I wanted people to know the truth. Lily was telling lies about me, and people were believing her. And if you'd corrected the record verbally, told your side of the story without the detailed documentation, would that have been enough? Probably not. People would have still questioned it. They needed to see proof. Did they need to see quite that much proof? Screenshots of her vacation photos and shopping hauls? Details about her plea bargain? I didn't have a good answer. The truth is, I was angry, furious. Lily had stolen from me, betrayed my trust, dishonored Aunt Claire's memory by stealing an inheritance meant to honor her love for both of us. And then she'd lied about it, tried to make me look like the bad guy, acted like she was the victim. I wanted everyone to know exactly what she'd done. I wanted her to lose the sympathy and support she'd been manipulating people into giving her. I wanted consequences that extended beyond just paying the money back. But did I want her to lose her job? To be cut off from most of the family? To be publicly shamed? Maybe I did. In that moment, when I sent that email, maybe I did want all of that. Uncle Richard won't speak to me now. He thinks I was cruel and vindictive. At a recent family gathering I attended, one Lily was not invited to. He left early rather than be in the same room with me. Aunt Sarah is torn between supporting me, because what Lily did was clearly wrong, and protecting her daughter, because she's her child and she's suffering. My grandmother told me last week, I understand why you did what you did. Lily was wrong, but I'm sad that this family has been torn apart. I'm 89 years old, and I don't know if I'll live to see this healed. That hit me hard, because she's right. The family is fractured, maybe permanently. Holidays will never be the same. Gatherings will always be awkward. Some relationships may never recover. And while Lily caused that fracture by stealing from me, I widened it by making sure everyone knew every detail. I got my money back. I got justice. Lily faced legal consequences and social consequences. But was the social annihilation necessary? Or did I take justified anger and turn it into something crueler? So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for sending detailed evidence of Lily's fraud to every family member, knowing it would destroy her reputation and relationships? Or was that justified transparency after she stole from me and lied to the family about it? When my brother stole my inheritance and laughed, I made sure he lost everything he cheated for. I'm 30, and my brother Tyler, 34, just learned that forging documents and stealing inheritance has consequences. I need to start with my dad, because understanding what he built makes everything else matter more. Dad owned a small manufacturing company, precision metal parts for industrial equipment. He started it from nothing 25 years ago, working out of a rented garage, and built it into a business with 30 employees and annual revenue around $2 million. It wasn't a fortune, but it was solid, stable, and it was his pride and joy. Dad also owned the house we grew up in, a nice 4-bedroom in a good neighborhood, fully paid off, worth about $450,000. Between the business and the house, plus some savings and retirement accounts, Dad's total estate was valued at roughly $1.8 million. Dad and I were close. I'd worked summers at his company through high school and college, learning the business from the ground up. I studied business management specifically because I wanted to eventually take over the company. Dad and I talked about it constantly. His succession plan, how we'd transition leadership, how I'd modernize some processes while keeping the core of what made the business work. Tyler was different. He'd never been interested in the business. He went to law school, became a corporate attorney, made good money, but spent it all on expensive cars and a lifestyle he could barely afford. He visited Dad maybe twice a year, usually when he needed something. But he was the oldest, and in our family, that carried weight. Dad had a heart attack 18 months ago. He was 67. It was sudden. He collapsed at the factory, and by the time the ambulance got him to the hospital, it was too late. Mom was devastated. They'd been married for 38 years. She'd worked alongside Dad in the early years of the business, handling books and admin while he managed operations. After Dad died, she was lost. She stopped eating regularly, stopped going out, just sat in the house surrounded by memories. Tyler and I both came home for the funeral. The will reading was scheduled for 2 weeks later, giving us time to grieve and handle immediate arrangements. Dad's will was clear. I'd read it years ago when he'd first had it drawn up, and he'd discussed it with me multiple times. The business would be split 50-50 between Tyler and me, with the understanding that I'd run operations and Tyler would be a silent partner, receiving profit distributions. The house would go entirely to Mom for her lifetime, then be split between us after she passed. Savings and retirement accounts would be split evenly between Mom, Tyler, and me. It was fair. Tyler would get significant value from the business without having to work in it. I'd get to run the company I'd spent years preparing to lead. Mom would be secure. At the will reading, the lawyer, a man named Richard Beaumont who'd known Dad for 20 years, read everything exactly as I remembered. Tyler looked bored through most of it, probably calculating his share. I was just trying not to cry, thinking about Dad not being there. "There's one additional note," Richard said at the end. "Your father wanted me to emphasize that the business should remain in the family. He built it from nothing, and his hope was that his children would honor that legacy." Tyler and I both nodded. We left that meeting with the understanding that we'd co-own the business. I'd manage it, and we'd work out the details over the coming months as the estate was settled. That was the last time things were simple. About 3 weeks after Dad died, Tyler suggested we meet to discuss the business transition. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our cities. "I've been thinking about the business," Tyler said. 50-50 ownership is going to be complicated. Too many opportunities for disagreement, especially since I'm not involved in day-to-day operations. That's why Dad structured it with me running things and you receiving distributions. You don't have to be involved unless you want to be. Right, but that puts me in a passive position. I have no real say in major decisions, but I'm tied to whatever choices you make. We can set up a formal agreement. Major decisions require both our approvals, but operational stuff is my domain. That's pretty standard. Or, Tyler said, leaning back, what if we simplified things? What if I bought you out? I stared at him. You want to buy my half of the business? You'd get a lump sum, let's say $400,000, and you'd be free to do whatever you want. I'd take over the business, hire a manager to run it, and collect the profits. You have no interest in the business. You don't know anything about manufacturing. I don't need to know the details. I'd hire competent people. The business basically runs itself at this point, right? No, Tyler, it doesn't. Dad was there every day making decisions, solving problems, maintaining relationships with clients and suppliers. It's not a passive income stream. So you're saying it can't function without you specifically? I'm saying it needs someone who understands it and cares about it, which is me, which is why Dad wanted me to run it. Dad wanted us both to inherit it. He never said you had to be the one running it. He absolutely did. We talked about it constantly. His plan was always for me to take over operations. Well, he's not here to confirm that, is he? Tyler's tone had shifted, less friendly, more businesslike. Look, I'm making you a generous offer. $400,000 cash for your half. That's probably more than your share is actually worth, considering the business would tank without Dad. The business won't tank. I've been preparing for this for years. Think about it. I'll give you a week to decide. I didn't need a week. No, I'm not selling my inheritance so you can play businessman with something Dad built. Tyler's expression hardened. Fine, but don't expect me to be a silent partner then. If I'm co-owner, I'm going to be involved in every decision. Every hiring, every expense, every client contract. Hope you're ready for that. He left. I sat there feeling sick, realizing this wasn't going to be the smooth transition Dad had envisioned. But I had no idea how bad it was about to get. 2 months after Dad died, while the estate was still in probate, Tyler called me. We need to talk. Can you come to Mom's house tomorrow? What's this about? Just come. It's important. I drove to Mom's house the next day. Tyler was already there, sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of papers in front of him. Mom was in the living room, looking uncomfortable. What's going on? I asked. Tyler slid a document across the table. Mom's decided to restructure Dad's estate distribution. I picked up the document. It was titled Amendment to Estate Distribution and appeared to be a legal form transferring full ownership of the business to Tyler and transferring the house to both of us jointly instead of just to Mom. What is this? Mom realized that the business needs clear leadership, not divided ownership. She's decided to allocate the business entirely to me and will share the house. Mom agreed to this? I looked at Mom in the living room. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Mom? I said louder. Did you agree to this? She nodded slightly, still not looking at me. Why would you do this? Dad wanted us to split everything fairly. Tyler interrupted. Dad wanted the business to succeed. Mom understands that split ownership will create conflict and potentially destroy what Dad built. This way, the business has clear leadership, and we both get value from the house. Clear leadership meaning you, who knows nothing about the business and doesn't care about it. I care about preserving Dad's legacy and making sure the business remains profitable. By cutting me out entirely? You're not being cut out. You're getting half the house. That's worth $225,000. The business value is uncertain. It might be worth a lot, or it might fail without Dad. The house is guaranteed value. This is insane. Mom, please tell me you didn't actually agree to this. Mom finally spoke, her voice quiet. Tyler explained that it's better this way. Less fighting between you two. There doesn't have to be fighting. The will was clear. We split the business. I run it. Everyone's happy. Tyler stood up. The decision's made. Mom has the right to allocate Dad's estate as she sees fit, as the primary beneficiary and executor. That's not how this works. The will specifies. The will gives Mom discretion in distribution timing and methods. This is within her legal authority. I looked at the document again, my hands shaking. When was this signed? Last week. I want to see the original. I want to verify Mom actually signed this. You're looking at a copy. The original is with my attorney. Your attorney? Not Dad's attorney? Dad's attorney handles probate. I hired my own counsel for estate planning purposes. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. I need to talk to Richard, Dad's attorney. He needs to review this. Tyler shrugged. Feel free, but the document is legal and binding. The business is mine. Be grateful you're getting half the house. I could have pushed Mom to make different choices. Be grateful? You're stealing my inheritance and telling me to be grateful? I'm not stealing anything. Mom made a decision about asset allocation. If you can't handle that, that's your problem. This isn't over. Tyler smiled. Actually, it is. But hey, if you need a job, the company's always hiring. You could work for me someday. Family discount on salary.
Maybe. I left before I said something I couldn't take back.
That night I called Richard Beaumont, Dad's attorney. Richard, Tyler just showed me some documents supposedly from Mom reallocating Dad's estate. The business goes entirely to him, and the house gets split between us. Did you prepare this document? No. I'm still handling the standard probate process according to your father's will. I haven't prepared any amendments or reallocation documents. Tyler said it was legal and binding. It might be if your mother genuinely wanted to modify the distribution and had it properly executed, but that's highly unusual, and frankly, I'd want to review it carefully. Your father's will was very specific, and your mother would need compelling reasons to deviate from it. Can you look into this? Something feels wrong. I'll reach out to your mother directly. If she's made changes to the estate plan, I need to know about it as the attorney of record. Richard called me back 2 days later. I spoke with your mother. She's very confused. She says Tyler brought her some papers to sign, told her they were routine probate documents, and she signed them without reading them carefully. She didn't understand she was reallocating the estate. My blood went cold. So she didn't knowingly agree to give Tyler the entire business? It doesn't sound like it. She thought she was signing standard estate paperwork. I'm going to need to see the original document. If Tyler had your mother sign something without her understanding what it was, that's a serious problem. What do I do? First, request a copy of the document directly from Tyler. If he refuses, I can subpoena it through the probate process. Second, we may need to challenge the validity of that document. If your mother didn't understand what she was signing, it's not valid. I requested the document from Tyler via text. He responded, "You saw it already.
That's sufficient.
I need a copy for my records. Hire your own lawyer if you want to play legal games." So I did. I hired an attorney specializing in estate disputes. Her name was Jennifer Watkins, and she was recommended by a colleague whose family had gone through a similar situation. Jennifer immediately requested the document through formal legal channels. Tyler's attorney responded that they'd provide it during the discovery phase if litigation became necessary. "He's stalling," Jennifer said. "That tells me there's something wrong with the document. If it was legitimate, they'd have no reason to hide it." What's our next move? We file a formal objection to the estate distribution in probate court. We argue that any amendment to your father's will was executed through fraud or undue influence. That forces them to produce the document and defend its legitimacy. We filed the objection. The probate court scheduled a hearing for 6 weeks out. In the meantime, I started digging. I went back to Mom's house when I knew Tyler wouldn't be there. Mom answered the door looking tired and anxious. "Can we talk?" I asked. She let me in. We sat at the kitchen table, the same table where Tyler had shown me that document. "Mom, I need you to tell me exactly what happened when Tyler brought you those papers to sign." She looked down at her hands. "He said they were estate documents that needed my signature. He said it was routine, that Richard had prepared them." "Did you read them?" I tried, but the legal language was confusing. Tyler explained it was just standard probate stuff, documenting asset values, confirming distributions, things like that. He said I just needed to sign so the process could move forward. "Did anyone witness you signing?" Tyler said his colleague was there as a witness, a woman. I don't remember her name. "Can you describe her?" "Blonde, maybe 40. She was on her phone most of the time. Tyler introduced her as a notary. Did she actually notarize your signature? Did she verify your identity, watch you sign, that kind of thing? Mom frowned, trying to remember. I think she asked to see my driver's license. Then I signed, and she signed something too. Tyler took the papers and said he'd file them with the court. Mom, that document didn't just authorize probate procedures. It gave Tyler full ownership of Dad's business and changed how the house would be distributed. Her eyes widened. What? No. Tyler said it was routine paperwork. Did you want to give Tyler the entire business? Of course not. Your father wanted you both to have it. He talked about it all the time, how you'd run it together, how Tyler would benefit financially, even though you'd do the work. Then Tyler lied to you about what you were signing. She started crying. I didn't know. I was so tired, so confused. Everything felt overwhelming after your father died. Tyler said he was helping, that I just needed to sign so things could move forward. It's okay, Mom. We're going to fix this. But I needed proof. Testimony from Mom that she'd been deceived was valuable, but it would come down to Tyler's word against hers unless I could prove the document itself was fraudulent. Jennifer subpoenaed the original document as part of the probate proceedings. Tyler's attorney fought it, but the judge ordered production. 3 weeks later, we finally received a copy of the original document. Jennifer reviewed it carefully. Then she called me. We need a handwriting expert. I think the signature is forged. You can tell just by looking at it. I've seen enough of these cases to recognize warning signs. The signature looks too careful, like someone was slowly copying rather than naturally signing. The pen pressure is inconsistent in ways that suggest someone was tracing or reproducing rather than signing fluidly. Jennifer hired a forensic handwriting analyst named Dr. Patricia Morrison. I provided multiple examples of Mom's genuine signature from various documents over the years: checks, legal forms, medical paperwork. Dr. Morrison's report came back 2 weeks later. After analyzing the signature on the estate amendment document and comparing it to known exemplars of Mrs. Morrison's signature, it is my professional opinion that the signature on the estate amendment is not genuine. The signature exhibits characteristics consistent with forgery, including unnatural pen lifts, inconsistent letter formations compared to genuine signatures, evidence of pen pressure variations suggesting tracing or simulation, and tremor patterns inconsistent with the writer's natural hand movement. The signature was forged. But there was more. The document claimed to have been witnessed and notarized by someone named Rebecca Phillips. Jennifer tracked down the notary license. Rebecca Phillips was a legitimate notary, but she worked at a law firm 3 hours away from where Mom lived. Jennifer called Rebecca. Do you have any record of notarizing a document for Mrs. Helen Morrison on date? No. I keep detailed logs of every notarization I perform. I have no record of that name or date. Is it possible you notarized it and forgot to log it? Absolutely not. I'm required by law to maintain those records, and I'm meticulous about it. If my seal appears on a document I didn't notarize, that's notary fraud. Jennifer got a sworn affidavit from Rebecca stating she'd never notarized any document for Mom, and that her notary seal had been used without her authorization. Now we had forensic evidence that Mom's signature was forged and witness testimony that the notarization was fake. Jennifer filed an amended objection to the estate distribution, now including allegations of fraud and forgery. We attached Dr. Morrison's handwriting analysis and Rebecca's affidavit. The probate court scheduled an emergency hearing. Tyler was ordered to appear and explain the discrepancies. At the hearing, Tyler's attorney tried to argue that the handwriting analysis was inconclusive and that there might have been a clerical error with the notary information. The judge wasn't having it. Counsel, we have a forensic expert stating the signature is forged. We have a notary stating she never notarized this document and that her seal was used fraudulently. These aren't clerical errors. These are indicators of fraud. Does your client have any explanation? Tyler's attorney requested time to consult with his client. They whispered back and forth for a few minutes. Then Tyler stood up. Your Honor, there may have been some miscommunication with the document preparation. I may have. Did you forge your mother's signature on this document? The judge interrupted. I was acting in what I believed were her wishes. She was confused, grieving, and I thought, that's not what I asked. Did you sign this document on your mother's behalf without her authorization? Tyler looked at his attorney, who looked like he wanted to disappear. Yes. The courtroom was silent. And did you falsely represent that this document had been properly notarized when in fact you used a notary seal without authorization? I had the document notarized, but there may have been issues with Mr. Morrison. Answer the question. Did you use a notary's seal without that notary being present to witness the signature? Yes. The judge looked disgusted. This court finds that the estate amendment document is fraudulent and void. The original will stands as written. Furthermore, I'm referring this matter to the District Attorney's Office for criminal investigation. Forgery, fraud, and notary seal fraud are serious crimes. This hearing is adjourned. Tyler tried to approach me as we left the courtroom. His face was pale, his hands shaking. We can fix this. We can work something out. I'll sign the business over to you. We'll split everything like Dad wanted. Just, please, don't let them prosecute me. You forged Mom's signature. You tried to steal my inheritance. You told me to be grateful and that maybe I could work for you someday. I was angry. I didn't mean. You meant every word. You thought you'd get away with it. Please, I'm your brother. You stopped being my brother when you decided to destroy everything Dad built by committing fraud. Jennifer pulled me away. Don't engage with him. Anything you say could complicate the criminal case. The district attorney's office opened an investigation the following week. They subpoenaed Tyler's phone records, email accounts, and financial records. They interviewed Mom, Richard Beaumont, the forensic analyst, and the notary. 3 months later, Tyler was formally charged with 3 counts of forgery, 2 counts of fraud, and 1 count of notary seal fraud. His attorney negotiated a plea deal, guilty to 1 count of fraud and 1 count of forgery. The other charges dropped. Sentencing recommendation: 2 years probation, $50,000 in restitution, covering my legal fees and damages, 500 hours community service, and permanent criminal record. Tyler accepted the plea. But there was more. The probate court ruled that because Tyler had attempted to defraud the estate, he'd violated his position of trust as a beneficiary. Their ruling: Tyler would forfeit his inheritance entirely as punishment for the fraud. The business and half the house that should have been his would now go to me. Mom could choose to voluntarily give him some financial support, but legally, he was entitled to nothing. I would inherit the entire business and the full house after Mom passed. Tyler had tried to steal everything and ended up with nothing. Tyler lost more than just his inheritance. His law firm found out about the criminal charges. Apparently, someone from the DA's office mentioned it to a colleague, and word spread in the legal community. Corporate attorneys can't have fraud convictions. He was fired within a week of entering his plea. He had to surrender his law license. The State Bar has a zero-tolerance policy for attorneys convicted of fraud or dishonesty-related crimes. Even after his probation ends, he'll have to petition for reinstatement, and it's rarely granted. He had to sell his expensive condo because he couldn't afford the mortgage without his law firm salary. His car, a BMW he'd been leasing, got repossessed when he couldn't make payments. Last I heard, he's working as a paralegal at a small personal injury firm, making maybe a third of what he used to make, with no realistic path back to his old career. The business is mine now. I've been running it for the past 8 months, and honestly, it's going well. Revenue is up 12% from last year. I've modernized some processes, improved client relationships, hired 2 new employees. Dad would be proud, I think. But the family situation is complicated. Mom feels terrible about the whole thing. She blames herself for signing documents she didn't understand, even though I've told her repeatedly that Tyler manipulated her while she was vulnerable and grieving. "I never wanted you boys to end up like this," she said last week over dinner. "Tyler made terrible choices, but he's still my son. And now he's lost everything, his career, his home, his future. He tried to steal my inheritance, Mom. He forged your signature. He committed crimes. I know. I know he was wrong. But did he have to lose everything? His whole life is ruined. What would you have had me do? Let him get away with forging documents and stealing the business Dad built? No, of course not. I wish there had been another way. Our extended family is deeply divided. Dad's side mostly supports me. They saw how much I loved the business, how much Dad wanted me to run it, and they're appalled by what Tyler did. But Mom's side is more sympathetic to Tyler. My Aunt Christine called me 2 months ago. "Don't you think the punishment is excessive?" Yes, Tyler made mistakes. But now he's lost his career, his license, his inheritance, everything. Couldn't you have shown some mercy? He didn't show me mercy when he was stealing from me. He was desperate and made bad decisions, but you pushed for maximum consequences. You could have handled this privately, worked it out as a family. He committed forgery and fraud. Those are crimes. The legal system handled it, not me. But you cooperated with the prosecution. You could have asked them to go easier on him. Why would I do that? Because he's your brother. Because family should forgive family. I wanted to point out that Tyler hadn't treated me like family when he was forging documents and laughing about me maybe working for him someday. But I just ended the call instead. Tyler has tried to reach out several times. Emails, texts, messages through Mom, all saying essentially the same thing. He's sorry. He made terrible mistakes. He's lost everything. Couldn't I please help him somehow? The most recent message came 2 weeks ago. "I know you probably never want to hear from me again, but I'm asking one more time. Please help me. I'm trying to get my law license reinstated, and a letter from you saying you've forgiven me and believe I've learned from my mistakes would help my petition. I know I don't deserve your help. I know what I did was unforgivable. But I'm drowning here. I've lost my career, my home, any chance at the future I'd planned. I'm working a job I hate for poverty wages. I'm 34 years old and starting over with nothing. Please, I'm begging you." I haven't responded, because I don't know what to say. Part of me feels vindicated. He tried to destroy me, and instead he destroyed himself. He committed serious crimes and is facing appropriate consequences. Why should I help him rebuild what he tore down through his own fraud? But another part of me wonders if I pushed too hard. I cooperated fully with the criminal prosecution. I provided evidence. I testified. I made sure the probate court knew every detail of what he'd done. I could have asked for leniency at various stages, but I didn't. Did I do that to protect myself and honor Dad's wishes? Or did I do it to punish Tyler as harshly as possible? My business partner, a guy who worked with Dad for 15 years, said something that stuck with me. "Your dad would want the business protected, but I'm not sure he'd want his sons destroyed over it. Tyler was wrong, dead wrong, but he's also paying a price that's going to follow him forever." But my attorney, Jennifer, has a different view. Tyler committed serious fraud. He forged your mother's signature while she was vulnerable and grieving. He tried to steal your inheritance and your father's business. These aren't minor mistakes. They're calculated crimes. The consequences he's facing are standard for what he did. You didn't create those consequences. He did. My best friend thinks I should help Tyler with the law license petition. Not because he deserves it, but because you won. You got the business. You got the house. You're successful, and he's broken. Show some mercy now that you've already won. But another friend disagrees. Mercy for what? He tried to steal everything from you. He laughed about it. He showed no remorse until he got caught. Let him rebuild his own life. I think about Dad a lot. What would he want? Dad was a fair man, but he was also firm about consequences. When I made mistakes as a kid, he made sure I learned from them. But he also believed in second chances after people had genuinely learned their lesson. Has Tyler learned his lesson? Is his contrition genuine, or is he just desperate to recover what he lost? And more importantly, is it my responsibility to help him, or is it enough that I simply stopped him from stealing from me? The business is thriving. I'm honoring Dad's legacy. Mom is taken care of. Justice was served. But Tyler is working as a paralegal, living in a studio apartment, with a criminal record that will follow him forever. His legal career, 15 years of education and work, is over. His financial future is permanently damaged. Did he deserve all of that? Or did I take justified defense of my rights and turn it into something more vengeful? So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for cooperating with criminal prosecution and pursuing maximum legal consequences against my brother after he forged documents to steal my inheritance? Or was that justified accountability for someone who committed serious fraud against his own family?